Fantastic Beasts and How to Eat Them, Story of a Voracious Villainess. Volume 1, Hoshi Kanata, translated by Yuki Kitsunika. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The Voracious Villainess encounters a fine, blood-drenched man. It happened in an instant. A lukewarm spray splattered onto her smooth, white cheek. As she slowly wiped it away with her fingers, her glossy, pale pink nails were stained red. Is this blood? The moment she recognized it, a suffocating stench of iron filled the air. Blood gushed from the massive, headless corpse of the beast, its severed head lying carelessly on the ground, gazing lifelessly into the void. How trivial. Standing unshaken in the middle of the blood-soaked ground was a lone man. Drenched in the beast's splattered blood, he still wore an unshakable, fearless grin. With a flick of his blood-dripping sword, he turned his piercing gaze to the onlookers, who trembled under his presence. The moment his golden eyes swept over them, the scene erupted into chaos. Women let out high-pitched screams and collapsed one after another. Those who barely managed to hold back their cries paled as they averted their gazes. The Mad Duke. Someone muttered under their breath, sending a ripple of unrest through the crowd. Dazed, I lifted my head and watched as the man slid his sword back into its sheath. Then, his golden eyes, gleaming with magic, locked onto me, where I sat helplessly on the ground. Section. On this clear autumn day, a grand banquet was being held in the kingdom of Langdias to celebrate the harvest. As the daughter of an earl, I was in attendance as well, though for a particular reason. With His Majesty the King and nobles from all over the country present, the event was a major state affair. The venue, Paravan Forest Park, was supposed to be under heavy security. Knights patrolled every corner, making that fact undeniable. Yet, despite all that, a blood-mad magical beast suddenly burst into the gathering. The once celebratory venue was thrown into chaos, knights' shouts and the terrified screams of fleeing nobles turning it into a scene straight out of hell. Hearing the word magical beast, the panicked crowd rushed toward the knights who were guiding them to safety. I followed suit, but along the way I spotted an elderly couple left behind, pushed aside by the surging mass of people. The old gentleman, his cane broken, was unable to move due to his bad leg. His wife desperately tried to call for help, but not a single person stopped to lend a hand. Unable to stand by, I turned on my heels and fought against the tide of people, rushing toward them. "Let's escape together," I urged, reaching out my hands to them. But just then, a deafening roar tore through the air behind me, making my entire body freeze. The elderly couple gasped, their wide eyes fixed on something beyond me. A terrible premonition sent a cold sweat trickling down my back. Still, I turned around, spreading my arms protectively in front of them. No, it can't be a backhorn. Standing there was a massive magical beast, its form wreathed in a sinister aura, a blood-mad backhorn. It stomped at the ground with thick, powerful forelegs, gouging out the earth as it huffed wildly, its murky eyes locking onto me. Or rather, onto the hem of my fluttering pale pink dress. The very gown I had carefully chosen for this banquet had, without a doubt, become the perfect target for the beast. A quick glance to the side showed the elderly couple trembling, unable to even cry out. I clenched my teeth. I have to get them somewhere safe. Resolving to act as a decoy, I took a step forward, only to be met with an explosion of crimson rain. Not my own blood, the beast's. Section. The man slowly approached but did not extend a hand. Instead, he merely glared at me. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of me?" This was the same man who had slain the mad-blood magical beast in a single, imperceptible strike. If asked whether I was scared, I would have to say he belonged to the category of things one should fear. His entire body was drenched in blood, and droplets fell from the tips of his long bangs and tied-back hair. And yet, despite being covered in blood, his beauty remained unblemished, making him seem less terrifying than one might expect. Rather, this very sight felt like his natural state, as if this was how he was always meant to be. Of course, having just battled a magical beast, his expression was undeniably fierce. "No, Duke Galbrath, it is most reassuring to see you in good health." I lowered myself into a graceful curtsy. "Heh. Do you not understand the situation? You're not hurt, are you?" "No, I am fine." The blood-drenched man, Duke Galbrath, narrowed his golden eyes, assessing me. His ashen gray hair, already drained of color, had turned streaked with red from the Backhorn's blood, yet he seemed utterly unbothered by it. I see. So this is where the title Blood-Mad Duke comes from. Even someone as detached from the world as I had heard the rumors. A man who craved blood, constantly hunting magical beasts to satisfy his thirst for the scent of it. The blood-crazed, ruthless Duke Galbraith. Blood trickled down his refined yet fearsome features, slipping past the corner of his distorted lips. Ah, that is quite problematic. Unable to suppress my concern, I spoke up without thinking. Duke, what is it? His golden eyes, gleaming brighter than gemstones, locked onto me. That is, the Backhorn species has a strong tendency toward mad blood, meaning its blood is likely saturated with magical toxins. It would be wise to rinse your mouth. Huh? Duke Galbraith blinked in surprise. Fresh blood may be appealing, but if it contains magical toxins, you'll suffer fever and intense stomach pain. If it hadn't been infected by mad blood, its blood could have been used for sausages, but alas, magical toxins are troublesome. That said, judging by its size, it seems to be a relatively young specimen. Its flesh should still be tender. If you extract the residual mana, dry age it at a low temperature for about 2 weeks to neutralize the toxins, and then cook it thoroughly, it should still be edible. The Backhorn was a large, four-legged, hoofed magical beast. One could estimate its age by counting the horns along its head and back. It was notoriously aggressive, requiring at least 3 or 4 skilled hunters to take down. Yet, Duke Galbraith had slain it alone. And with its head neatly severed, the bloodletting had been executed flawlessly. What a waste, an absolute waste. If only it hadn't had mad blood, it could have been enjoyed without such a hassle. As I pondered this, the Duke stepped closer. His dark clothing had made it hard to notice from a distance, but his garments were thoroughly soaked with blood. If magical toxins could be absorbed through the skin, then he needed to change immediately. That thought drifted through my mind as I absently watched him. Your name. It was only then that I realized I had yet to introduce myself. To have failed in offering my greeting before the Duke was a grave discourtesy. Straightening my posture at once, I pinched the hem of my dress, now speckled with magical beast blood, and sank into a far deeper curtsy, executing the highest form of etiquette. My deepest apologies. I am Melier, daughter of Count Marchelraid. Duke Galbraith, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance. Oh, so you are the Count's daughter. Yes. You seem quite knowledgeable about magical beasts. At his remark, I paused to think. Was I knowledgeable about magical beasts? Perhaps. But more accurately, it was a byproduct of my particular interests. My pursuit of knowledge had led me to study magical creatures in depth. In truth, it wasn't just magical beasts. I held a fascination for fish, plants, reptiles, insects, fungi, and any living thing that held even the slightest possibility of being edible. Yes, my passion was. I'm more interested in food than magical beasts. I answered without hesitation, and Duke Galbraith's eyes widened slightly. Food? Are you saying this magical beast looks like food to you? Of course. If I'm going to eat it, I'd like to enjoy it properly. As I spoke with enthusiasm, the Duke's face twisted in sheer, unrestrained shock. I was used to reactions like this, so I simply smiled. The Duke, however, suddenly covered his face with one hand. After a few moments, he peeked at me through his fingers. When I smiled again, he let out a small, strangled sound. Ugh. Did some of the Backhorn's blood get into his mouth? His leather gloves were thoroughly soaked in it, and his face had turned red, not from embarrassment, but from a far grislier cause. I see. Voracious Villainess, a fitting title, but it seems rumors aren't always reliable. You're called Melier, correct? Why, yes, your grace. I hadn't expected him to actually say my name, and I instinctively straightened my posture. I was aware of my unconventional tastes, and I knew the social circles had labeled me the Voracious Villainess. But hearing it directly from the Duke himself stung more than I thought it would. For such an insignificant noblewoman's reputation to reach the ears of Duke Galbraith, do the socialites really have nothing better to do? Then again, I had also heard of the blood-mad Duke. Though, in terms of notoriety, the difference between us was like the heavens and the earth. I'll remember your name. Oh, thank you. For someone as unremarkable as me, having the Duke remember my name was nothing short of an honor. I hurriedly expressed my gratitude, and the Duke nodded in a manner both regal and predatory. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to glance at the noble knights who had been watching us. "You knights, what are you standing around for? Seal off this area." "No, wait. Bring cleansing water first." With that, he shot me one last glance before turning away to issue orders to the knights who had gathered in haste. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. But the headless backhorn lying before me was proof enough that it had been real. Finally, I remembered the state I was in and checked my dress. My pale pink gown was now speckled with crimson polka dots. And this wasn't just any blood, it was tainted with magical toxins. I couldn't leave it untreated. I should take my leave as soon as possible. I scanned the crowd, searching for my attendant. The elderly couple who had been left behind earlier appeared to be safe. I sighed in relief as I saw them being escorted away by knights. Other people who had also failed to escape in time were being guided elsewhere as well. "Looks like they're sealing off this area." I took a step to follow the others when, "Where do you think you're going?" A firm grip caught my arm, stopping me in my tracks. Turning around, I found Duke Galbrath, who should have already left. Did he still have something to ask me? "Your Grace, I was just looking for my attendant." "Dressed like that? I don't mind, but you are still a count's daughter, aren't you?" "Oh, it's fine. With enough effort, the stains will come out." "That's not the point, never mind. Drink this first." Still holding my arm, the Duke produced a small vial filled with liquid. "Cleansing water." "Oh, there's no need to trouble yourself. Magical toxins are troublesome, aren't they? Even you, the famed villainess, wouldn't drink tainted blood. Just take it." Thank you." Looking around, I realized that aside from the Duke, I was the only one here who had been drenched in the magical beast's blood. Without further protest, I accepted the vial and downed it in one gulp. The Duke, watching intently, nodded in apparent satisfaction, despite the blood still clinging to his face. "Are you feeling unwell? Any headaches?" "Not at the moment." "Good, then follow me." The Duke's tone left no room for argument. I had no choice but to comply. For a mere count's daughter with no distinguishing qualities, the fact that I had even exchanged words with him was nothing short of a miracle. A blood-drenched demon, no, a man who made even the act of dripping with blood look refined. Regardless of appearances, it seemed that the infamous, blood-mad Duke was quite the gentleman. Section. I attended the autumn soirée for a reason. My father's second wife, who never thought highly of me, had given me an ultimatum. "If you don't find a fiancé within a year, you'll be sent to a convent." Apparently, having an unsellable daughter with such an unsettling hobby would reflect poorly on my younger half-brother's future marriage prospects. Not that I saw how it was relevant. My half-brother had just turned 3. Even in the fastest possible scenario, it would be at least 10 years before he was of marriageable age, by which time I would certainly no longer be living at home. Even if I didn't marry, I was confident I could manage a modest life in some corner of the estate. But a convent was a different matter entirely. If I were sent there, I would no longer be able to eat magical beasts. The Spiritist faith, which worshipped the spirits said to have granted wisdom to humankind in ancient times, forbade the consumption of such creatures. Life in the convent would be spent in humble prayer, adhering to a strict, ascetic lifestyle where meat, let alone magical beasts, was out of the question. It was an outcome I wanted to avoid at all costs. Unfortunately, my father, my only hope, had reluctantly agreed to the arrangement when my stepmother brought up my half-brother. He was weak to her, likely because she had given birth to his heir. Not that it mattered now. Ultimately, it was my failure as the eldest daughter, my inability to secure a husband who could inherit the title, that had brought things to this point. Still, I had to be grateful for the 1-year grace period I'd been given. As soon as I received my father's invitation to the autumn soirée, I hastily wrote back to confirm my attendance. From that point on, I put in what I considered a commendable effort. I set a relatively achievable goal. As long as they don't interfere with what I do, I don't care what kind of person they are. I had a new dress made, purchased cosmetics I had never paid attention to before, and prepared myself accordingly. Not to brag, but I didn't think I was particularly unattractive. My red hair and green eyes were a rare combination, and I rather liked them. As the daughter of the Count of Marchelrade, my family held a respectable position. Politically speaking, I should have been a desirable candidate for marriage. And yet, there were no inquiries, not even whispers of potential suitors. Even the profiles my father had desperately circulated received no responses. It wasn't difficult to understand why. My reputation had taken on a life of its own, exaggerated beyond reason. She devours raw magical beast meat. She drinks fresh blood instead of fruit wine. She's been poisoned by magic and lost her sanity. The worst of them all, any child she bears will be born a monster. Of course, I would never eat raw magical beast meat. I'd get sick. Nor would I drink fresh blood, same reason. The creatures I did eat were properly drained of mana and toxins, thoroughly processed beforehand otherwise, even I would get sick. Still, when my father, out of pity, said, "At this point, even a common knight will do. If he's at least a decent person, I'd be happy to approve the marriage," it became clear that I had no choice. My stepmother had flown into a rage at that, demanding that a mere knight was not fit for the house of Marchelraid. And so, after years of staying within the estate, I finally set off for the royal capital. It took 8 days by carriage, traveling from Marchelraid. The capital was bustling, celebrating the autumn harvest festival. I had heard that the market was full of seasonal delicacies, but regrettably, my destination was not there. It was Perivan Forest Park, the venue for the soirée. After a night of rest at my family's townhouse, I did my best to prepare with the help of my maid. I donned my new dress, carefully applied makeup, and styled my hair more elaborately than usual. But everyone here looks so dazzling, I must seem like nothing more than a rustic country girl. Upon arriving at the venue, I slipped through the wall of security knights and promptly took my place as a wallflower. Or, more accurately, a mushroom hiding in the forest. The other young ladies' dresses were adorned with gold and silver embroidery, delicate lace, and the latest fashion trends, likely the work of the most renowned tailors in the capital. Compared to theirs, mine was obviously outdated. In the kingdom of Langdias, the autumn soirée was not just a celebration. It was also a place for unmarried nobles to evaluate potential spouses. Not all noble marriages were political. Those without inheritance often sought partners at formal gatherings like these. As the daughter of Count Marchelraid, I was here for the same reason as many others, to find a match. But after 3 years in high society with no engagement to show for it, I was well aware of my standing. With no friends to speak of, I had no hope of blending in with the young, glamorous ladies of the capital. Instead, I opted to remain inconspicuous. But what am I even supposed to talk about? Unmarried noblewomen were typically accompanied by chaperones, sometimes their fathers, mothers, or siblings. Since my father had returned to the estate for the winter preparations, I was accompanied by a distinguished lady hired from the capital's noble circles. If I found someone of interest, I would have to ask her to approach them on my behalf. Gentlemen were gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves, while the young ladies engaged in lively conversation. Unable to join them, I wandered toward a quieter spot, determined to remain a hidden mushroom. "Would you care for a drink?" A servant approached, offering a silver tray lined with crystal glasses, each filled with colorful beverages. I reached for the golden grape fruit wine without hesitation. "You mustn't drink alcohol in a place like this, my lady." Lady Talbot, my chaperone, gently stopped me. She placed a hand on my elbow and shook her head. It seemed that fruit wine was considered inappropriate for a lady at such an event. Glancing around, I noticed that only the gentlemen held glasses of fruit wine. What a shame. Golden grape fruit wine is a rare treat, even in Marchelraid. With no other choice, I settled for a lightly sparkling floral water. Taking a seat on one of the many benches scattered throughout the venue, I was soon approached by another servant who set down a selection of hors d'oeuvres. Pickled nurgo, pork sausage, and river fish with black curly beef lard sauce, impressive. As expected of a soirée hosted by His Majesty, the dishes were elegant and refined. Nurgo was a pouch-shaped mushroom, delicious when sautéed. Here, it had been briefly boiled and pickled in vinegar, giving it a refreshing taste. The pork sausage, a staple for winter preparations, was likely made from high-quality pork. Each bite-sized piece was devoid of any unpleasant odor. Lars is considered a luxury in Marchelraid, so I should savor this while I can. Lars was a fermented dairy product, commonly melted with fragrant wine. The highest quality Lars came from black curly cattle, and here it had been generously drizzled over grilled river fish. However, the portion was minuscule. In fact, all the dishes were tiny, far too dainty to be satisfying. Sigh. I popped the last piece of sausage into my mouth and let out a quiet sigh. And to think, it's prime season for garlai. The lands of Marchelraid were home to the garlai, a magical beast that resembled a long-nosed, curly-haired boar. Its meat was rich and flavorful, making it an excellent choice for coarse-ground sausages. However, these creatures were notorious pests, using their long, sturdy snouts to uproot farmlands. This season, they would be at their plumpest. If I managed to trap one alive, I had planned to purchase it from the farmers. Just thinking about its taste made me hungry. Though I was wearing a dress, the bodice wasn't too tight, I could definitely eat more. But no one else seems to be eating. With nobles gathered from across the kingdom, preparing the food for this event must have been an enormous task. And yet, hardly anyone was actually partaking in the dishes. Wine, on the other hand, was being consumed freely. The serving platters were full, but besides the attendants, no one approached them. I stood up and made my way toward the buffet table. If no one else was going to enjoy the food, then at the very least I would. When Lady Talbot frowned and murmured, "A lady should not eat so eagerly," I countered with, "Then let's dine together, Lady Talbot. It would be a shame to let all this food go to waste." Before long, I noticed that my movements were drawing the attention of the younger nobles. However, none of them approached me. If my father had been here, he could have facilitated an introduction, but without him, that wasn't an option. With their refined attire and effortless charm, these men felt completely out of my reach. And to be honest, I wasn't interested enough to ask Lady Talbot to speak to them on my behalf. They don't have to look so blatantly disappointed. It was clear that noble sons weren't a match for me. I hadn't even spoken to them, yet their expressions alone told me everything I needed to know. Seeing such obvious dismay didn't exactly motivate me to put myself out there. Silently, I continued piling food onto my plate. Lady Talbot sighed in resignation, and I decided it was time to reconsider my approach. But the knights are working, would I just be a nuisance? Since noblemen were out of the question, my next best option was the knights stationed around the venue. My father had given me permission to consider even a common knight. However, the knights within the event hall were clearly noble-born. Their swords were heavily adorned with jewels, more ornamental than practical. Their builds also seemed delicate for knights. It was likely that the actual common knights were stationed outside. Which means, if I want to meet one, I'll need to step outside. Holding a plate full of food, I pondered my next move. For now, I would move closer to the venue's outer perimeter. "Where are you going, my lady?" Lady Talbot asked. "To find the common knights." "Oh, my lady, you can't be serious. If you wish, I could introduce you to one of these gentlemen instead," she suggested, her fan half concealing her face. Her eyes darted toward a group of noblemen who had been staring at me quite openly. The moment they realized I had noticed them, they began talking, loud enough for me to hear. "Hey, look at that. Yeah, that red hair. Isn't she the one they say eats magical beasts? The Voracious Villainess, right? From House Marchelraid. Can you believe someone with that face eats raw magical beast meat? She's actually kinda cute. In that case, why don't you go talk to her?" "Not a chance. What if she attacks me? Didn't she assault the Count's first wife or something?" At that, my breath caught. Their words confirmed that they knew of me, at least in rumor. Disgusted, I turned on my heel and walked away, leaving Lady Talbot behind. That was the one rumor I despised more than any other. I never attacked my mother. My mother had passed away when I was a child. That particular slander, a twisted exaggeration of the gluttonous lady gossip, was a complete fabrication. According to the most outrageous version, I had turned into a magical beast and attacked her. It was impossible. Absurd. Finding a suitor among noblemen was out of the question. With that realization, I decided to enjoy the autumn delicacies at my own pace. Once I finish eating, I'll really go outside and look for a common knight. Abandoning etiquette, I removed my gloves, picked up a sausage with my fingers, and took a bite. If possible, I want someone who hasn't heard the rumors. Someone who will actually see me for who I am. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I was suddenly swept up in a surge of people. Before I could make sense of what was happening, I was caught in the cause, nearly becoming a meal for a blood-mad backhorn. And that was when Duke Galbraith saved me. Section. As the two of us, covered in blood, walked together, the crowd instinctively parted, forming a natural path before us. Duke Galbraith, towering far above me, had a much longer stride. I had to half-jog to keep up, weaving through the onlookers who leaped out of our way with expressions of shock. Your Grace, where are we going? There should be a tent nearby with some spare clothes. They won't be women's garments, but it's better than nothing. Am I really in such terrible condition? I was planning to head straight back to the capital anyway, so I'll be fine once I return. The tent he spoke of must have been one prepared by the Galbraith household for the soirée. If I could just find my chaperone, I wouldn't have to trouble the Duke any further. With that thought in mind, I lightly tugged at his sleeve, only to feel a damp sensation. My pale fingers turned red. The blood, though starting to dry, had soaked deep into the fabric. Melier. Why, yes. The sudden sound of my name caught me off guard, and my voice cracked embarrassingly. I looked up to see the Duke gazing down at me. The golden eyes that had gleamed with magic moments ago had softened into a deep amber hue. Our eyes met, and my breath hitched. I froze, bringing the Duke to a halt as well. You don't mind being stained with blood. He placed his hand over my fingers, gently yet firmly prying them from his sleeve. It was only then that I realized he had removed his gloves. His bare skin touched mine. Wait, bare skin. It wasn't intentional, of course, but the sheer indecency of it made my face flush hot. My heart pounded loudly in my chest. I just butchered one about 10 days ago. Butchered? Unable to withstand his gaze any longer, I turned my head away. The Duke resumed walking and, still holding my hand, pulled me along. My heart continued its relentless drumming. There was nothing I could do. As a count's daughter, I could hardly shake off the Duke's hand. I need to focus on giving a proper answer instead. I reviewed our conversation in my head. Just how curious was he? If he was merely making small talk, offering too much detail would be unnecessary. Yes, I do the butchering myself. I'm accustomed to blood. Since I consume magical beasts, I also handle the disassembly and preparation. So that's what you meant. You certainly have nerves of steel. I was relieved he had understood. Though in truth, I wasn't entirely alone in the process. The estate's servants assisted me, even if most of them found my hobby unsettling. It couldn't be helped. Magical beasts were generally viewed with fear. Any creature without human intelligence but possessing magical energy was classified as a magical beast. Beasts, fish, insects, if they contained mana, they were considered the same. And most people refused to eat magical beasts. Historically, they were said to bring misfortune or impurity, but the real reason was much simpler. Magical energy and toxins caused severe stomach ailments. I was an anomaly, someone who chose to eat magical beasts. To my family, I was little more than a burden. My father, I was sure, would rather I abandon this hobby entirely. I thought our conversation would end there. The Duke seemed to have lost interest, and I saw no reason to continue. But then he spoke again, catching me completely off guard. So, is it delicious? Magical beasts, do they taste good? I assume you've eaten backhorn before. His voice left no room for evasion. Well, you have, haven't you? Oh, yes. And, Of course, he wouldn't accept such a vague answer. Even without looking at him, I could feel the intensity of his gaze. Realizing there was no way out, I resigned myself and answered honestly. The backhorn species has meat similar to beef. It's quite delicious. Since it's wild game, tenderizing it properly is important. I usually sear or braise it after that. So it's like beef. And if it hasn't gone blood mad, consuming its mana-infused meat doesn't cause illness. That was an entirely different kind of question than what I was used to. Surprised, I looked up. The Duke's expression was one of genuine curiosity. Until now, people had only scorned me, calling my interests perverse. No one had ever asked because they actually wanted to know. Even my father, the one person who understood me, was only ever concerned about my well-being. For safe consumption, the magical energy must be removed. It can be extracted along with the blood during butchering, making the process relatively simple. Otherwise, consuming it raw would cause nausea, stomach pain, or mana intoxication. But if handled correctly, magical beasts can become fine ingredients. So you've tested this yourself. It's not exactly something to be proud of. but I have documented the results. As soon as I said it, I nearly bit my tongue. If you're interested, would you like to review my research? I barely stopped myself from asking. Surely, the Duke was only intrigued by the novelty of my strange habits. He was a kind man, polite enough to humor me with small talk. Realizing how much I had rambled, embarrassment flooded over me. I tried to pull my hand away, but the Duke only tightened his grip. Ah, Melier. Why, yes, my apologies. That must have been an embarrassing thing to talk about. Embarrassing? I'm not sure I follow, but well. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Then, for a brief moment, he glanced down at me. See, could I try eating one of those magical beasts next time? I blinked, unsure if I had heard correctly. Forgive me, Your Grace, but did you just say you want to eat a magical beast? Thinking it must have been a misunderstanding, I asked again. But Duke Galbraith gave a small, firm nod. It wasn't a mistake. I looked at him more closely. His ears were red. With his face still smeared in dried monster blood, it was hard to tell if his cheeks were flushed too, but was he embarrassed? There was nothing to be embarrassed about. And yet, there he was, looking just a little awkward. If you're referring to the blood-mad backhorn from earlier, it's not just the magical energy. Its toxins must also be removed, which takes some time, I explained. Ah, yes, you mentioned that before, the Duke mused. Yes, at the earliest, about 20 days, and since it must be salted and aged, it won't have that fresh taste. 20 days, huh? The Duke furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Just how much did he want to eat magical beasts? As a Duke, he must have had access to the finest delicacies on a regular basis. Could it be that he had grown tired of ordinary cuisine and had started seeking out rarities? Some nobles, after indulging in every imaginable delicacy, turned to eccentric dishes in search of new experiences. I had met such people before, those who sought out bizarre foods after hearing rumors about my eating habits. But those types were dangerous. They didn't care about safety, they wanted the most extreme options, poisonous, blood-mad, cursed. What should I do? I can't just prepare one immediately. Magical beasts corrupted by toxins required careful preparation. But the rich and powerful often assumed that money alone could bypass the necessary precautions. Impatient nobles had ignored my warnings before, eating improperly processed meat and suffering agonizing consequences. Your Grace, do you have a strong stomach? Duke Galbraith looked momentarily puzzled. I've never had any issues. Why? Blood-mad magical beasts contain toxic mana. If ingested improperly, it can cause excruciating stomach pain, high fever, and unbearable suffering. So it's not suitable for a beginner. What about a non-blood-mad one? In that case, it's just like any other meat. Thick-cut steaks, skewers, stews, sausages, there are plenty of ways to enjoy it. The moment I finished speaking, the Duke's blood-stained face broke into a dazzling smile. It was such a strikingly handsome expression that it made my heart skip a beat. The people around us, however, screamed or looked on the verge of fainting. Before I could react, he took my hand and started walking at a brisk pace. Does he want to eat it that badly? For some reason, the Duke seemed incredibly pleased. Melier, is the Count not with you? He asked as we walked. My father returned to our territory ahead of me, I replied. I see. The Marchelraid lands are entering winter soon. Yes, the cold is harsh. Winter preparations take time. As expected of the Duke, despite my homeland lacking any particular distinction, he was well informed. Marchelraid was situated near the northern mountain range, the first region to be hit by winter and the last to welcome spring. Because of this, my time in high society was always limited. In Langdias, nobles typically spent winters in their territories and returned to the royal capital in spring for the social season. Once this autumn soirée ended, this year's season would conclude as well. I needed to secure a fiancé before that. Before I knew it, we arrived at a grand tent bearing the crest of House Galbraith. Waiting outside was a young man with neatly trimmed black hair, sharp features, and a monocle over his right eye. His demeanor was calm and refined, but his eyes didn't smile. Your Grace, your change of clothes is prepared. Ah, I was not expecting you to bring company. The moment Duke Galbraith casually introduced me, the man's expression shifted to alarm. She is the daughter of Count Marchelraid. Her hair, is she injured? His gaze darted to my blood-stained dress. Given my appearance, it was understandable that he might mistake me for being wounded. But my hair. That had nothing to do with it. Some blood had splattered onto it, but this red color was my own. As if I would let her be harmed. She was merely splattered with monster blood, the Duke said flatly. Cos, prepare a change of clothes for her as well. Understood, Your Grace. The man, Cos, gave an elegant bow before turning to instruct the servants inside the tent. Judging by his composed yet sharp demeanor, he was likely the Duke's steward or someone in a similar position. Following Duke Galbraith's lead, I stepped inside the tent. A large wooden tub sat in the center, filled with steaming hot water. Nearby, there was a pile of clean cloths and a change of clothes. Around the perimeter, stacks of weapons and wooden crates were neatly arranged, along with outdoor cooking equipment. What wasn't present were any of the luxurious furnishings typically found in noble tents, no plush carpets, no ornate tea sets. This is less of a soirée tent and more of a hunting camp. It was true that hunting was sometimes part of the festivities, but it was usually just for sport, nothing that required long-term provisions like these. Melier, you should wash your face and hands before your clothes arrive, the Duke said. I'm not that dirty, Your Grace. Please, you should go first. I never finished my sentence, because the Duke had already removed his shirt. It was only his upper body, but the sudden sight of bare skin before me left me completely speechless. His bare chest. I had occasionally seen knights or hunters washing outdoors in my territory, but only from a distance. I had no tolerance for this sort of thing, and yet, for some reason, I couldn't look away. My eyes were helplessly drawn to the exposed muscles before me. What's wrong, Melier? Why, Your Grace, you have remarkable muscle quality. What? Ah, well, I suppose I do train regularly. The precision of your strikes must come from those arms. You mean my beheading technique? Ah, well, that requires some skill as well. The Duke handed me a small bucket of water. Still dazed, I accepted it and knelt beside him. He adjusted the water temperature, making sure it was warm enough to prevent the blood from clotting. Then, he began washing himself with practiced efficiency. I followed his example, dipping my hands in the water. Would I be able to learn it? I asked. The ability to sever a blood-mad backhorn's head in a single stroke. If I could master that, I wouldn't have to trouble my servants when butchering magical beasts. As my fingers soaked, the dried blood slowly dissolved and faded away. A light scrub was all it took to clean my skin. You might grasp the technique, but with those slender arms, you wouldn't be able to swing a proper sword. Leave such work to me. To you, Your Grace. I cupped water in my hands to wash my face, glancing up at him. At the same time, he looked at me, and our eyes met directly. I am used to hunting magical beasts, he blurted. That's reassuring, I replied. Well, I don't know if reassuring is the right word, but more importantly, what magical beast would you like to eat? I'll hunt one for you. When I do, let me try it as well. Wait from your own domain. The Galbraith lands contained an enormous forest, far larger than the Paravan Forest Park where we stood. It was practically a sanctuary for magical beasts. Did that mean I could request something rare? Excitement surged within me. Would it be possible to get something from the Elzeny Great Forest? The Elzeny. That place is practically my backyard. Let's see. This season, we should be able to hunt underbrick or Greshel pseudo-dragons. Underbrick and Greshel pseudo-dragons. That's extravagant. Underbrick was a six-legged beast with armor-like hide, a large magical creature never seen in my homeland. Greshel pseudo-dragons were enormous, serpent-like creatures with wings and legs, resembling dragons but classified as giant lizards. They were incredibly rare. I couldn't contain my excitement and accidentally raised my voice. The Duke looked at me fondly. Melier, he murmured. His wet fingers brushed against my cheek. A soft cloth followed, wiping away the blood splatters with surprising care. His touch was gentle, moving over my skin in slow, deliberate strokes. After a few more swipes, he seemed satisfied. There, that's better. Thank you, Your Grace. Here, allow me as well. In return, I reached for his forehead and carefully wiped away the dried blood. The Duke leaned forward slightly, making it easier for me to reach him. I meticulously cleaned around his eyes and nose, ensuring not a speck of blood remained. With his golden eyes closed, the darker shade of his lashes stood out against his skin. Thick, well-defined, and almost enviable. Yes, he had been a blood-drenched handsome man. Now he was simply a dripping wet handsome man, a truly stunning sight. Ahem, your grace, may I enter? A third voice interrupted us. Both the Duke and I turned toward the tent entrance. Standing there was Cos, arms full of colorful fabrics. Behind him, several waiting maids fidgeted nervously, their faces turned away. The Duke let out a heavy sigh and straightened his posture. His voice was gruff with irritation. What is it, Cos? What is it, your grace? I have brought the items you requested. But more importantly, why are you shirtless in front of a lady? For some reason, Cos's voice was incredibly cold. The maids behind him looked like they wanted to disappear. I'm not completely naked, just my upper body. Naked or half-naked, it is entirely inappropriate to be undressed before an unmarried count's daughter. Cos's argument was completely valid. Realizing his mistake, the Duke hastily grabbed a cloth from nearby and threw it over himself. A faint redness tinged his cheeks. Sorry, Melier, I'm used to hunting camps where no women are present, I wasn't thinking. There's no need to apologize, your grace. Though your physique, while not ideal for consumption, is certainly well suited for combat. For consumption. Cos's head snapped toward me, his eyes were wide with pure horror. Ah, that was a mistake. As I spoke with Duke Galbrath, I had completely forgotten how unusual I was. Just because the Duke didn't mind didn't mean that Cos would feel the same way. Ah, please don't worry. I specialize in magical beasts. I don't eat human flesh. Cos's face twisted in sheer, unfiltered horror. I had, once again, said something incredibly strange. Feeling utterly at a loss, I turned to the Duke for help, only to find him shaking with suppressed laughter. Shortly afterward, leaving behind a bewildered Cos and a laughing Duke Galbraith, I was ushered into the back of the tent by the waiting maids. First, let's comb through your hair. Then for the dress, that one, and perhaps a slightly slimmer fit as well. The maids swiftly selected from the dresses Cos had brought. Those dresses. Please don't worry. They were prepared under Her Majesty, the Queen's instructions. Apparently, the Queen had arranged for spare dresses in case any of the women attending the soirée encountered unforeseen circumstances. The maids, who, it seemed, had also been sent by the Queen, washed the blood from my hair using warm water and scented oil, then carefully dressed me in an elegant deep green gown. I felt awfully guilty. Women of their status would normally never tend to someone like me. No doubt, they were only assisting me because the Queen had agreed to a favor for the Duke, who was closely tied to the royal family. Saved by their kindness, I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, I really appreciate your help. Oh, please think nothing of it, this is our duty. When I return to my estate, I'd like to send a letter of thanks to Her Majesty. Do you think she would accept something from someone like me? As long as it is not an extravagant gift, there should be no issue. I understand. The maids, showing no displeasure whatsoever, efficiently completed their work and then promptly exited the tent. Left alone, I turned my blood-stained dress inside out and tied off the edges of the fabric. I couldn't very well leave it here, so I would have to take it with me. Emerging from the back of the tent, I spotted my chaperone waiting anxiously. Lady Talbot. Melier, my dear. Oh, I had completely forgot. As an unmarried noblewoman, I technically couldn't attend the soirée alone. That's why I had brought Lady Talbot with me. A knight of House Galbrath, came to find me and brought me here. So the Duke had gone out of his way to locate my chaperone. My heart warmed at his thoughtfulness. A man so considerate didn't suit a title as grim and dishonorable as the Mad Blood Duke. Lady Talbot glanced around the tent, her eyes darting from the weapons stacked in the corner to the crates scattered about. This was not the sort of space one would expect from a noble household's soirée tent. It was understandable that she had her doubts. She finally clasped her hands to her chest, looking at me with visible concern. My lady, this place. Yes, this is Duke Galbraith's tent. He saved me from the magical beast. I see, and that dress, did you change here? Yes, my gown was completely drenched in monster blood. I gestured toward the dress at my feet. Lady Talbot let out a sharp squeak and leaped back. It wasn't dangerous or anything, but I had a very bad feeling about this. Lady Talbot, please, it's not. Oh, my heavens, my lady, you ate a magical beast here. That was not what happened. I had merely explained that my dress was covered in magical beast blood, and now she had completely misunderstood. I should have said something vague like I spilled tea or I dirtied it a little. But now, thanks to the rumors she had undoubtedly heard, she seemed thoroughly convinced that I had slaughtered and consumed a beast right here in the tent. With wide, fearful eyes, she backed away step by step, directly toward a pile of discarded clothing. "Ah, Lady Talbot, be careful where you—" I was too late. She stepped squarely onto a pile of blood-soaked garments, the ones Duke Galbraith had removed earlier. A wet squelch echoed as pressure forced the absorbed blood to seep out, staining the floor with a deep, murky red. Her shoes, of course, were completely ruined. A horrible silence fell between us as our gazes met. Lady Talbot trembled, paling to an almost ghostly shade, before slowly looking down. Then she shrieked. "Hyai. What happened?" The Duke's voice rang out from outside. A second later, the tent flap ripped open, and in strode Duke Galbraith, eyes burning with mana-infused gold. His still-damp silver hair clung to his forehead as he swept it back, scanning the tent before his piercing gaze landed on me. "Melfi." Before he could even finish saying my name, Lady Talbot, her movements stiff like a marionette, slowly turned to look at him. And then, "Juai." She screamed like she had witnessed the end of the world. "Oi." The Duke stepped forward instinctively, but that only made things worse. Lady Talbot, her face twitching in absolute terror, nearly fainted on the spot. She managed to hold herself together at the last second, but her legs completely gave out and she collapsed in a trembling heap, right on top of the blood-stained clothes. And then she passed out. "Melier, what happened?" The Duke turned to me, utterly baffled. I glared at him. "Your Grace, please take that outside." As if this situation couldn't get any worse, Koss stepped into the tent, letting out a long, suffering sigh as he took in the scene. Without another word, he knelt beside Lady Talbot and lifted her wrist to check her pulse. Then, with an exceedingly unimpressed expression, he turned his gaze on the Duke. "Your Grace." "What's this?" "This head is already lifeless." The Duke was holding the severed head of that backhorn in one hand. In the other, he firmly gripped a blood-stained sword. His stance was so strikingly composed that, I must admit, my heart skipped a beat. If only I could hunt monsters as effortlessly as that, how wonderful would it be? But it seemed Koss had a very different impression. Dead or not, charging in while carrying something that gruesome is enough to make any lady faint. But Melier seems just fine. The Duke pursed his lips, looking somewhat sulky. Agreeing with him, I answered, "I'm used to it, so it's not a problem." However, that response was clearly unacceptable to Koss. "That is very much a problem." For some reason, Koss furrowed his brows and scolded me. The Duke and I exchanged glances before deciding it was best to stay silent. "Listen. Normally, one does not present a lady with the severed head of a monster or wave around a blood-soaked sword. And you, Lady Marchelraid." "Why, yes." Koss suddenly turned his reprimand toward me, and I instinctively straightened my back. "Please, stop looking at his Grace with such sparkling eyes. You're just going to inflate his ego." Panting slightly from his outburst, Koss handed the unconscious Lady Talbot over to the servants. I heard a faint groan, so it seemed she was still alive. Though, having collapsed onto the Duke's blood-stained clothes, I doubted her dress had fared as well. That said, had I really been that starry-eyed? The Duke was, objectively speaking, quite dashing, so I'd like to be forgiven for getting a little carried away. To think there would be someone just as bad as his Grace. Still looking displeased, Koss snatched the sword from the Duke's hand and passed it off to a servant, grumbling all the while. Then, he reached for the backhorn's head as well. "Hand over the head too, Your Grace. This one is off limits." "That's being disposed of as well." Despite Koss's sharp tone, the Duke reluctantly surrendered the head, looking rather regretful. I shared his sentiment. The cut was so clean, with no visible wounds elsewhere, it could have easily sold for a high price as a display piece. Discarding it felt like such a waste. "Honestly, you're far too old to be getting this excited over something like this. You should just take the young lady to the capital quietly." "I am taking her, no need to remind me." "Melier, my apologies. Koss is always insufferably fussy." The Duke scratched his cheek awkwardly, looking a little sheepish. I responded with a reassuring smile to show I didn't mind. The moment I did, he quickly looked away. Well, could it be? A late bloom for our dear Duke." Koss muttered dryly, spinning the backhorn's severed head in his hands with surprising dexterity. But if he was going to tease us, I'd say he wasn't much different. No normal person would twirl around a severed monster's head like that. Even if they could, they wouldn't. Come to think of it, I've never tried backhorn meat. I wonder if it tastes any good. It was a shame the creature had been tainted by corruption. Maybe I had been staring too long because Koss, noticing my interest, quickly shielded the backhorn's head from my view and carried it out of the tent. Ah, what a pity. Section. Lady Talbot eventually regained consciousness, and after changing out of her soiled dress, I was set to return to the town estate in the royal capital. Duke Galbrath had offered to escort me, but it seemed His Majesty had summoned him. Even so, he made the effort to see me off at the entrance to the Palais Van Forest Park. Honestly, what terrible timing. You were the one who slew the beast, Your Grace. It's only natural that you report to His Majesty. This happens every time. For some reason, the Duke was fuming as Koss calmly chided him. Right, he had been the one to take down the blood-mad monster. With nobles from across the kingdom gathered at the banquet, His Majesty likely needed a proper explanation of how such a situation had even occurred. Feeling somewhat guilty, I glanced up at the Duke walking beside me. Your Grace, I'll be fine on my own. There's no issue. But Koss's face. His brow is always furrowed. I see. I stole a glance at Koss, who was following behind us with a grim expression. Upon noticing my gaze, he pointed at the Duke with his thumb and exaggeratedly jutted out his lower lip. It felt oddly like watching two children bickering. A bit endearing, and, if I were honest, enviable. There was no doubt that a strong bond of trust existed between them. When we reached the carriage stop at the forest entrance, I quickly spotted the Marchelraid family's carriage. After a brief exchange with the waiting coachman, I confirmed our return to the capital. With a 4-horse carriage, we would likely arrive in about 2 hours. Since Lady Talbot still looked utterly exhausted, I decided to let her board first. Lady Talbot, please go ahead. Oh, excuse me then, I'll take you up on that offer. She made a point of avoiding the Duke's gaze as she hurried into the carriage. It seemed the sight of him carrying Backhorn's severed head had left quite an impression. Before stepping in myself, I turned back, lifted the hem of my dress slightly, and offered a proper lady's curtsy. Your Grace, I am truly grateful for everything you've done. There's no need for thanks. If anything, I should apologize. Your ordeal was my failure. My life was saved, that's more than enough. A little dirt is nothing. I smiled at the Duke. Though I hadn't found my intended fiancé, just being able to speak with him like this made me feel that attending the banquet had been worthwhile. Parting here felt regretful, but he had his duties to fulfill. I couldn't keep him any longer. With that thought in mind, I boarded the carriage. As soon as I did, the coachman shut the door. I quickly opened the window to look at the Duke once more. My apologies for not being able to see you off any further. Not at all. Having your Grace escort me is already an honor. Well then, Melier, next time I'll bring you a gift. If such an opportunity arises, Your Grace, please take care not to injure yourself. Hunting monsters was always dangerous. Even if the Elzani Great Forest was like a backyard to him, it was still home to many creatures designated as extremely dangerous by the kingdom. If facing such dangers meant the Duke could bring back rare and exotic beasts, I would rather go without. However, he declared confidently, look forward to it. I'll bring back something even bigger than an underbrick. Bigger, actually, if you want to prepare monster meat for better flavor, it's best to capture them alive. Smaller, gentler creatures are easier to handle in that regard. I had hoped to subtly convey that a big catch wasn't necessary, but, capturing them alive, now that sounds like a challenge. The Duke's lips curled into a grin. Behind him, Koss, who had been standing at attention, went slack-jawed in disbelief. Capturing monsters alive was certainly difficult, but with the right traps, it wasn't impossible. For some reason, Koss turned his gaze skyward, placed a hand to his forehead, and let out a weary sigh. Ah, this is why birds of a feather flock together. Did I say something strange again? Ensuring good flavor is the most important part of enjoying monster cuisine. Capturing them alive allows for proper bloodletting and magic purification, keeping the meat fresh and at its best. Oh, spirits above, what an unforgivable sin, please have mercy on their souls, Lady Talbot, now seated across from me, whispered fervently in prayer. She must have accidentally looked toward the Duke because, the next moment, she let out a quiet, terrified, "He-I," and quickly turned away. I was certain she had completely misunderstood him. Judging people based solely on rumors and prejudices wasn't fair. All those tales of the mad-blooded Duke being a ruthless, bloodthirsty fiend were just that, tales. The Duke was nothing of the sort. If only she could see that for herself. Just then, my eyes landed on something inside the basket placed in the carriage, and an idea struck me. "Your Grace, here." I reached out through the carriage window, offering the basket to Cos. As expected, he was quick to pick up on my intention and accepted it. It's dried scatspit meat from the Marchal Raid territory. Seasoned with spices, perfect for when you need a quick snack. Scatspit? Ah, that's the small cold region beast, isn't it? Yes, as expected of your Grace. It's a winged monster covered in sharp, thorn-like quills. Touching its body carelessly was dangerous, but I had managed to trap and secure this particular one myself. Dried, its umami flavor became even richer, the taste deepening the more you chewed. It was the kind of thing that made you crave a good grain-based ale, so much so that even our local hunters enjoyed it in secret. I've thoroughly prepared it, so I guarantee you won't get sick from eating it. I'll gladly take you up on that, Melier. Ah, wait, no, your Grace. Without hesitation, the Duke reached into the basket Cos was holding, grabbed a piece of dried meat, and tossed it into his mouth before Cos could stop him. A man of his status would normally have someone taste test his food first, following proper precautions. But the Duke seemed entirely unconcerned with such things. "This is. Your Grace, spit it out. Spit it out right now." Cos, in a panic, tried to pry open the Duke's mouth. But before he could succeed, the Duke retaliated by shoving a piece of dried meat into his mouth. Cos clamped his hands over his lips, his face turning bright red as he groaned in muffled distress. This spice, the way the umami spreads across the palate, so this is scatspit. Incredible, I need a drink to go with it. It seemed the dried meat suited the Duke's taste. He took another piece from the basket, bit into it, and beamed at me. Even Cos, though initially in shock, didn't spit it out. Instead, he cautiously began chewing, albeit reluctantly. My special blend of spices had a rich aroma, enticing enough to stimulate the appetite. Among them was a seasoning made from the crushed seeds of Berber tree, a type of plant-based monster. You seasoned this yourself? Yes, I drew inspiration from dishes that use spices from the southern regions. It's delicious, makes me curious to try more of your monster cuisine. The Duke picked up a slightly larger piece, took a bite, and then absent-mindedly licked the spices from his fingers. I couldn't tell if he was just being polite or if he truly meant it, but hearing the word delicious from him made me feel like I could cry. I had gotten used to being seen as strange, feared, or the subject of malicious rumors. I had always told myself that I wasn't doing anything wrong, so I shouldn't let it bother me, that I couldn't let it bother me. Your Grace, you're far too kind to a mere girl you've only just met. I discreetly wiped away the tears threatening to form at the corner of my eyes and forced a smile onto my face. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just found myself feeling a little reluctant to part ways. I see, I had hoped to talk a bit more with you as well, but it looks like time's up. The Duke glanced toward a group of noble knights standing impatiently in the distance. No doubt they had been sent to fetch him. Until next time, Melier. Yes, your Grace. As the Duke stepped away from the carriage, the coachman took hold of the reins, and the horses began to move. The sound of the wheels turning echoed as the Duke's figure gradually receded into the distance. Then, raising the basket of dried meat, he called out, "I'll keep my promise." I'm glad I met him. I hadn't wanted to attend, but in the end I had fun. Most likely, the Duke's words were just social niceties. Perhaps he had merely been curious about what kind of person the so-called monster-eating Voracious Villainess was. But maybe, just maybe, he really will come to visit me. Try as I might, I couldn't completely shake off that faint, lingering hope. Section. The banquet was set to continue for another 3 days, but Lady Talbot, shaken by the blood-mad monster incident, resigned from her role as my chaperone. After hearing the details from her, the other attendants also refused to accompany me. With no other choice, I decided to cut my stay short and return home earlier than planned. The journey back from the royal capital to the Marchal Raid territory took about 10 days. We were briefly delayed in Colt's village due to a blood-mad Earl, a medium-sized carnivorous monster. But aside from that, the trip was relatively smooth. Before I had departed for the capital, the mountain range surrounding Marchelrade had been lush and green. Now it was covered in snow. Winter was nearly upon us. That's. As our carriage crested a small hill, the sharp rooftops of the Marchelrade estate came into view. And in front of the gates, pacing back and forth, was a tall, lanky figure I recognized even from a distance. Father. Leaning out of the carriage window, I waved enthusiastically. He was wrapped in a heavy fur-lined coat, fully prepared for the coming winter. Melfi, you're finally back. Impatient to wait for the carriage to reach him, my father shouted in relief, his coat billowing as he ran toward me. He seems unusually flustered. Had something happened while I was away? Faster, no, never mind. Stop the carriage. He waved his staff frantically, urging the driver to halt. This was clearly a serious matter. Growing concerned, I called out at the top of my lungs, Father, what's wrong? Melfiera, what on earth have you done? Our voices overlapped. What does he mean by that? Had word reached him about the blood-mad Earl in Colt's village? But that had been dealt with by the village hunters. There hadn't even been any injuries. Then, before I could gather my thoughts, my father practically tore the carriage door open and climbed in, panting heavily. Why, you were supposed to be attending the banquet. So it wasn't that something had happened, it was that I had done something. But what? It couldn't be about the monster meat I'd left in the town estate before departing. I had distributed all of it before I left. And because my stepmother despised it, I hadn't stored any in the territory while I was away. Could it be that someone else in the domain had discovered the joys of monster cuisine and started cooking it themselves? Had my stepmother finally resorted to drastic measures upon witnessing it firsthand? I had been slowly introducing monster-based dishes to the people here. If something had happened while I was gone, I truly felt bad about it. Father, I did attend the banquet and searched for a potential fiancé, just as I was supposed to. Lady Talbot was with me the whole time. Yes, your fiancé, Melfi. Who exactly did you manage to ensnare at that banquet? What am I supposed to do now? His incoherent words left me utterly bewildered. For one, my search for a fiancé had been a complete and utter failure. I hadn't even met an ordinary knight, I had met a blood-mad monster instead. Unless my stepmother had moved up the timeline for sending me to the convent. If so, I could understand my father's panic. There were still at least 6 months before that was supposed to happen. Father, I'm sorry. My fiancé search. You're a daughter of House Marchelrade, a count's daughter, a duke and a count. Our ranks don't match. How did it come to this? How did you end up being proposed to by Duke Galbrath? He spat the words out all at once, breathing heavily by the time he was finished. For a moment, my mind went completely blank. Did you say proposal? Yes, proposal. You don't mean the kind that involves plant roots, do you? I'm not talking about plants. I see. How am I supposed to respond to this letter? Melfi, I told you I'd accept even a common knight, as long as it was someone who would cherish you. But why of all people, did it have to be His Grace the Duke? My father was panicked, but I was even more confused. Hadn't the Duke's words just been pleasantries? No, wait, he had said, I want to try eating monster meat. Could it be that this so-called proposal was just a front? Had I committed some terrible crime by feeding him monster meat? Was I now about to be arrested for violating the kingdom's strict spirit worship dietary laws? If the Duke were a devout spirit worshipper who forbade the consumption of monster meat, that scenario wouldn't be entirely impossible. But then again, he did eat the scatspit jerky and say it was delicious. And that smile of his, it didn't seem like a lie. Or was I simply desperate to believe that? Father, please let me see the letter. My father, finally catching his breath, sighed. All right. He then instructed the coachman to take us to the estate. As the carriage rumbled forward, I frantically searched my memory for any hints from my interactions with the Duke. When he first said he wanted to try eating monster meat, he had seemed terribly embarrassed. And when I spoke about it, he had listened with intense curiosity. And when Koss took the severed backhorn head from him, he had looked genuinely disappointed. This must be some sort of mistake. Maybe he couldn't openly write, I want to eat monster meat in a letter, so he disguised it as a proposal. But the moment I saw the letter from the Duke, that theory of mine was blown to pieces. Section: Father, are you sure this letter is truly from His Grace? For some reason, I had been led to the parlor, where my father presented me with a letter case, and I was utterly taken aback. The case was so lavish that it looked as if it contained a royal decree of knighthood. Embellished with gemstones, it was undoubtedly worth a fortune on its own. 7 days ago, a messenger bearing the crest of House Galbrath arrived, riding a flame eagle. I nearly had a heart attack. A flame eagle? Father, that's not fair. I wanted to see it too. Flame eagles were magnificent magical birds, adorned with brilliant crimson wings and long, elegant tail feathers. They didn't inhabit the cold regions of Marchelraid, so I had never seen one in person. Its wings were truly a sight to behold. No, that's not the point. Melfi, what exactly happened between you and His Grace at the banquet? Oh, Father, I've told you countless times. I was attacked by a blood-mad monster, and His Grace saved me. My dress got ruined, so he spoke with Her Majesty on my behalf, and she graciously lent me another. I had been asked the same thing over and over, and I was growing exasperated with my father's persistent disbelief. But why would a blood-mad monster appear at a royal banquet in the first place? It's perfectly normal for monsters to inhabit the forest. Why you didn't provoke it in some way by, say, considering it for a meal, did you? At his accusation, I tilted my chin up and shot him a cold glare. How cruel! Even I wouldn't do something that reckless at a royal gathering. Seeing my expression, my father quickly shifted from suspicion to concern. He gently pressed the letter case into my hands. Forgive me, Melfi. I spoke out of turn. I hardly think I could take down a blood-mad backhorn on my own. Yes, you're right, I know that. But still, until now, you and His Grace had no prior connection whatsoever. That one connection we did have was far more intense than he realized, though. I decided it was best to keep quiet about our monster cuisine discussions, the scatspit jerky, and everything else. If I brought that up, things would only get more complicated. May I read the letter? Oh yes, of course. See for yourself. But I pray this is all some mistake. What else could explain the blood-mad Duke taking a liking to you? I unsealed the case and pulled out the letter. The high-quality paper bore House Galbraith's watermark. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I unfolded it. After the customary seasonal pleasantries, the message was clear. I formally request the engagement of your daughter, Lady Melfiera. It really does say engagement. I read it again. And again. The wording was short, but no matter how many times I went over it, it was unmistakably a marriage proposal. How serious is he about this? Am I being tricked? He knew I was the so-called monster-eating lady. What had possessed him to write this letter? I can't read between the lines at all. It also stated, at the recent banquet, I had the pleasure of spending meaningful time with your daughter. But how could such a short encounter have led to an engagement? There had to be some ulterior motive. Melfi, you didn't get into any kind of trouble with His Grace at the banquet, did you? When I lifted my head from the letter, my father was watching me with deep concern. His Grace was truly kind to me. He was both dignified and compassionate. If he had been an ordinary knight, I might have actually considered him. He was that wonderful. I even found myself wishing we had spoken a little longer. To reject an official proposal from a ducal house, we'll need a solid reason. We can't keep them waiting. We should draft a response immediately. My father sighed deeply, his resignation filling the quiet parlor. Then, with slow, heavy steps, he left the room. I finally exhaled the breath I'd been holding, then carefully returned the letter to its case, as if handling something delicate. I see. So those hunters, caught up in their game, wandered too far into the forest and ended up trespassing into a monster's territory. The man lounged on a luxurious leather chaise, his golden hair shimmering as he idly swayed his head. After listening to my report, he nodded, then gestured for me to come closer. This was the royal tent of Maxim du Liverstole Meard Langdias, the 29th king of the Kingdom of Langdias. I had come here to report on the berserk monster incident after seeing Melfiera off. Since nothing good ever came from getting too close to him, I ignored his beckoning. The fools in question were Baron Montron's lot. Whether it was truly an accident is another matter. And if it had just been an ordinary monster, it wouldn't have been such an issue. But that thing had been storing an alarming amount of magic toxin. Still, no injuries, no deaths. I fulfilled my duty. Baron Montron, is it? Well, I'm grateful, Duke. Thanks to you, I can afford to sit back and relax. Your Majesty, I merely did what was expected of me. From the moment I inherited the name Galbrath, my entire being had belonged to His Majesty, to the Kingdom of Langdias. That was my duty, and as long as I lived, that would never change. Apparently, my response didn't sit well with him. His expression darkened in irritation. Hey, Aristide. What is it, Your Majesty? Oh, come now. No need to be so distant. You could call me Brother Maxim, just like you used to. I refuse. I rejected his teasing without hesitation. His Majesty and I were, by blood, true brothers. But 17 years ago, when he was named Crown Prince, I had stepped down as his kin and was adopted into House Galbraith. From that moment forward, I ceased calling him my brother. It wasn't that there was bad blood between us. There had simply been circumstances within the kingdom that necessitated it. Even so, I believed in maintaining clear distinctions. But he had never taken my stance on the matter seriously. Good grief, fine, stubborn as ever. With a resigned sigh, he flicked his gaze toward my hands. So, Duke, what's that you're holding? Sharp as ever. He had noticed the basket I had been discreetly keeping behind my back. I had planned to deliver my report and leave immediately, but it seemed His Majesty had no intention of letting me off so easily. It's nothing. Please, pay it no mind and return to enjoying your feast. Oh, you're that eager to keep it from me. My report is complete. You sure about that? His Majesty slowly rose from his chaise, wearing that ever-pleasant smile on his oh-so-perfect face. See, big brothers know everything about their adorable little siblings. For example, that red-haired girl. Instantly on guard, I took a step back, keeping the basket well out of his reach. That's something she gave you, isn't it? This has nothing to do with Your Majesty. Smells nice, though. Your Majesty. With swift, practiced movements, His Majesty slipped behind me, and before I could react, shoved his hand straight into the basket. Oh, dried meat, is it? Smells delicious. Hey, stop that. You're so stingy, Aristide. Oh, this is good. By the time I grabbed His Majesty's wrist, it was already too late. He had popped a piece of dried meat into his mouth and was now chewing happily, his face lighting up like an overjoyed child. I had no right to say this, but what about poison testing? What kind of dried meat is this? I sighed at His Majesty's childish antics, hard to believe he was over 30. Ha, you absolutely must not speak of this to anyone. I won't. Big brother always keeps his promises. It's dried scatsbit meat. Oh, the spiky little beast. This is better than 3-star beef. The moment I reluctantly disclosed the meat's origins, His Majesty's interest only grew. That's an exaggeration, or is it? This dried meat was packed with umami. The more you chewed, the richer the flavor became. In all honesty, it was more flavorful than the beef raised in the royal capital's pastures. This was made by the monster-eating Voracious Villainess, wasn't it? Her name is Melier Marchelraid. I didn't like how he so casually used that derisive nickname. Even if it was His Majesty, I didn't want him referring to her that way. She told me she made it herself, said she took inspiration from southern spices. I see. So her strange tastes aren't just a matter of novelty, there's actual skill behind it. So, what do you think? His Majesty gave me a knowing smile. This was a bad sign. The moment he looked at me like that, I knew he was about to meddle. There's nothing to think. This has nothing to do with Your Majesty. I deliberately kept my tone indifferent, but His Majesty wasn't buying it. Oh, but it does have to do with me. You would never go out of your way to protect just any noble lady. Not to mention, you used your ever-capable aide to borrow a dress from my queen, and you were seen having a rather friendly conversation with her. Koss's efficiency is as reliable as ever. And unfortunately, I do not own any dresses. As for the conversation, we merely exchanged. Ah, right, that red-haired daughter of House Marchelraid, Melier, was it? I hear she's still unengaged. Here we go. Lately, His Majesty had taken it upon himself to try and match me with eligible young ladies whenever we spoke. I had never been particularly troubled by my lack of a wife, so I usually dismissed his suggestions. But now that his attention had landed on Melier, things had become inconvenient. Because of my utterly infamous title, the mad-blooded Duke, marriage proposals rarely came my way. Not that I lamented that fact, but I had grown used to noble ladies fainting at the mere sight of me at social gatherings. I wasn't constantly drenched in blood, yet somehow, that was the only image they had of me. How much longer do you intend to keep me waiting? I was not aware I had been keeping your majesty waiting. Though I held the title of Duke, House Galbraith was a unique noble house that did not require its heirs to marry or produce offspring. His Majesty knew this, yet he still insisted. Marchelraid, though, wouldn't it be perfect? It's an earl's house, sure, but the match is reasonable enough. I have no need for a decorative wife. A noble lady who doesn't fear monsters, or you. Doesn't she remind you of the 36th Duchess of Galbraith? I clicked my tongue loud enough for him to hear, but it only made him grin wider. Which idiot spied on my exchange with Melier and relayed it to His Majesty as entertainment? Most likely, one of the nobles seeking favor with the king. And if it was about the scatspit jerky, then it must have been one of the knights sent to retrieve me. Damn it, I need to find out who it was and shut them up. I didn't particularly care if rumors spread about me. But if Melier got caught up in it, that was another matter entirely. For the record, the 36th Duchess of Galbraith was a legendary woman, the wife of the 35th Duke, who, after her husband's death, took up arms and personally led soldiers into battle, slaying countless monsters. Her portrait hung in the castle, a formidable warrior built like a war god. Melier, by contrast, was delicate and lovely. At least, that was my first thought, but then I reconsidered. She didn't shy away from butchering monsters. She ate them. She didn't mind getting her hands dirty with blood. She even asked me to teach her how to behead them properly. And when faced with a blood-mad backhorn, she had been willing to stand and protect someone. Maybe, just maybe, she did resemble the Duchess, after all. Your Majesty, I will be standing by for orders. Please cancel tomorrow's hunt. I couldn't let this conversation drag on any longer. His Majesty would get exactly what he wanted if I did. Yes, yes, fine. Hunt's cancelled, you're on standby. Oh wait, Aristide, I wasn't. Ignoring his voice calling after me, I turned and left the royal tent. Honestly, having an overly meddlesome older brother was exhausting. But maybe His Majesty has a point. Once again, my thoughts drifted back to Melier. Her striking red hair, as brilliant as fire. I had never imagined that the infamous monster-eating Voracious Villainess would turn out to be her. The blood of a slain monster had splattered across her pale cheeks, and for some reason, I had found the sight beautiful. When she fixed those large green eyes on me, I felt an unexplainable thrill. Her frame was small, delicate, but inside her was the kind of fierce resolve that led her to protect an elderly couple when others would have fled. She didn't fear monsters. Even bathed in blood, she looked stunning. And in that single moment, she had stolen my gaze entirely. Your Grace. Not far from the royal tent, Cos was waiting with several knights. Cos was not just a retainer of House Galbraith. He was a knight who had sworn personal loyalty to me. More than that, he was a highly capable man who even managed the duties of a chamberlain. I relied on him more than anyone. The Backhorn's nest has been secured. It appears that only one of them had gone blood mad. Well done, everyone. As a precaution, I've requested His Majesty to cancel the upcoming hunts. We'll remain on standby until the banquet concludes. For 3 whole days. Do you think that young lady will attend the banquet again? At Cos's overly curious expression, I let out a sigh. Him too? First His Majesty, now Cos. Why did they both keep steering the conversation in that direction? Were they really so bored that they had nothing better to discuss? Who knows? I kept my response curt. Most likely, Melier wouldn't be attending. She would return to the royal capital and then go straight back to her domain. She hadn't taken my words about bringing her a gift seriously. And why would she? Our encounter had been anything but normal, and she had just endured a rather unpleasant ordeal. She likely assumed I had been offering nothing more than empty pleasantries. What concerned me more was her expression at our parting. The tears that welled in those green eyes, they had been real. What had she been thinking, wearing that sorrowful smile? Perhaps I understood better than anyone. The monster-eating Voracious Villainess and the blood-mad Duke, 2 outcasts of noble society. Ah, Your Grace, you've already eaten so much. Cos peered into the basket I was holding and let out a disappointed sigh. HMPH, you were highly suspicious of it at first. Weren't you against eating monsters? Ordinary people would never consider consuming monster meat. They found it revolting. Cos had been no exception. he had eyed Melier warily from the start. Had she not been a count's daughter, he might have removed her from my presence on the spot. That's true. However, I've come to regret how I treated her. Looking back, we ourselves have eaten monster meat to stave off hunger in the past. I feel ashamed of my own prejudices. Koss bowed his head slightly in apology. I scoffed. Indeed, both Koss and I, as well as the men following behind us, had all eaten monster meat before. The vast lands of House Galbrath were home to the Elzani Great Forest, a breeding ground for countless monsters. It was our duty to hunt them down regularly so they wouldn't spread throughout the kingdom. Long campaigns often meant running out of provisions, leaving us no choice but to hunt our meals. When starvation loomed, we would resort to eating monster meat as a last resort. But well, according to Melier, the problem was improper preparation. Because of that, our bodies had always suffered afterward. The meat filled our stomachs, but hours later, we would pay the price. That was why Koss had been so suspicious of Melier. How could someone willingly eat monsters and enjoy it? And with that, Your Grace, I'll be helping myself to this. Taking advantage of my momentary lapse in thought, Koss reached into the basket and grabbed a fistful of dried meat. Hey, put that back. This is for analysis. Don't just shove it in your mouth right after saying that. Hofofuhufunfe. KUSS. Koss chewed, savoring the taste, then swallowed with great reluctance, as if already missing the flavor. Your Grace, when you visit House Marchelraid, I'll be accompanying you, just so you know. Like hell you are. You'll need me. Lady Melier would surely be pleased, but if the blood-mad Duke suddenly shows up, I expect her father, the Count, would be so shocked he'd collapse. Koss nonchalantly packed the remaining dried meat into a cloth pouch, his expression infuriatingly smug. What the hell is with this sudden change of heart? That promise was between me and Melier. No way in hell am I taking this meddlesome fool with me. That being said, I had never visited a noblewoman's house before. There had been one time, long ago, when His Majesty had forced me to attend a ball. I had tried to ask a lady to dance, but the moment my gaze met hers, she had begun trembling violently. Before I could say a word, her brother had thrown himself to the ground, forehead pressed to the floor, begging for forgiveness. After that, I avoided attending balls as much as possible. This is far beyond my level. Not long after the banquet concluded, I was summoned by His Majesty. What awaited me was a dossier on Melier and House Marchelraid. Naturally, it came with His Majesty's usual unwelcome words. Big Brother worked hard for his dear Aristide's happiness, you know. How far does his meddling go? Annoyed, I considered throwing the file straight into the flames. But then, among the documents, my eyes caught on a portrait. It had clearly been borrowed from a noble registry meant for marriage prospects. Melfier's likeness was depicted with a faintly melancholy smile. That expression was identical to the one she had worn at our parting, when her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. If it were me, I wouldn't let her look like that. Melier should be smiling. She had been so full of life at the banquet. And yet, was she forced to wear this sorrowful expression at home? The thought pricked at something deep within me. Is it strange that I want her to be happy? That night, I abandoned my plans to burn the file. Instead, I stayed up until dawn, reading every last detail about her. Chapter 2. The Voracious Villainess receives a marriage proposal from the blood-mad Duke. After a long time, I was finally able to take a leisurely bath. Once refreshed, I sat on my bed, opened the scroll, and pulled out the letter inside. Any exhaustion from my travels felt insignificant in the face of this letter. Duke Galbrath, Aristide Rogier du Galbraith, what a wonderfully elegant name. As I held the letter to my chest and closed my eyes, those beautiful golden eyes came to mind. The vivid flash of his strike, the moment the Backhorn's head fell, I could recall it as clearly as if it had just happened. Duke, were you also searching for a partner just like me? I knew nothing about the Duke's engagement situation, but no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't imagine why someone of his status and striking appearance would choose someone like me as his fiancée. Just as father had said, there had never been any connection between us before. The only link between us must have been demonic cuisine. Yes, in the end, it has to be about demonic cuisine. I decided to accept this conclusion after briefly trying to dismiss it. The ever-serious Duke must have had no one he could confide in about his desire to try eating magical beasts. For someone of his stature, openly declaring an interest in the taboo of consuming magical beasts was likely impossible. And it just so happened that I was someone who could grant that secret, quiet wish. That explanation made perfect sense. Even Koss, who should be supporting the Duke, had expressed clear distaste for the dried scatspit meat. I understand, Duke, that loneliness of having no one to talk to, but with me, you don't need to hide anything. You can tell me whatever you wish. As fellow enthusiasts, let us freely and joyfully discuss the wonders of demonic cuisine. Finally, everything clicked into place, and a weight lifted from my chest. The thought of having someone to share my passion with made me genuinely happy. Smiling to myself, I read through the letter again, this time aloud. To Count Ghislaine du Tour Marchelraid, I trust the season has brought you the song of the northern goddess. Meeting your beloved daughter during this fruitful autumn was, to me, the very promise of a bountiful life. At the recent banquet, I had the pleasure of spending a most meaningful time with her. May this bond bring even greater prosperity to both the House of Galbraith and the House of Marchelraid. I, Aristide Rogier du Galbraith, formally request the engagement of your daughter, Lady Melfiera O. Just as I reached the Duke's name, the edge of the letter shimmered, and faint patterns began to emerge. It seemed this was a magically sealed letter. The once blank lower section of the page now revealed the Duke's family crest, and then, right before my eyes, a burst of golden light scattered into the air. Oh my. What is happening? Magically inscribed golden letters formed on the once empty space. As my eyes traced the words, a smile naturally found its way to my lips. Unlike the formal proposal request, this edition was unmistakably written in the Duke's own familiar tone, just as I had imagined. Hey, just as I thought, but this is serious, I need to tell Father. A glance at the wall-mounted clock showed that it had just passed midnight. Father, who had likely been enjoying a drink in his study, was probably on the verge of retiring to his chambers. I couldn't waste any time. Grabbing my shawl, I tucked the letter back into its scroll and rushed toward Father's study. Section. A dim light seeped from under the door of Father's study in the main estate. Good, he was still awake. Knocking a few times, I called out, "Father." What is it, Melfi?" Father opened the door immediately, and I slipped into the room. "Father, before you go to bed, there's something I need you to see." "What is it now?" "More research." He sounded drowsy, his voice slower than usual, likely due to the alcohol he had consumed. Not this time. Actually, there was a postscript in the Duke's letter. The moment Father murmured the Duke, his expression sharpened instantly. "The Duke, what about him? Melfi, what do you mean by postscript?" I opened the scroll and handed him the letter. "Read it, Father." Just now, as I was rereading the letter, a magical postscript appeared. Blinking rapidly, Father hurried over to his desk and retrieved his glasses. Then he began reading the newly revealed lines. "My dear Melfiera, after you left the banquet, I found myself trapped in utter boredom. How do you intend to make up for that? To make matters worse, my subordinate spitefully ate the last of the dried meat. It was a miserable affair. I hear that the Marchelraid domain is already covered in snow. I will be visiting before the full arrival of winter. Look forward to the 18th day of the Fenrir moon. Aristide Rogier du Galbraith, the 18th day of the Fenrir moon." Father turned to the calendar, then back to the clock on the wall. His hands trembled as they gripped the letter. "What?" "The 18th is today." After reading the Duke's postscript aloud, Father clutched his head and groaned in distress. Seeing his panic, I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. This letter had been magically sealed to activate only when I spoke the Duke's name aloud. If I hadn't persistently reread it, Father might have been completely blindsided by the Duke's sudden arrival and collapsed from shock. "This is bad." Hermand. At Father's frantic call, the steward, who had been stationed nearby, rushed in with a panicked expression. Why, yes, my lord, I am here. Gigi Galbraith, the Duke, he's coming here. We must prepare, mobilize everyone at once. How many attendants will he bring? 10, no, 20. My lord, you mean to say that the blood-mad Duke himself is visiting us, today?" "Yes, today, the 18th of the Fenrir moon. It's written right here." Even in the dead of night, Herman immediately dispatched orders, summoning the servants and even the night watch knights to help. Meanwhile, Father scribbled notes on the nearest papers, listing the Duke's accommodations, the rooms for his entourage, and the number of stables needed for his mounts. Thankfully, we just finished preparing for winter. Everything must be ready by dawn, and Celia must be. Father, I'll help too. Unable to stand idly by, I ran to his side. The Duke was coming to see me. There had to be something I could do. Thank you, Melier, but you must return to your room and get some rest. Your preparations begin tomorrow. Father, but Celia doesn't know about the letter yet. She's likely already asleep, so I'll explain everything to her properly in the morning. Seeing Father's apologetic expression, I decided to comply. Lady Celia was Father's second wife and the mistress of this household. It seemed he hadn't intended to tell her anything until my return confirmed the truth. After all, who would believe that the Duke himself had proposed to me? Celia is skilled in preparing attire. Until she gives her instructions, take it easy. Understood, I'll return to my room. Even though I was born to Father's first wife, I could not defy the current mistress of the Marshall-Raid household. With Father and Herman scrambling in a panic, I decided to head back to my room in the detached wing. At the very least, I should prepare myself. I wasn't looking forward to facing Lady Celia, but if the Duke truly intended to propose, then I might be able to fulfill her wishes by becoming engaged. A long engagement period could lead to anything. If I failed, I'd just have to accept my fate. But still, does the Duke truly intend to marry me? If all he wanted was to eat magical beasts in secret, there was no need for an engagement. Besides, I had never told him about my situation, about how, if I couldn't find a fiancé, I would be sent to a convent. He shouldn't know anything about that. Of course, anyone investigating my history would immediately see that 3 years had passed since my social debut, and I had yet to secure a betrothal. It wasn't hard to figure out. I was infamous for my poor taste, eating magical beasts and all. So what then had the Duke found appealing about me? If it's for the Duke, I'd happily handle all the preparations for magical beast cuisine. There's no need for him to go as far as proposing. I had been away for some time, but my room still smelled faintly of parchment and ink. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I stretched before reaching out to trace the frame of my mother's portrait resting beside my pillow. Mother, you won't believe this, but it seems Duke Galbrath has proposed to me. The portrait of my 7-year-old self and my mother was the last memory we shared. She had passed away before the painting was even completed. The vibrant red hair and green eyes I inherited from her were my most precious treasures. Will the Duke acknowledge magical cuisine? Will he recognize my research? In this harsh, barren land, how could the people live in prosperity? That was the question Mother had always pondered. I would make sure her research was accepted by the world. No matter how long it took, I would see it through. For that, I must serve the most exquisite magical beast dishes, the finest. Before I knew it, my consciousness slipped into sleep. Section Lady Melier. Wrapped snugly in a warm blanket, I was jolted awake by Lady Celia's shrill voice. I had completely overslept. Panicking, I hurriedly folded my blanket as neatly as possible. Outside the window, daylight had already fully arrived. A glance at the clock showed it was nearly the 9th hour. Oh no, I overslept. Lady Melier. Why yes. Lady Celia stomped into my room, her voice sharp with irritation. You haven't even changed yet. She raised an eyebrow at me. With her golden hair styled in an elaborate updo and dressed in a high-quality blue gown, Lady Celia was an imposing beauty. I was awaiting your instructions, Lady Celia. Oh, well, fine, Coralie Monique, get Lady Melier ready. Make sure she looks presentable. The 2 maids standing behind Lady Celia immediately started rummaging through my wardrobe. I could never call Lady Celia Mother. It wasn't that I refused to, she simply didn't allow it. She had told me directly, I refused to acknowledge a girl who eats magical beasts as my daughter. And so, our distant, strained relationship had remained unchanged. The maids pulled a bright green dress over my head. It was one of the dresses I had commissioned for finding a fiancé. I had never worn it before, but it was a relatively modest, non-flashy dress without much flair at the hem. Lady Celia, watching the process, scoffed. I told you to find a fiancé, but this is what you came up with? So unrefined. How disgraceful for a noblewoman. Even if it is a prestigious ducal house, to think he is that blood-mad duke, who thirsts for blood and revels in battle. Jaya! At that moment, a sharp cry echoed from outside. The glass windows trembled violently, and Lady Celia, along with her maids, shrieked and dropped to the floor, clutching their ears in terror. There were multiple creatures, many, judging by the chorus of cries, and judging by the sound, they were circling above. I hurried to the window, pushing it open and leaning out to look up. A flock of Greshel dragons. More than 10 Greshel dragons soared in the sky. This species did not inhabit the martial raid territory. They weren't the lesser variants, these were true dragons. Lady Celia was trembling so badly that her legs gave out beneath her. Lady Melier, close the window, close it at once. She pointed her fan toward the window in a panic, but the dragons weren't attacking. They merely circled above. Narrowing my eyes, I focused on the riders mounted on their backs. Wait, Lady Celia, that's, Duke Galbrath. Just as I spotted him, the figure astride the most magnificent dragon seemed to notice me as well. Descending at incredible speed, the dragon hovered just outside my window, its wings beating the air. Melier, have you read my letter? I've come to claim you as my wife. And of course, I've brought the promised gift. Duke Galbraith's silver-gray hair shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a brilliant sheen. His sharp amber eyes, burning golden in the light, met mine, his lips curving into a gentle arc. Clad in a crimson cloak that billowed in the wind, Duke Galbraith had, without a doubt, come to formally propose to me. Each time the dragon flapped its wings, the wind howled, causing the open window to slam against the wall with a loud bang. My hair was being blown about wildly, undoubtedly turning into a complete disaster. But despite that, I was overjoyed that the Duke had come, and I abandoned all sense of ladylike composure as I shouted, "Duke, have the dragons land in the pasture north of the estate. Will the livestock there be safe? They've been moved to another pasture for the winter." "Understood. I'll head there right away." The Duke raised his hand, slightly in acknowledgement, before guiding his dragon back toward the flock. What do I do? The Duke looks incredibly dashing. The dragon's iron-black scales provided a striking contrast to the Duke's crimson cloak. I had seen knights riding dragons before, but none had ever carried themselves with such confidence and dignity as he did. This was also my first time seeing a real Greshel dragon. I had wanted to see the fire falcons that Father had mentioned, but since they were weak to cold climates, they likely hadn't been suitable for the journey. Wait, what are those dragons carrying? 2 of the dragons moving toward the northern pasture had something heavy hanging beneath them. The objects were wrapped tightly in cloth, making it hard to tell what they were. Could that be the gift the Duke had mentioned? I need to hurry. I quickly changed out of the dress I had just put on and swapped it for one of my usual work dresses from the wardrobe. Lady Melier, where are you going? Closing the window, I turned around, ready to leave the room to greet the Duke. But just then, Lady Celia, still collapsed on the floor, called out to me. Her maids continued glancing anxiously outside. I need to welcome the Duke. Lady Celia, please come along quickly. I extended a hand toward her, inviting her to stand. As the mistress of this household, she needed to be at Father's side. And no, I am feeling unwell. Tell your father that. Do you hear me, Lady Melier? I am retiring to recover. But the Duke has come to propose an engagement. That will be settled as long as your father approves. Lady Celia shrieked in frustration. She wasn't wrong, Father was the head of the household, so his word would be final. But for the Countess of Marchelrade, her reaction was far from dignified. To arrive on dragons unannounced, just as I thought, the Galbraith family is nothing but barbaric and terrifying. Their reputation as the blood-mad Duke makes perfect sense now. Hearing her say that, a deep anger welled up from within me. True, the letter had never mentioned the Duke arriving by dragon, but to call him barbaric and terrifying without ever having met him. Arguing here would be a waste of time, so I swallowed my words and simply said, Countess Marchelrade, I intend to accept the Duke's proposal with gratitude. The Duke had come to ask for my hand in marriage. I would meet his sincerity with my own. The Duke was kind, he wouldn't look down on me. If I explained my situation properly, he would surely understand. Section, Father, the Duke has arrived. So those dragons truly did belong to House Galbraith. Yes, I saw the Duke from the sky. He will be landing the dragons in the northern pasture. I will go ahead to receive him, so please allow me to borrow your warhorse. I found Father rushing about, overseeing the last-minute preparations, and reported the Duke's arrival. The Marchelraid knights were also present, and once they confirmed that the dragons weren't a threat, they seemed visibly relieved. A warhorse, huh? True, normal horses wouldn't dare approach dragons. Very well. Once I'm ready, I'll follow. And Celia? Father, Lady Celia claims she is unwell. At my words, Father seemed to understand immediately. With a sigh of resignation, he nodded. I see. I will tell His Grace that she is recuperating. I'll join you as soon as I'm ready. Until then, I leave it to you. Yes, Father. I headed straight for the stables and ordered the stable hands to saddle Father's warhorse. Ordinary horses would panic at the sight of dragons, but a trained warhorse would be able to handle it. The horse was much larger than what I was used to, but it was well trained. It should be fine. As the stable hands led the horse forward, I stroked its neck in greeting before swiftly mounting the saddle. Without hesitation, I galloped toward the northern pasture. Upon descending the hill and passing through a small grove, the vast pasture came into view. There, a group of 10 Greshel dragons stood. Each one was magnificent, their long necks rising as they observed my approach. They weren't wary of me, merely watching, just as one would expect from a species at the pinnacle of magical beasts. Duke. Impressive, Melier, you came on a warhorse. My apologies for the lack of proper preparations. I was the most mobile person inside the estate. I dismounted at a slight distance and walked briskly toward the Duke. I was glad I had changed into a work dress. There was no way I could have ridden a horse in one of Lady Celia's gowns. The Duke also strode toward me. When there were only 5 steps between us, I stopped and curtsied. That hair, don't tell me, you just woke up. The Duke saw right through me, and I quickly averted my gaze in embarrassment. I had completely forgotten to fix my hair. It must have been an absolute mess. Well, actually, I only returned from the capital yesterday, but I'm fine. Seeing the Duke's slightly regretful expression, I smiled reassuringly. My hair was hardly a concern. Leaving the Duke and his men waiting would have been far worse. Beside the Duke stood Cos. When our eyes met, he smiled and lowered himself into a respectful bow. Lady Melier, daughter of the House of Marchelraid, I must apologize for my rudeness the other day. I am Cos Laforgue, an aide to the House of Galbrath. Please do call me Cos. Cos, is your stomach all right? At the banquet, Cos had been force-fed dried scatspit meat by the Duke. I was a little worried that it might have affected him. I am in excellent health. The remaining dried meat was quite delicious as well. Oh, you actually ate it. I was honestly pleased. Could he be the subordinate mentioned in the Duke's letter? I must apologize for our sudden arrival. Our impatient lord here acted quite recklessly. Hey, my father has reviewed the letter, and I have read it as well. Normally, one would wait for the Count's reply. But alas, our tyrant here. Hey, he is no tyrant. The Duke was simply concerned about the winter conditions here. That was clearly expressed in his heartfelt postscript. So that's what he wrote. Since he refused to let me check it, I was quite anxious, wondering what kind of letter a man so lacking in tact could have possibly written. Cos. The Duke barked his name as though scolding him. His face was flushed red, though I couldn't tell if it was out of anger or embarrassment. My apologies, Melier. I thought you would have returned sooner. On the way back, we were delayed by a blood-mad magical beast. A blood-mad magical beast. Were you unharmed? The hunters of Colt's village took it down together. Good. The Duke looked relieved, and then, as if naturally, he reached out toward my hair. It's so soft. What is? No, I just meant, your hair is quite soft. My hair was naturally curly, and if not carefully brushed, it would become an absolute mess. It was a little embarrassing, but the Duke seemed to find it pleasant, so I decided to let it be. Even if his touch felt more like he was petting a small, fluffy animal rather than a person. I mustn't dwell on that. Duke, my father will be sending an escort soon. However, no one in Marchelraid can handle dragons, so. Once the Duke had his fill of stroking my hair, I confessed my concerns honestly. It was a serious issue. In the Marchelraid territory, where winters were long, dragons were not used as a means of transport. No one here had any experience handling them. In general, dragons were a species of magical beast weak to the cold, which is why they were rarely seen in this region. However, Greshel dragons were an exception. They could withstand moderate cold. Still, no need to worry. Half of my men will be returning. The only ones staying behind are myself, Koss, and 3 knights who care for the dragons. Oh, but after coming all this way, you're already heading back. At least stay for a day. I'll have my father grant permission for a hunt. Please allow the dragons to rest their wings in the foothills of Mount Bardosh. Are you sure? Of course. If I were the mistress of this estate, I wouldn't have needed to wait for father's approval. The Greshel dragons, obediently waiting under their master's orders, must have been starving. Ah, right. Where should I put the gift? The Duke pointed at the enormous bundle, wrapped tightly in cloth. So that was the gift after all. But just how big was it? Could it be a magical beast? At my question, the Duke's expression grew triumphant. Is it the underbrick he mentioned at the banquet, or perhaps a Greshel dragon mimic? Either way, it had to be a magical beast from the vast Elzeni Great Forest. My excitement was impossible to contain, and I eagerly moved closer to the Duke. Duke, may I take just a quick look? Of course, it belongs to you. It's not moving. Has it already been processed? That you'll have to check for yourself. Following the Duke, I stepped between the Greshel dragons. The knights, all wearing matching uniforms, greeted me with a respectful bow. They were lightly armored, as was typical for dragon riders. Their breastplates, made of black iron to match the Greshel dragon scales, bore the crest of House Galbrath. Unlike the Duke, their cloaks were black, which suited them well. Here, Melier. Oh yes, right away. While I had been distracted, the Duke had already unwrapped the edge of the cloth bundle. Hastily, I stepped forward to inspect it. What kind of magical beast was it? Since the Galbraith domain was still in the heart of autumn, the beast must have been in peak condition, full of nutrients. Wait, these horns, this fur, this color. Its body shape was one I recognized, yet its grandeur and coloration were entirely different. Swallowing hard, I murmured the name, a royal Mudra. As expected of you, Melier. That's right. This isn't just any Mudra, it's a golden-furred royal Mudra. It's been feasting on autumn's bounty, so the meat is rich and fatty. Duke, you're truly giving me this royal Mudra. The Mudra was a large magical beast, bigger than a typical livestock cow, with 2 curling horns and a sharp, blade-like horn protruding from its forehead. Its thick white fur was highly prized, and among them, those with golden fur were known as royal Mudras. Their pelts fetched exorbitant prices. Usually, only the fur was harvested and the meat discarded. However, since Mudras were herbivores that fed exclusively on mushrooms and nuts, their flavor was said to be exceptional. Oh, I actually went hunting for an underbrick, but this one suddenly showed up. Capturing it alive was quite the challenge, you know. Hearing that it was still alive, I lifted the cloth a bit more and immediately placed my hand against the royal Mudra's neck. It was warm, and I could feel a steady pulse. It's really alive. You used magic to put it to sleep? Duke, thank you so much. I'm so happy. I can't believe it's a royal Mudra. If I drain both its blood and magic properly, it will definitely be delicious. Overcome with excitement, I blurted that out in front of the knights. Oh, I wonder what kind of meat it has. Thick-cut grilled? Stewed? With all this fat, maybe seared would be best. There are so many ways to prepare it depending on the cut. Seared, huh? That does sound tempting. So the Duke prefers seared. Heh, I can't wait to get cooking. As the Duke and I got lost in our fantasies about how to prepare the royal Mudra, Father arrived with an especially luxurious carriage to welcome him. Father had changed into a refined navy blue coat, simple yet elegant. Men didn't have to wear dresses, so in moments like this, they had it much easier than us women. I was a little jealous. Stepping away from the royal Mudra, I quietly took my place behind Father. My deepest apologies for the delayed welcome. Duke Galbraith, welcome to Marchelraid. I am Ghislaine du Tour Marchelraid, the Count of this land. Father and the knights of Marchelraid greeted him with the highest level of courtesy. The Duke gave a composed nod and signaled Koss with his hand, prompting the knights of Galbraith to form a line and return the knight's salute. I am Aristide Rogier du Galbraith. I know this is quite the imposition, showing up like this unannounced, but I needed to hear your answer before the true winter set in. Coming from someone as dignified as the Duke, words like those left no room for argument. I had been so distracted by the magical beast that I had nearly forgotten the Duke had come to formally propose. A noble marriage was not just about the individuals, it was a matter between houses. Father and the Duke would now have to discuss matters, and all I could do was wait for them to finish. But before that, Father, half of the knights will be returning home. Please, grant them permission to hunt in the foothills of Mount Bardosh for the dragon's sake. I spoke quietly, so as not to interrupt the formalities. The Greshel dragons couldn't simply be left unattended. That large bundle, isn't it food for the dragons? Father glanced at the cloth-wrapped royal mudra. That assumption was natural. Normally, it would be, but this was a gift from the Duke to me. Strictly speaking, it was my food. What should I do? Is now the right time to explain that I got carried away discussing demonic cuisine with the Duke at the banquet? Father had read the postscript in the letter, so maybe he would understand if I explained. Either way, I couldn't stay silent forever. Avoiding his gaze, I casually revealed the truth. Father, that's a gift. A gift from the letter, the one meant for you. Yes. At the banquet, the Duke promised to bring it for me, a magical beast, as a souvenir. Father's eyes widened in shock. He looked at me, then at the Duke. The Duke knew about my interest in magical cuisine, so there was no need for Father to be so wary. This, His Grace knows about your interests. Yes, he does. He even said he wants to try my cooking. That's why I'd also like permission to use the research facility. Wait, Melfi, give me a moment to process this. Father seemed quite overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Father. I know this must be difficult for you. I was well aware that my unusual hobby had caused him much trouble. And yet, despite that, he had always turned a blind eye, allowing me to do as I pleased. I could only be grateful to him for that. Count Marchelraid. The Duke, who had clearly been listening, suddenly joined the conversation, offering Father a meaningful smile. I believe I have a fair understanding of your daughter's situation. I am also aware of the cruel rumors surrounding her. It is with all of that in mind that I am making this proposal. I see, so, your Grace is that well-informed about my daughter very well. Let us continue this discussion at the estate. About that. The Duke suddenly winked at me and gestured behind him with his thumb. Mullen, how much time is left on that spell? Sir, at most 2 more hours. Well then, Count. We should take care of this gift before it wakes up. The knight called Mullen responded with a salute before immediately heading back toward the Greshel dragons. Father, startled by the exchange, hastily called out. W8, your Grace. You mean to say that the magical beast, your gift, is still alive? I thought it would be fresher that way, so I captured it alive. It's just under a sleeping spell. Once it wears off, it'll wake up and start rampaging. Mullen, show the Count. Following the Duke's command, Mullen pulled back the cloth, revealing the magnificent curling horns and dazzling golden fur of the royal Mudra. The Knights of Marchelraid immediately tensed, their hands gripping their swords. Father, meanwhile, stood frozen in shock. This is a Mudra, no, a royal Mudra. It's asleep, so there's no need to worry. Why yes, but to think, such a dangerous, valuable creature was captured so easily. At the banquet, I told Lady Melfiera I wished to try eating a magical beast. I insisted that if she wanted to serve me something, I would go out and hunt it myself. I realize this is quite a burden on you and your daughter, but if you could show me how you process it first. I see, so His Grace is already this involved. Father let out a sigh that carried deep exhaustion. I felt a pang of guilt, and for the Duke as well. I hadn't told him a thing about my circumstances. Yet, perceptive as he was, he must have already realized my struggles and chosen to shoulder the blame himself, as if all of this were merely his own selfish request. Then, first, let us fulfill your Grace's request. As for the knights who will be departing soon, I must advise against underestimating the cold here. Please allow them and their dragons ample time to rest. There is a research facility a short distance from here that belongs to Melfiera. It should be suitable for housing both the royal Mudra and the dragons. Father had fully understood what I had wanted to say and even granted permission to use the research facility. Right now, the stables at this pasture were empty. However, if the dragons, a predator species, were housed here, their scent would linger, and the livestock that would return in the spring might refuse to enter out of fear. Now, with the research facility available, the dragons would have proper accommodations, and the royal Mudra could be safely transported there as well. Father, Melfiera, you can tell me everything in detail later. Yes. For now, you will guide the Duke and his knights to the research facility. Thank you, Father. I turned to face the Duke and bowed deeply. Then, Duke, I will lead the way on horseback. Please follow me. No need, I will have you ride my dragon, guide me from the air. Oh, are you sure? Of course, I don't mind if it's you. Cos, we're moving the dragons now. I'll take Melier ahead, follow with the gift. The Duke glanced behind him. Though suddenly called out, Cos puffed out his chest in an exaggerated manner and thumped it with his fist. Cos, I'm counting on you. Likewise, Lady Melier. But are you truly accepting all 10 dragons? My research facility is large enough. I usually process and preserve magical beasts there. I see, that sounds like a fascinating place. I hope it meets your expectations. As Cos began issuing orders to the other knights, I followed the Duke to the largest and most magnificent of the Greshel dragons. When the Duke pulled on its reins, the dragon crouched down and let out a soft, affectionate trill. Oh, what an adorable sound. Ha, calling a dragon's voice adorable. But Melier, you mustn't eat this one. I would never eat your dragon, Duke. Ha, I'm only joking. That was terrible. Laughing, the Duke easily swung himself into the high saddle and then extended his hand toward me. I had no idea how to get on, but as long as he was helping, I would be fine. This is my first time riding a dragon. No need to worry, just trust me. The moment I took the Duke's large hand, I was effortlessly lifted onto the saddle and seated in front of him. Even though the dragon was crouching, it was still taller than a warhorse. Instinctively, I clung to the Duke's arm. Are you afraid? If I hold on tight, I think I'll be fine. Side saddle is fine. Just lean your weight against me and hold onto my arm. Nestled securely within the Duke's arms, I obediently clung tightly to his arm. Sitting side saddle made the position even more unstable than riding astride. The Greshel dragons carrying Cos and the others took off first, rising into the sky and beginning to circle. Seeing them so close was breathtaking. Even the knights of Marchelrade seemed captivated, glancing up repeatedly to observe them. Then Father stepped forward. My apologies, Duke. I must return to the estate to make the necessary preparations. Instead, I will send Melier and a knight in my place. It's fine. This was my own selfish request. Melier, be sure not to make any mistakes. Do exactly as the Duke wishes. Father held the reins of the warhorse I had ridden here and bowed his head toward me. Seeing him like that, I made up my mind. If the Duke truly accepted me, then Father would surely feel at ease. To make that happen, I had to show him everything about what I did at the research facility. If I tell you everything, why I am so devoted to magical cuisine, what will you think of me? Chapter 3, Time to Feast. The ultimate grilled skewers, ingredient, royal Mudra. Riding a dragon and looking down at the territory from the sky was an incredibly luxurious experience. If I had never met the Duke, I would have never had such an opportunity in my lifetime. If you're scared, just avoid looking down. Not at all, I'm not scared in the slightest. Dragons flew by using both their wings and their abundant magic. With each beat of its wings, the altitude increased rapidly, and soon, Father and the pasture below shrank into the distance. Duke, do you always get to see such a spectacular view? Yes. I travel mostly by dragon. Being able to see so far, it almost makes me feel like I've become a dragon myself. Looking down from such a height, the Marchelrade territory felt so small. I quickly spotted my research facility, located about 15 minutes on horseback from the estate. Duke, that structure along the edge of the large depression is my research facility. That looks like the remnants of a dried-up lake. You can tell. That's the mark left by the Great Drought 17 years ago. I see, so even this land bears the scars of that disaster. That place had once been a lake, but it had completely dried up due to the Great Drought. The abandoned lake bed was repurposed, and a vast breeding ground along with the research facility was built there. The research facility itself was originally a lakeside retreat, which my mother later converted. Where should we land? Please land near the stone pavement in the courtyard of the research facility. The stable is the building with the green roof. There was nothing there now, but back when my mother was alive, various magical beasts from the Marchelrade domain had been kept there. All right, we're descending. The Duke tightened his hold on me before steering the dragon into a controlled descent toward the research facility. After landing first, I guided the arriving Greshel dragons to the stable. I instructed the knights to make use of the space as they saw fit, and they promptly led the dragons toward the watering troughs. The well-trained dragons followed their riders' commands obediently, walking in perfect formation. My, what well-mannered dragons they are. They've been raised from eggs to be accustomed to humans. By the way, Melier, is that a magic circle? The Duke examined the markings on the stone pavement with keen interest. When the dragons had landed, the wind from their wings had blown away the dust, revealing intricate crimson symbols on the pale stone surface. Yes, this is the magic circle I use for processing magical beasts. I see, an ancient magic inscription. Did you create this? Yes, my mother originally designed it, and I improved upon it. I am the one who takes thy life and lives by consuming thee. The Duke easily read the ancient script written in the special die, deciphering its meaning without difficulty. This is used to extract magic power, isn't it? Not a bad setup, but wouldn't it be difficult to use this alone? Exactly, you're quite knowledgeable about ancient magic, Duke. This magic circle is solely for drawing magic out of an object. I went to the storage shed at the edge of the stone pavement, unlocked the door, and retrieved several palm-sized cloudy crystals. Carrying them back, I presented them to the Duke. To extract magic from a magical beast, another tool is necessary. These cloudy crystals are used to draw out both the magic and the blood simultaneously. The inside of these cloudy crystals has been hollowed out. This is fine craftsmanship. At the moment, they were just ordinary cloudy crystals, but once infused with my magic, their color and radiance would change dramatically. It would be faster to show him than explain, so I decided to ask the Duke for his help. Duke, may I make a request? What is it, Melier? Would you show me that decapitation once more? That breathtakingly precise stroke was still burned into my memory. Such a swift, flawless sword technique was beyond the abilities of Marchelrade's knights. Even the knight captain wouldn't be able to match the Duke's skill. And as for me, someone who didn't even know the proper technique, it was even more impossible. Do you want me to behead it here? Yes, if you would. If you handle the decapitation, I can focus on extracting the blood and magic properly. I hate to interrupt your enthusiasm, but might I suggest postponing this rather gruesome conversation? I turned to see Koss standing off to the side, looking somewhat uncomfortable. For some reason, his face was slightly stiff. Above him, 2 dragons were still circling, carrying the gift in their talons. Lady Melier, where should we place the gift? Oh, my apologies, Koss. Over here, please, right atop this magic circle on the stone pavement. Understood, Mullen, a little more to the right. Yes, slowly now. Following Koss's guidance, the knight riding one of the dragons adjusted its position, steering it toward the magic circle drawn on the stone pavement. The 2 dragons descended gradually, lowering the massive royal mudra onto the designated spot. I asked Koss to remove the cloth, then gently stroked the magnificent golden fur. Still under the effects of the sleeping spell, the royal mudra remained unaware of its surroundings. Meanwhile, the Duke stood nearby, carefully selecting which sword to use for the beheading. The blades in his possession were all highly practical, clearly designed for battle rather than ceremony. They bore minimal ornamentation, but their edges were honed to an almost terrifying sharpness, gleaming with an ominous light. Now then, let's get the preparations underway. A magical beast of this size is too much for me to handle alone. Would you mind assisting me? Of course. The Duke raised his sword in acknowledgement. Koss also removed his gloves and rolled up his sleeves. Gladly. The knights have returned as well, so just give us your instructions. Thank you. First, we'll start by shearing the royal mudra's fur. It's still under the sleeping spell, but is there a chance it might wake up? Shearing it was one thing, but I wasn't a specialist in that field. If it took too long, there was always the risk that the beast might wake up. If we have about 2 more hours, it should be fine. Golden fur is highly valuable after all. Leave the shearing to our knights. Koss looked confident as he spoke. The Duke, who seemed to acknowledge his skill, reassured me to entrust the task to his knights. The Knights of Galbrath primarily hunt magical beasts, but part of their duty is also harvesting resources like horns, claws, and fur from the creatures they slay. Shearing is second nature to them. At that, Koss and the other knights retrieved large combs and shears from their leather pouches, much larger than those used for ordinary wool shearing. Don't damage the body. Trim as close to the skin as possible. Understood. With a crisp SHHK sound, the golden fur was quickly shorn away. The royal mudra, now revealing its bare skin, looked noticeably smaller. Beside it, piles of fluffy golden fur were neatly stacked. The thread spun from this fur was so rare and valuable that it was often presented to the royal family. But I cared far more about what was inside than the fur itself. A well-marbled royal mudra. I wonder how it tastes. Now completely bare, the royal mudra was lifted by the knights, who positioned wooden supports under its head. They raised its neck to a higher level, making it easier to sever. As I observed its massive frame from different angles, the Knights of Marchelrade finally arrived, slightly out of breath. Lady Melier, our apologies for the delay. It's fine, you made it in time for the butchering. The Duke will be beheading the royal mudra now. It'll be over in the blink of an eye, so watch carefully. And if possible, I wanted them to learn the technique, so they could assist in my future research. The Marchelrade Knights swallowed nervously. Getting the chance to witness the so-called Madblood Duke in action had them all looking serious. The Duke handed his crimson cloak to Cos and gave his sword a few practice swings, fully prepared. Now I will extract the magic along with the blood. Duke, please make a clean cut in one stroke. Once you've beheaded it, step away from the magic circle as quickly as possible. Understood. I'm ready whenever you are, Melier. Yes, but before we begin, I turned toward the magical beast and recited my usual prayer. I do not take life lightly. I will cherish and honor this noble life until the very end. I never killed magical beasts recklessly. Everything was for the sake of ensuring the people of this land would never suffer again, so they could live happily and prosperously. Taking a deep breath, I stepped to the edge of the magic circle. The Duke stepped inside, lowering his stance before the royal mudra's neck. With both the Galbrath and Marchelrade knights watching intently, I took a cloudy crystal in hand and began chanting. Ritterard, Odona magicus bomarustiris. As the incantation flowed, the cloudy crystal glowed with light. The magic circle etched onto the stone pavement began to emit a faint glow, enveloping both the royal mudra and the Duke. Duke, please proceed. At the exact moment I called out, the Duke moved. I've got it. It was over in an instant. The only thing I saw was the faint afterimage of the blade. The Duke's sword had been lowered in a smooth arc, yet I never actually saw the moment it struck. With a heavy thud, the royal mudra's head dropped onto the stone pavement. He swung. When did he? The Duke's blade flashed through the air, cleaner and sharper than even during the banquet. Blood spurted from the severed neck, but due to the magic circle, the droplets immediately froze in midair. Melier, I'm done. The Duke swiftly stepped away from the magic circle, and I snapped back to focus, resuming my incantation. The suspended blood suddenly rushed toward the cloudy crystal in my hands, shimmering with a crimson glow as it absorbed the magical energy. The blood and magic pulsed through the magic circle, converging into the cloudy crystal. Delnia, Odona magicus bomarustiris. The cloudy crystal shone red, its hollow interior now swirling with condensed blood and magic. The royal mudra was a massive creature, and even after absorbing so much, I had only filled about half of the crystal. As the process continued, my hair reacted to the magic, radiating like a burning flame. What an immense amount of magic power! The crystal was nearly full, reaching its limit. I continued my incantation carefully, but I could tell I was nearing the breaking point. As I glanced toward the spare cloudy crystals, the Duke caught my gaze. Melier, what do you need me to do? There's more magic power than expected. One crystal isn't enough, I need to switch to a spare. Please take the full one and hand me another. Understood. The Duke handed me a fresh cloudy crystal, and I passed him the one that had reached its limit. The filled cloudy crystal gleamed crimson from the absorbed blood and magic, though to me, it was nothing more than an essential research tool. But the Duke seemed intrigued. He called Cos over, tapping the crystal with his nail and holding it up to the light. Red suits the Duke so well, maybe as a jewel. No, that won't do. This is a cloudy crystal after all. It's just a lump of blood and magic. A proper ruby would suit the Duke far better. Refocusing, I gripped the new crystal and steeled myself to finish the process. Ritterard, Odona magicus bomarustiris layembriol. With the final chant, the glow of the magic circle condensed toward its center. The stream of blood slowed, and the brilliance of the magic began to fade. I took a deep breath as the last drop of magic from the royal mudra flowed into the cloudy crystal. Phew, that should do it. It's safe to enter the magic circle now. I had filled 1.5 palm-sized cloudy crystals. I had never extracted this much from a single beast before. This royal Mudra must have possessed an extraordinary amount of magic power. The Duke approached the beast's body, intently examining the severed neck. I thought it would be more shriveled, but the meat is surprisingly tender. I only extract the blood and magic power. If you remove too much moisture, the meat turns dry. Leaving an adequate amount is the key to making it delicious. Impressive. Did you develop this method yourself? It all began with my mother. 17 years ago, during the Great Drought and Famine, many of our people suffered from starvation. The Marchelraid lands are scarce in resources and not particularly fertile. So my mother started researching whether we could utilize the magical beasts that appeared in large numbers. I inherited her work, studying ways to extract magic power from these creatures. If the process could be made simpler and accessible to more people, these troublesome magical beasts could become a valuable food source, ultimately saving the people. Of course, I had to admit, lately, I wasn't just doing it for research. Trying rare magical beasts had become exciting, because they taste amazing. Sometimes I encountered less appetizing creatures, but for the most part, magical beasts were both delicious and highly nutritious. What will you do with this? The Duke skillfully spun the cloudy crystal in his hand. It was a condensed mass of magic power, the very essence of the royal Mudra's life. I plan to use it later to start a fire. A fire? Yes. With this much, I won't have to worry about firewood for cooking or fuel for the magic lamps in my research lab for at least 2 months. You don't use it for anything else. Is there another way to use it? I tilted my head. I already considered it well utilized as a fire starter and a power source for magic lamps. The Duke seemed about to say something, but then shook his head and handed the crimson glowing cloudy crystal back to me. This is fine for you, but you should be aware, you're conducting research more valuable than anything the royal court magicians are doing. The magic stored in this crystal, depending on how it's used, could be powerful enough to destroy an entire nation. Destroy a nation? You weren't aware. I've only ever extracted magic from small creatures, like yackles or katako birds. Smaller creatures had much less magic power. The thought of using it as a weapon had never even crossed my mind. Melier, rumors are just rumors, but when they take on malice and spread, they can cause unimaginable tragedy. Let people say what they will, but if anyone tries to harm you, I won't stand for it. Duke. I didn't know how to respond to the serious look on his face. But the part about drinking fresh blood, that rumor wasn't entirely false, was it? What do you mean? That was one of the many rumors about me, that I drink fresh blood instead of fruit wine. Of course, it was just gossip. I never drank blood. I simply used magic to absorb it into the cloudy crystals. I frowned, confused by what the Duke was implying. Watching your magic, I almost believed I was witnessing one of the legendary vampiric clans in person. The way your hair burned so beautifully, the way your emerald eyes gleamed brighter than a beryl gemstone. For a moment, I truly thought I wouldn't mind offering my life to you. The Duke narrowed his eyes with a mischievous smirk. I repeated his words in my mind, slowly processing them. Then suddenly, my entire face heated up. Why, you mustn't tease me like that. I wasn't mesmerizing you, and my hair only reacts to magic, that's all. It was a compliment. Accept it properly. In that case, Duke, you have golden eyes that shine brilliantly with magic, which I find very charming. And when you rode that black iron dragon, your crimson cloak billowing behind you, it suited you perfectly. I see. When I passionately argued back, the Duke averted his gaze slightly, mumbling a response. Oh no, did I say something weird? I felt embarrassed, fidgeting awkwardly. The Marchelraid knights deliberately avoided looking in our direction, while the Galbrath knights, for some reason, had clenched fists. I could hear them whispering things like, "Go for it, now's your chance," and "His Grace is hopeless." Koss, however, was completely blunt about it. "Pathetic, 3 points out of 1,000, he muttered, holding up 3 fingers. Feeling increasingly flustered, I clapped my hands together and changed the subject. Anyway, we should start butchering the meat before the mansion is ready, right? Why, yes, that's right. Regaining my composure, I went to retrieve a magic measurement device from the shed. It was a tool resembling the cloudy crystals, but with a needle attached. By piercing the meat, I could measure any remaining magic power. The results showed that almost all magic had been successfully extracted. Not a trace of residual magic. That's a relief. Now we can safely eat it. Impressive, but wouldn't a little bit of magic power be fine? No, Duke. If magic remains, it can transform into magic toxins. That little bit of carelessness could be dangerous. Magical beasts naturally release their magic power after death, but extracting magic from a deceased creature was extremely difficult. That's why people traditionally relied on methods like salting or smoking the meat to remove lingering magic. If left unchecked, the remaining magic would condense and turn into a toxic substance, what we called magic toxins. If this hardened within a beast's body while it was still alive, it would cause blood-mad transformation, drastically increasing its aggression. Since this one is so large, it'll be hard to butcher it while lying down. We should hoist it up first, prepare the meat-hanging rig. I instructed the martial raid knights, who set about assembling the necessary equipment. They wrapped heavy iron chains around the royal Mudra's hind legs, pulling together to suspend it. From here, the process was the same as butchering cattle or pigs. The Duke, who seemed familiar with the sight, commanded the Galbrath knights to assist as well. Come to think of it, royal Mudra leather is a valuable resource, isn't it? It is. Once tanned and softened, nobles scramble to have it made into shoes. Then we must be careful when skinning it. All right, Mullen, help Ambry skin it. Oh, let me assist as well. I felt guilty leaving everything to the knights, so I grabbed a skinning tool and joined the circle. Everyone, let's do this carefully. Be extra careful not to damage the abdominal membrane or the internal organs. If they rupture, the stench will seep into the meat. Hearing that makes me nervous. Lady Melier, where exactly should I make the incision? I'll handle that part. Cos, may I borrow your knife? I accepted the blade from Cos, who had been hesitating before the royal Mudra. The knife was small but sturdy, designed for outdoor use by knights. It bore the Galbraith family crest, so it must have been forged by their personal blacksmith, an expertly crafted weapon, without a doubt. It was a little heavy for me, but I could immediately tell it was high quality. From here to here. Make sure not to cut too deep or the organs will spill. Take it slow and steady. As I carefully ran the blade along its abdomen, it sliced through smoothly, requiring little effort. Truly, a masterpiece from the Galbraith family's smith. I wonder if the Duke would introduce me to them. I'd love a butcher's knife made precisely to fit my hand. As we peeled back the hide, a layer of beautifully marbled meat was revealed. Next came the removal of the internal organs and portioning the carcass. The royal Mudra's anatomy resembled that of sheep and cattle, but would the cuts be the same? The exquisite quality of the meat fueled my imagination. The massive hind legs, should I sear them over charcoal or slow roast them? I'll need to bring out the stored potatoes. Under my and the Duke's guidance, the enormous royal Mudra was efficiently butchered. After carefully removing the organs, the Duke took a wooden tub filled with them and said, "I'll feed these to the Greshel dragons," before heading toward the stables. Apparently, the magical beasts he hunted were regularly fed to the dragons and other carnivorous mounts. How admirable, the principle of utilizing the entire creature without waste. I fully supported such a mindset. Once the organs were dealt with, we moved on to washing the meat. I set up a purified water system using a freshly charged cloudy crystal. The filtration device was something I had built myself, combining runes and magic circles to cleanse collected rainwater. This area had suffered from a drastic shift in water sources due to the Great Drought. Digging wells yielded little, so all necessary water was stored in reservoirs, primarily collected from rainfall. I directed the flow of water into what had once been a decorative fountain, then moved the hanging apparatus to rinse away the remaining blood from the carcass. This step was crucial. Any negligence would result in unpleasant odors tainting the meat. As I braced myself against the cold water and continued my work, Martial Raid's Knight Commander, Claude, approached me. "Lady Melier, may I have a word?" "Cannot wait. I'm in the middle of an important process. The Count has entrusted me with the hunting permit." "Oh, thank you. Now the dragons won't go hungry." I quickly wiped my hands and took the permit from Claude. Since the Baltosh Mountains were not yet covered in snow, prey animals and magical beasts would still be active. The dragons would have plenty to hunt. I was about to deliver the permit to the Duke when Claude stopped me. Lady Melier. What is it, Commander Claude? Why did you bring them here? I cannot condone revealing all of the late countesses and your research to them. Commander Claude, why do you say that? The Duke holds no prejudice against me. I glanced at Claude out of the corner of my eye. He shook his head, lowering his voice. His proposal of marriage is just a pretense. If he merely found magical beast cuisine intriguing, that would still be acceptable. But if he seeks to exploit your research under that guise, I cannot stand by idly. After confirming that the meat was properly cleaned, I instructed the Marchelraid knights to divide it into sections. Then I turned to face Claude fully. And why would that be a problem? Using research for a purpose is a valid reason. Besides, I haven't even asked the Duke why he proposed to me. We mustn't jump to conclusions. Lady Melier, consider this. Galbraith dukes have always been tasked with exterminating the magical beasts of the Elsinore Great Forest. Would it not make sense that he has taken an interest in your research solely for the sake of his duty? Claude's words made me pause. Indeed, I had heard that the Galbraith family was responsible for a unique mission. Their surname and title were inherited only by those capable of fulfilling it. The current Duke himself was an adopted heir. But so what? If he sought to use my research for eradicating magical beasts, I would gladly cooperate. I want to complete my mother's research. I also wish to prove to the world that magical beast cuisine is beneficial. And what if the blood-mad Duke does not use your research for noble purposes? Claude was persistent. I knew he was concerned for me, but he was being too harsh. The Duke was not the terrifying figure the rumors painted him to be. Enough, Commander Claude. If you insist on calling him that, then I am the Vileater lady, am I not? That's not what I meant. Do not be swayed by rumors. At the very least, I want to learn more about the Duke. And if my research proves useful, I left my words unfinished, turning away from Claude. He did not press the issue further and instead bowed before retreating. Because really, being suddenly proposed to like this must mean there's a deeper reason. Last night, I had been naive enough to think the Duke just wants to eat magical beast cuisine, so he proposed. But after meeting him in person, I could no longer believe something so simple. The Duke had a reason, one that went beyond my understanding. Shaking off the unease creeping into my thoughts, I strode toward the Duke, who had just returned from the stables. When he saw me approaching, he raised a hand in greeting. He was as dignified as ever, yet there was always a gentleness in his gaze. Duke, the hunting permit has arrived. Now the dragons can have their fill. That's good. They were complaining that the royal Mudra's offal alone wasn't enough. The dragons complain. That sounds terrifying. My mount is particularly gluttonous. Just as we were talking, I suddenly realized how hungry I was. I placed a hand on my growling stomach and looked over at the freshly cut royal Mudra meat. Duke, are you feeling hungry as well? The Duke also placed a hand on his stomach and, just like me, cast a glance at the slabs of meat. I am feeling an unprecedented level of hunger. This was dangerous. The more I thought about it, the harder it became to resist. Swallowing the saliva that had gathered in my mouth, I leaned in and whispered conspiratorially. Over there, we have a most delectable souvenir, don't we? Indeed, it's first class. I'm eager for you to taste it. Aged meat is delightful, of course, but fresh meat can only be enjoyed now. When I looked up at the Duke with a smile, he smirked back at me. I pointed to the most tender cut, where the red meat was beautifully marbled with fat. If we take just a little from there and sear it lightly, wouldn't that be wonderful? We have so much meat. Why not go for a rarer cut? What an excellent idea. Melier, you're quite wicked. Oh no, not as much as you, Duke. Exchanging a silent nod, we sprang into action. The Duke rummaged through the leather pouches carried by his knights, while I slipped past the other knights and, as naturally as possible, sliced off the most succulent piece of meat. Near the storage shed, there was an outdoor cooking station. Without hesitation, I headed there and began preparing the firewood. Melier, use this, the Duke said, handing me a small bottle filled with some kind of powder. As soon as I opened the lid, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. This is a blend of spices. I swiped it from my head chef. It's a mix of finely ground seasonings. Oh, this scent is absolutely tantalizing. I can't resist. I placed firewood into the outdoor stove, then set a cloudy crystal filled with magical energy onto the small magic circle to ignite the fire. Ideally, charcoal would have been better, but there wasn't any here. Duke, this is for poison testing. Ah yes, poison testing. It is absolutely not snacking. Of course not. I skewered bite-sized pieces of meat and sprinkled the spice mixture evenly. Just that was enough to make my mouth water. The blend contained salt as well, as I noticed a slight sharpness on my tongue when I tasted a pinch. The fire from the wood burned strong, and with great anticipation, I placed the skewered meat over the flames. The fire crackled, the juices sizzled, and the rich aroma of roasting meat mixed with fragrant spices filled the air. To be safe, let's cook it thoroughly at first. Are you telling me to wait until it's done cooking? That is a torment beyond endurance. Duke, patience is essential for a delicious meal. It must be ready by now. Not yet, I need to flip it and cook the other side. I turned the skewer, revealing a perfect sear on the meat. The Duke and I simultaneously swallowed our saliva. The sizzling, the crackling, the smoky scent, everything was unbearable. Just then, a voice spoke from behind us. Duke, Lady Melier. Are you snacking? I yelped in surprise and nearly jumped. I had been so focused on the meat that I hadn't noticed Koss approaching. Apparently, neither had the Duke, because he immediately moved to shield our poison test from view. Don't sneak up behind people, it's nothing. Nothing, when there's such a mouth-watering aroma in the air. Here, take this, Koss, the hunting permit. Go feed the dragons. The Duke practically shoved the permit into Koss's hands. After a quick glance over it, Koss gave a formal bow. Lady Melier, my thanks. Now then, Duke, you should accompany me. I was just with Melier, you see. While your dragon is complaining about hunger, you're here snacking. Koss gave the Duke a half-lidded stare. The Duke clenched his jaw, glancing back at the perfectly roasted skewer. Fine, I'll give you one bite. One bite. Damn it, fine, take one skewer. Much appreciated, but why stop at one? Lady Melier, my men have never had the chance to eat properly prepared magical beast meat. They were deeply impressed by your process. Would you grant them the honor of being the poison testers? Behind Koss, the Galbrath knights, drawn by the smell, stood around, fidgeting. At this point, is it even poison testing, or just an outright feast? Soon enough, even the Marchelraid knights had gathered. In the end, what was supposed to be a small taste test turned into cooking skewers for the whole group. The Duke looked a bit disappointed. Don't worry, Duke, I'll make sure to save the best cuts just for you. Section, even with a large group, rare cuts would never be enough. I decided to set aside the most premium portion for the Duke and use shoulder meat for the knights instead. Of course, with their help, we made plenty of skewers. I wonder, is it all right to use so much of the Duke's spice blend? As I debated, I looked around for the Duke. Duke, I don't mind if my skewer isn't fresh off the fire, so I'll take yours as a poison test. This is mine. If you need to test for poison, use another piece of meat. But if you wait too long, it'll get cold. I said it's fine. Hurry up and eat while it's hot, and confirm it's safe. Oh, Duke, don't tell me you're thinking that the first piece Lady Melier cooked should belong to no one else. Shut up. If you want to test for poison, cook your own. The Duke and Koss were now openly fighting over the first skewer of meat. Panicked, I quickly adjusted the heat under the next batch of skewers, making sure they would cook properly. That was close. The first skewer contained the very best cut from the rarest portion. There was no way I could let it be wasted on poison testing. Lady Melier, if you need someone to test for poison, I volunteer. Oh my, even you, Sir Claude. As I checked the doneness of the skewers, Claude, the knight captain of Marchelraid, stepped forward to offer his services. Behind him, all of the knights were staring at the sizzling meat with an intensity I'd never seen before. The knights of Marchelraid were accustomed to hunting the beasts that posed a threat to humans. As a result, they often dealt with predatory magical creatures rather than herbivorous ones. To put it bluntly, carnivorous magical beasts did not taste good. A beast like the royal Mudra, which exuded such a rich, mouth-watering aroma, must have been a rare experience for them. In the end, I had used quite a bit of the Duke's precious spice blend. Well, what's done is done. If his head chef gets angry, I'll just send some of my own blended spices as compensation. Still, I couldn't help but notice that Claude was glancing at Koss now and then. His expression was subtly dissatisfied. Normally, he was a composed and serious knight, but now he seemed unwilling to back down. Since neither of them seemed inclined to step aside, I handed the freshly grilled skewers to both Coss and Claude. "They're cooked through. Here, please test for poison." Of course. After all, when it came to the scatspit jerky, our dear Duke went ahead and tested it himself. This time, I'll make sure to do the honors. Coss, taking the skewer first, brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. That's right, I had forgotten. The Duke had eaten that scatspit jerky without poison testing. Claude, standing opposite Coss, sent me a slightly reproachful look. Had it been a mistake to serve magical beast meat so openly in a foreign land? "Eat faster. Because of you running your mouth, now I have to wait too." The Duke was openly grumbling, but for once, he was actually following Coss's lead. I suppose poison testing is important after all. I had been too accustomed to magical beast cuisine. But for the Duke's group, this was still uncharted territory. It made sense that they would be cautious. Coss clasped his hands briefly in thanks for the meal, then took a huge bite. The meat must have been quite hot because he let out a sharp breath, puffing as he chewed. The piece disappeared in an instant, and I found myself unconsciously mirroring his action, my lips parting before I quickly shut them. "Well, how is it?" As the one responsible for preparing it, I was incredibly anxious for feedback. Of course, I should have been concerned about any potential ill effects, but honestly, I was more interested in the flavor, the texture, the seasoning, the fire control. Coss chewed thoughtfully, swallowed, and then finally opened his mouth to speak. Ma. Marvelous. There's no gaminess at all." He took another bite, nodding approvingly as he chewed. "And it melts. The moment it enters my mouth, it spreads across my tongue. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a drink rather than meat. A melting drink. Oh my, and the taste. Is it cooked through properly? How's the salt balance?" The meat and fat melt together in my mouth. I prefer my meat a little rarer, but even fully cooked, this is outstanding. The quality of the meat ensures that even a well-done preparation retains its flavor. Coss delivered his verdict in a rush, then proceeded to devour the rest of the skewer. As the glistening fat dripped from the remaining bites, I instinctively gasped. "Oh, what a waste. This is torture. Coss, there's no poison, is there? You're not going to keel over in a moment, are you?" "I don't detect any signs of poison. More importantly, there's none of that awful magical residue that certain beasts have. But if it were to cause stomach issues due to lingering magic, we wouldn't know until later." The Duke scowled at Coss's cautious response. I had never experienced magical residue affecting my stomach, but it was a known concern. Those who had gotten sick from consuming magical beast meat often experienced symptoms within an hour or sometimes overnight. My mother's research documented cases where individuals reported stomach pain or fever as their bodies struggled to process residual magic. There's no way I'm waiting until morning to find out. Enough of this, I'm eating. Indeed, we agree with the Duke. Coss got to eat it all by himself, some poison tester he is. Frustrated beyond patience, the Duke and the Galbrath knights advanced toward Coss. On the other side, the Marchelraid knights eyed Claude enviously. He had already finished his skewer in silence. I decided to ask him for his opinion. "Sir Claude, how was it?" Well, it was normal meat. Anything else?" "The flavor, the texture, the flavor." "Flavor-wise, let's see. It reminded me of the white longhorn beef from Ritterard Farms." As he spoke, Claude closed his eyes in apparent bliss. "Oh, so you've had the pleasure of eating Ritterard Farms' white longhorn beef before." At my remark, Sir Claude looked visibly uncomfortable, his eyes darting about. The Ritterard Farms' white longhorn beef was the highest grade meat available, even I had never had the luxury of tasting it. I'd need to ask him later exactly where and when he had the chance to eat it. But for now, if this royal Mudra meat truly had the same aftertaste as such a premium beef, there was no way we could wait any longer. "Everyone, let's eat before it gets cold. And if anyone starts feeling unwell, don't worry. I'll have medicine ready immediately, and the Marchelraid estate will provide the best care possible." I passed out the grilled skewers one by one. The Duke's portion was exchanged for a freshly grilled one, while I took the cooled skewer for myself. Hot meat was delicious, of course, but when cooled, the flavors would become more distinct, perfect for thorough evaluation. "All right, let's begin our tasting." We all offered a short prayer of gratitude before eagerly biting into the skewers. Some knights couldn't hold back their delighted exclamations, while others ate in silent bliss. A few took their time, savoring each bite. Since we were outdoors, everyone ate standing. I followed suit, sinking my teeth into the meat directly. Incredible! The flavor is so rich, and there's no trace of the usual gaminess found in wild beasts. Juices seeped from the bite mark, spreading across my tongue. Even though the meat had cooled slightly, the fat remained soft, not congealed, enhanced by a deep, nutty undertone. This spice blend, what is it? It has a peppery sting when crushed, yet it's not spicy at all. It complemented the natural diet of the royal Mudra, nuts and mushrooms, without overpowering the meat's original flavor. The salt level was just right. If I had a chilled, sparkling ale to pair with this, it would be perfect. A celebratory toast would complete the experience. The Duke took a bite, and his golden eyes sparkled with delight. "Melier, you're a genius." "Oh, not at all, Your Grace. It's all thanks to my mother's research." "Don't be modest. To be honest, I never imagined magical beast meat could taste this good. I've had my share of awful experiences eating it without proper preparation." While we spoke, I overheard the Galbrath knights murmuring in astonishment. "I want Lady Melier to teach me how to prepare this. Do you think she'd let us bring magical beasts here next time?" Their words filled me with pure joy. To think that we've been discarding something this delicious all this time. Well, most wouldn't consider it food in the first place, and many still see magical beast consumption as taboo. That said, the royal Mudra is truly remarkable. It would almost be a waste to use it in a stew. Grilling was definitely the right choice. The texture and flavor vary by cut. There might still be parts that would be best suited for stewing. The Duke had already finished his first skewer and was moving on to a second. This time a different cut, savoring the contrast. The Marchelrade knights were smiling from ear to ear. Even Sir Claude, who had initially hesitated, was already halfway through his second skewer. "Lady Melier, I'd like to try a bit more if I may." It was Mullen, one of the Galbrath knights, requesting permission. "Oh, that's right. This royal Mudra was a gift from the Duke to me." I pretended to consider it for a moment before smiling at Mullen, whose eyes were gleaming with anticipation. "As long as you all properly enjoy the meal prepared at the estate later, you may have a little more." The skewers were divine, but Marchelrade's cuisine was also excellent. Father must have already arranged for a full meal for everyone. And besides, just in case, I should have the Galbraith knights stay overnight to monitor for any delayed magical aftereffects. While rare, there was a possibility of magic poisoning. If anyone felt even slightly off, they needed to report it immediately. The moment Mullen started on his third skewer, the other knights rushed forward, reaching for more without hesitation. Even I can't stop eating. The royal Mudra was just that delicious. Without realizing it, I had already grabbed a second skewer myself. Section. After what felt like an endless cycle of grilling and eating, I finally handed over the cooking duties to the knights. By now, they had watched me closely enough to replicate the process themselves, skewering meat with precision. Since the Duke's spice blend had run out, they switched to my own mix of ground rock salt and seasonings. Rock salt was rich in umami, helping to enhance even the tougher cuts. This was just supposed to be a tasting, but these knights are eating like there's no tomorrow. Both the Galbraith and Marchelrade knights still had room for more. Fortunately, we had plenty of meat. Not only would we have enough for today, but I could store some for future use. Aging the meat will only improve the flavor. I'll send some with the Duke when he returns. For now, I decided to start cleaning up. Sir Claude noticed right away and stepped forward to assist, but I waved him off. It seemed that the two groups of knights were bonding over the meal. I didn't want to disrupt that. I rinsed the blood off the stone pavement, sprinkled cleansing powder over it, and filtered the water through a purification device before draining it into the disposal system. The season is turning fast, the water is freezing. Despite being warmed by the grill and the sizzling skewers, the occasional gust of wind and cold water sent chills through me. Before continuing the cleanup, I decided to prepare something warm to drink. I unlocked the research building with my magic key to fetch some tea leaves. Then, a thought struck me. If the Duke was truly interested in my research, perhaps he'd like to visit the laboratory with me. Glancing over, I saw that he had already eaten 5 or 6 skewers, and now he was eyeing another freshly grilled one, Ahem, your grace. This is, no, I will eat a proper dinner, Melfiera. You needn't worry. At my voice, the Duke startled and hurriedly hid the skewer behind his back. Like a child caught sneaking sweets, his reaction was adorable. Just one more, all right. Fine, it's just, once you start, you can't stop. But of course, I am looking forward to Marchelrade's cuisine as well. Good, our chef should be preparing something wonderful right now. Please look forward to it. Also, I was about to visit my research laboratory. Would you like to join me? Your laboratory, does it contain records on magical beast cuisine? Yes, this is just a fraction of my research, but if you're interested, I'd love for you to see it. Based on everything so far, I had a feeling the Duke's interest extended beyond just food. Finishing off his last skewer in one bite, the Duke chewed thoughtfully before wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Of course, I'd like to see it. I'm also curious about the secret behind that magic circle. Do you have the records for that here as well? The important records are kept in my study back at the mansion. Here, I have records of the monsters I've eaten, their preparation methods, and information on monsters that should not be consumed. Monsters that shouldn't be eaten, huh? I'd definitely like to know more about that. Then please follow me. I thought about calling out to Knight Commander Claude, but he seemed busy cleaning the soiled equipment and transporting the meat to storage. Deciding to leave things to him for now, I led the Duke to my laboratory. By the way, this place has some rather unusual architecture. From above, all the roofs looked like sharp spikes. It's a design unique to snowy regions. In severe winters, the weight of the snow can collapse roofs, so they're built pointed to help the snow slide off. Magic circles for snow melting are also drawn on them. Galbrath rarely gets snow, after all. Besides, I usually spend my time traveling back and forth between my territory and the royal capital. I've never come this far north before. That surprised me a little. As a duke, I had assumed he would be frequently invited by other nobles and would have traveled across the country. But of course, the duke had his own circumstances. It didn't feel like something I should ask about so casually. I see. The nights here can be quite cold, so I'll make sure to prepare plenty of fur blankets for you and your entourage. Fur, huh? Don't tell me they're from magical beasts. The Duke, as sharp as ever, hit the mark perfectly. Indeed, the furs in the mansion came from magical beasts that I had personally enjoyed eating. I rarely had the chance to eat large magical beasts, but the yakel, a medium-sized carnivorous beast that frequently troubled nearby villages, was an exception. Its thick winter coat was incredibly useful, so I took care to properly skin and preserve it. As for its meat, it was tough and had a strong odor, so I had to stew it with herbs to make it edible. That said, it wasn't exactly a flavor I'd go out of my way to enjoy. After unlocking the magic seal on the laboratory and turning on the magic lamps, I was greeted by a faintly dusty smell. Aside from that, everything was just as I had left it before heading to the royal capital. In other words, it was still an absolute mess, cluttered with research materials and various unfinished projects. Apologies for the mess. That chaise lounge over there is probably the cleanest spot. I see, now this is what I'd call a proper research lab. I don't mind standing. Oh, isn't this a scatspit spine? Yes, that's right. The scatspit spines are used as traps for capturing magical beasts. You even make traps, you never cease to surprise me. The area where the scatspit spines were kept was a chaotic mix of unfinished traps and raw materials. The Duke studied them closely, letting out a thoughtful hum. Meanwhile, I rummaged through the cabinet where I usually stored my tea leaves. Opening a few jars, I finally found the one I was looking for. The preservation magic was still functioning properly, no mold, and the scent was intact. When hunting magical beasts, do the Knights of Marchelrade help you? Sometimes they do, but I usually rely on local hunters or catch them myself. Yourself? You're the daughter of a count, aren't you? The Duke, who had been inspecting the traps, turned to me with a quiet but firm question. Those knights seem well-trained, but what about your father? And what was his name again? The Knight Commander. Have they never criticized your research? I couldn't answer immediately. I struggled to find the right words. My father never opposed my decision to continue my mother's research. As long as I didn't put myself in immediate danger, Knight Commander Claude also refrained from interfering. They never directly addressed my studies on consuming magical beasts, as if they were handling something fragile. But I knew. Deep down, everyone had complicated feelings about my mother's research, and mine. Even those who had once been saved from starvation by my mother remained silent about it. In the Marchelraid domain, many people followed a faith that forbade the consumption of magical beasts. 17 years ago, during the Great Drought, those who survived thanks to magical beast consumption had done everything in their power to bury that fact. After considering how best to explain, I finally spoke. We can't deny their beliefs. The spirit faith, you have a strong will. I'm not strong. I just wouldn't be able to live if I didn't hold on to my late mother's research. Then why continue your research here? Even if it's not accepted, why don't you give up? The Duke seemed to understand the difficult position I was in. From the moment we met, he had never shown any prejudice toward me. If I explained everything properly, maybe, just maybe, he would understand. Your Grace, do you remember the Great Drought 17 years ago? Of course, it was the reason I was sent to Galbrath as an adopted heir. So your story starts there as well. The Duke took my hand and led me to the relatively clean chaise lounge. As he sat down, he motioned for me to sit beside him. Not knowing what to do, I rested my hands on my lap and cast my eyes downward. It's hard to talk while making eye contact, isn't it? You don't have to look at me. Just stay as you are, and tell me how you came to be known as the Voracious Villainess. I want to know more about you. Your Grace. Aristide, you've forgotten, haven't you? I came here to propose marriage to you. Naturally, I've investigated the circumstances surrounding the Marchelraid family. A chill ran down my spine at his words. Right, this was a noble engagement. There was no way he wouldn't have looked into my background. If you've done your research, then you should already know. For 3 years, I was ignored in high society, a woman with a tarnished reputation. Gaining me as a fiancé would only add more unnecessary baggage. I trust my own judgment. I have no intention of stopping your research. If you join the Galbraith family, I can ensure you have the resources to pursue it to your heart's content. If all you seek is knowledge of my research, I'll gladly share everything with you. Earlier, the Duke had called my smoky quartz a weapon. If that was what he wanted, I had no qualms about revealing all my research to him. Knight Commander Claude had been concerned about that, but for some reason, I was certain the Duke would never use my research for ill. Then, as I kept my gaze lowered, the Duke took my hand. His warm hand covered my cold one. No, Melier, that's not what I mean. I want to know how you feel about me. Are you not afraid of me, the blood-mad Duke? A man who is bathed in the blood of countless magical beasts. A ruthless warrior with little regard for noble propriety. What do you think of me? His amber eyes peered into mine as I instinctively lifted my gaze. Oh no. This was bad. This was really bad. The Duke had an incredibly handsome face. Up close, his refined features carried a tinge of sorrow, an almost intoxicating allure. And now, it was right in front of me. Wait, does he mean that literally? He wants to know how I feel about him. The Duke's grip tightened slightly. Was he nervous? His lips were pressed into a firm line as he stared at me, making me tense up as well. It would be rude to say I find you scary. Your Grace is very dignified and handsome, I think. Handsome. The Duke's face instantly turned bright red. My own face was burning up as well. Wait. This isn't what he was asking about, was it? As I scrambled to find the right words, worried that I had misunderstood his question, the Duke pressed for confirmation. Do you really think so? Yes. And it's not just me. If you ask 10 people, all 10 would say the same thing. I said it with such conviction, yet for some reason, the Duke's expression turned conflicted, as if he was somehow disappointed. That moonlit silver hair of yours is also beautiful. Moonlit? No, it's just dull, faded gray. When you fix me with those sharp, commanding eyes, my face gets hot. That's just because I have a naturally intense gaze. And when your amber eyes glow golden with magic, it never fails to take my breath away. This is a magic eye. It doesn't unsettle you. Not at all. The moment your Grace severed the Backhorn's head, your golden eyes were utterly breathtaking. That sight is burned into my memory. I spoke with all the sincerity I could muster, yet the Duke's expression only grew more clouded. You haven't been affected by my magic eye, have you? No, it was just an unforgettable display of sheer intensity. I see, as long as you don't find it unpleasant. For some reason, neither of us looked away. Embarrassed beyond measure, I hurriedly continued. Killing magical beasts is a duty someone has to undertake. You're merely fulfilling your role. So why does everyone just dismiss that as something to be feared? When facing magical beasts, weapons are necessary. Getting covered in blood is inevitable. I'm neither refined nor particularly well-spoken. Does that not bother you? A noble's duty is to protect their people. Your grace doesn't just protect Galbraith, you shoulder the safety of the entire kingdom. Unlike certain nobles who indulge in luxuries, amuse themselves with idle gossip, and spread rumors for their own entertainment, you're different. So the Duke had been hurt by those heartless rumors. He was still holding my hand, and now he began idly playing with my fingers. My once cold hands were now unbearably warm. What about as a fiancé? The Duke murmured, almost to himself. His voice, so small and uncertain, was unlike him. Normally, he was composed, resolute, someone who cared for others. So why was he hesitating now? At that moment, I mentally compared the Duke to the criteria I had once envisioned for my ideal fiancé. Honestly, I would have been content with a common knight, so he more than met that standard. If anything, the status gap between a duke and a count's daughter like me was the real issue. As for looks, the Duke was breathtakingly handsome. To be able to see such a strikingly elegant man every day, it would be a dream. Meanwhile, I had always considered my own appearance to be unremarkable. Standing beside him, I would undoubtedly pale in comparison. But that was just the consequence of never paying much attention to fashion or beauty, and there was no fixing that now. As for my research, all I ever wanted was for my fiancé not to interfere. If the Duke was willing to let me pursue my studies freely, then there would be no problems at all. W8, if father allows it, wouldn't this be like living in paradise? It was an entirely pragmatic and opportunistic way of thinking, but compared to being sent to a convent, this was a deal worth taking without hesitation. But then, a more rational voice inside me held me back. If this were just about my research, then what did the Duke himself think of me? Could I truly fulfill the role of a duchess? Even if I studied and tried my best, how much could I truly improve? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. Forgive me for answering with a question, but surely your grace has countless options when it comes to choosing a fiancé. Why me? Even if we were to marry, the people of your domain would never accept a wife with such unsettling rumors surrounding her. Even my mother, despite saving lives, had been forgotten after her passing. Marchelrade bordered the Duchy of Talbot, where spirit faith was deeply ingrained in the people's way of life. Though Galbraith lay further south, where spirit faith was not as prevalent, it was still hard to imagine that they would accept a noblewoman known for consuming magical beasts. I believe the people will welcome you. After all, I do nothing but hunt magical beasts alongside my knights. To me, monsters have always been nothing more than materials, their pelts, fangs, and horns. The Duke's gaze drifted past me, as if looking somewhere far away. Absent-mindedly, he squeezed my hand as he continued, his voice carrying a quiet exhaustion. Day after day, I am surrounded by the corpses of magical beasts. The more they multiply, the more magic accumulates in the land. Eventually, that magic turns into a poison that drives them mad. The duty of a Galbraith Duke is to prevent that from happening, but it's not just the hunting, it's the disposal as well. We burn their remains and bury them, but even that costs a fortune. Feeding them to domesticated beasts like Greshel dragons or Hemura hawks has its limits, and no matter how many I hunt, they never stop appearing. I had always thought of the Ellesmere Great Forest as a sanctuary for magical beasts, but hearing this reality from the Duke, it was shocking. The accumulation of magic in a beast's body could indeed transform into a toxic force, but I hadn't realized that their increasing numbers directly contributed to their descent into madness. So that's why the Galbraith family always adopts heirs. To lead knights in endless battles, one needed both immense resilience and unwavering discipline. The Duke had those, as well as his powerful magic eye and an overwhelming magical capacity beyond comparison to ordinary people. He was born to be the Galbraith Duke. But was that truly what he wanted? Or was he simply resigning himself to what he had to be? To me, magical beasts were always something that had to be killed. With a long sigh, the Duke ran a hand through his hair. When he opened his eyes again, he wore a small, weary smile. That's why I was so taken aback when I saw you talking so enthusiastically about consuming them, when I saw you actually preparing a real Mudler. It made me realize there was another way to look at all of this. We do eat magical beasts on occasion, but I had never imagined there was such a refined method for purging their magic. It's the only thing I'm good at. It's rather embarrassing, honestly. What are you saying? I think you're remarkable. Then, does that mean my research will be of use to you, Your Grace? Would I truly be able to avoid becoming a burden? If that were the case, then neither Father nor Lady Celia would have to suffer because of me. Even the voracious villainess of Marchelraid, even I could prove useful to someone. Perhaps Mother's research and mine could finally be acknowledged. Of course, I absolutely couldn't allow myself to cause any trouble for the Duke. I had to be careful. You say this research began with your mother, but you've carried it forward splendidly, Melier. As long as I'm here, you will never know hardship. I will protect you from all ill intent. So, I ask you, use the knowledge that once saved the people during the Great Famine 17 years ago to aid the people of Galbrath. Hearing those words, I was overcome with disbelief and anticipation. This was surely a contract between us. There would be none of that sweet, heart-fluttering romance from storybooks between us. Of course, the Duke was strikingly handsome, but that was beside the point. This was this. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that things might actually work out with him. Though we were still seated side by side, I straightened my posture and looked up at him. I am deeply honored by such a generous offer. Your Grace, you are like a savior. You are far too wonderful for someone like me. Melier, I'm not fond of roundabout words. If you wish to refuse, say so plainly. His amber eyes clouded over once more, his voice growing tense. No, he had misunderstood. I would never refuse. Please allow me to accept. Frustrated, I suddenly raised my voice. The Duke blinked in surprise. Gripping his hand tightly, I put all my strength into my words. Before he even spoke with my father, I needed him to know exactly how I felt. I've been overlooked by everyone my entire life. I have no interest outside my research, and I lack all the refinement expected of a noble lady. But if your Grace's duty is to hunt magical beasts, then I will ensure that duty is not wasted. I will make them into something delicious. I will also give you my smoky quartz, filled with condensed magic, so please use it however you wish. I shamelessly promoted myself as best I could. If all went well, this might even lead to marriage. And even if it didn't, perhaps I could still live as a researcher. The Galbraith family had an unusual practice of choosing heirs from adopted successors. Even if people opposed the idea that a child born from one who consumed magical beasts would become a monster, the adoption system could bypass such concerns. Of course, that thought was extremely painful. But my priority had to be making sure I didn't become a burden to the Duke. More than anything, I want to be useful to him. Convincing myself that an engagement period was merely a trial period, I deeply bowed my head toward him. I may not have much to offer, but if that is enough for you, then please take me. No, Melier, that's not what I mean. I want to know how you truly feel about me. Are you not afraid of me, the blood-mad Duke? I have spent my life slaying magical beasts, drenched in blood, an uncouth man unworthy of my title. What do you think of me? At that moment, Melfier's green eyes widened in surprise. I imagine she must have been shocked. Even as I feigned composure, my heart was pounding with apprehension, awaiting her answer. Afraid of me? What a laughable question. If someone in my position asked such a thing, no one would dare to answer honestly. Yet, against all my expectations, Melier had responded with sincerity. Hearing her say I was handsome had caught me completely off guard. Leaving aside my appearance, the fact that she wasn't disturbed by my magic eye was also a relief. My magic is so potent that my gaze alone carries power, my amber eyes turning gold when my magic flares. When we first met, my magic eye had been active, and yet Melier had simply said, "It makes my heart race." It was an endearing thing to say. Perhaps, just perhaps, she truly accepted me. I could only hope so, but I had no confidence in it. She also seemed to worry about whether she could be of use to me, which, in truth, revealed her desire to be recognized by others. As far as I was concerned, she had no need to worry about that. If she simply remained as she was, that would be more than enough. I had not planned to secure an engagement this quickly. However, my meddlesome relative, the king, was relentless in pushing me forward. On the final day of the autumn banquet, His Majesty handed me a detailed report on the Marchelraid family. To top it off, there was even a prospective match document sent to another noble family regarding Melier. What kind of harassment was that? The document had never been sent to me. In her portrait, she looked beautiful yet sorrowful, her red hair styled in an intricate updo. But I preferred her as she was when facing magical beasts, full of life. That stunning crimson hair of hers, it looked best when left soft and untamed. Speaking of which, her hands were so small and smooth. The thought struck me suddenly. Back in the laboratory, I had held her hand for quite some time. Now, as if to recall the sensation, I found myself opening and closing my palm. If one judged only by her portrait, engagement proposals should have come flooding in. According to the report, the reason she was labeled the Voracious Villainess. Her supposed obsession with consuming magical beasts and conducting questionable research was linked to the calamity that struck the kingdom 17 years ago, as well as the late Countess of Marchelraid. The rumors only truly began to spread after her father remarried. Apparently, the new wife disliked Melier. That stepmother was currently ill and bedridden, or so I had heard. Now sitting before me was the Count of Marchelraid himself. He appeared restless, shifting uneasily in his seat. I understand your stance, Your Grace," he finally said. "Then sign the contract. However, even as the esteemed Duke of Galbrath, I find it difficult to believe you would choose my daughter, of all people, as your fiancée." His reluctance was clear in his voice. To finalize the engagement, I had arranged for privacy in the drawing room of his estate. The Count of Marchelraid, Melfiere's father, was a man with brown hair streaked with white. His features were gentle, giving him the appearance of an amiable man. His tanned skin suggested he spent a great deal of time outdoors. "She looks nothing like him. She must take after her mother." Her hair wasn't the same shade. Her eyes were different, and there was not a trace of her delicate features in his face. She had to resemble her late mother. I made a mental note to visit the Countess's grave before I left. Since I planned to stay for 2 days, I would ask for directions when the time came. My thoughts drifted to Melier. What was she thinking at this moment? In truth, I had never properly given her a response. Just as I was about to, that infuriatingly well-timed Knight Commander had interrupted us, calling us back to the mansion. The commander had claimed that preparations to receive us were complete, but he had definitely been eavesdropping. That man, Claude, was it? Was an excellent knight. His wariness toward my proposal was practically tangible. A sign of his loyalty, no doubt. Still, I'd appreciate it if he didn't get in my way. "Your Grace, we have no reason to refuse your offer, but are you truly certain? My daughter, are you sure about her? It's not that she will do, it's that she is the one I want. The Galbraith family would be honored to have her." I am grateful beyond words to hear that as her father," the Count murmured, bowing deeply. He seemed to have regained his composure. The moment I had begun explaining how I had met Melier at the autumn banquet, then later exchanged letters with her, the Count had sat in stunned silence, mouth agape. His reaction only worsened when I praised the dried scatsbit meat she had offered me. "You actually ate it. I told her not to give that to strangers," he had exclaimed. Melier would likely be scolded later. "My apologies, Melier. It seems I may have spoken carelessly." The Count, dabbing at non-existent sweat, turned his gaze toward the engagement contract on the table. It was made of high-quality enchanted parchment, stamped with the Galbraith family crest. My signature was already on it. Now, only the Count's remained. However, he hesitated, picking up the quill only to set it down again. "Your Grace, I am grateful that you have taken an interest in my daughter, but taken an interest is not the correct phrasing. I want her. I have already explained my circumstances to her. Now, I only need your permission. But even so, I worry whether my daughter will be accepted into the Galbraith family." It was a reasonable concern. Unlike Melier, the Count understood Galbraith's traditions. The family had no real obligation to marry. Adoption was a perfectly viable way to secure an heir. So why, then, was I taking a fiancé? Deciding it was best to be direct, I began with Melfiere's virtues. What I first admired about her was her strength. Despite knowing my reputation as the blood-mad Duke, she did not flinch. She did not let rumors dictate her judgment. She saw me for who I am. That is what drew me to her. I see, my daughter has endured much, so perhaps she saw something in you as well. She also does not cower before magical beasts. Even when her dress was drenched in blood, she merely remarked that it washes off. Not even Galbraith-born women are always so unfazed. She does spend most of her time handling magical beasts, so, yes. Whenever she talks about magical beasts, she lights up. Just today, she was beaming as she prepared that Royale Mudra. It was utterly endearing. You found that endearing? She was smiling while holding a massive, bloodied knife, Your Grace. Even as her father, I hesitate to say that's normal. But perhaps you are well suited for each other. The Count let out a dry chuckle before once again picking up the quill. Then, as if all his previous hesitation had been a lie, he swiftly signed his name. Without a moment's pause, he removed the signet ring from his finger and pressed his magical seal beneath his signature. Your Grace, my daughter has lived a life of isolation in Marchelrade. The spirit faith is deeply intertwined with the lives of the people here. Spirit faith, was it? There is even a monastery dedicated to it in this land, isn't there? Yes, in time, my daughter was meant to enter that monastery. As her father, I wanted to oppose it, but as Count, I have responsibilities. The shameful truth is that I have been unable to protect her. This land borders the Duchy of Talbot, where the spirit faith is the state religion. I understand that unnecessary provocations must be avoided. However, it is also a fact that the famine 17 years ago was overcome thanks to that very taboo. At my words, the Count's brow twitched slightly. The report from His Majesty had only briefly mentioned those events. Even I had only just learned some details from Melier herself. I have no intention of putting an end to her research. As long as she is under the protection of House Galbraith, I will ensure she is safe. I placed my hand over my signature on the contract. The Count did the same, channeling his magic to activate the seal. A tingling pain spread across my palm, and an identical crest surfaced on the backs of both our hands. It was proof of our magical contract, one that would exact a severe price if broken. Should either of us go against its terms, our hands would be obliterated on the spot. Rest assured, leave everything to me. I had prepared myself the moment Your Grace presented this contract. You truly mean this, don't you? Of course, that includes her research. From this moment on, the House of Galbraith will be her shield. Talbrink's spirit faith will not lay a finger on her. In the not-so-distant future, her knowledge will be needed once more. Your Grace, I entrust my daughter to you. The faith that had long been embedded in this land could not be undone. Here in Marchelrade, magical beasts were seen as evil, and consuming them would remain a forbidden act. The Count of Marchelrade had entrusted everything to me in order to protect his daughter. Nobles are, as always, quite cunning, I mused aloud. What is it, Your Grace? The Count, with his usual mild expression, gazed at me, though his eyes gleamed with sharp awareness. Had I been skillfully ensnared by the bait he had laid, or had he merely secured the unexpected prize that had wandered into his grasp? Count, no, father-in-law. I would ask that you refrain from spreading further rumors about the Voracious Villainess. Whatever do you mean? The first person to spread those rumors was you, was it not? One cannot put a lock on people's tongues. The Count offered no further answers, merely narrowing his eyes with a knowing smile. Those who thrive on rumors care little for whether they are true or false. Particularly in high society, where exaggerated tales were favored and spread at alarming speed. Even if a gag order had been enforced in the territory, somehow, somewhere, Melfiere's story had leaked. To prevent further scrutiny, the Count had deliberately crafted and spread a distorted version of the rumor himself. As a result, she became known as the Voracious Villainess, avoided, ostracized. But at the same time, it had spared her from intrusive inquiries and unwanted marriage proposals. Whether the claim that she was to enter the monastery had ever been sincere, I did not know. However, if an unmarried noblewoman with an unfortunate reputation was officially sent to a monastery, House Marchelrade would still maintain its dignity. A wretched method, but it kept both her and her research safe. That was the true intent, wasn't it? Now that I thought about it, there had always been something peculiar. The Knights of Marchelrade had been strangely cooperative with her, especially Claude, the Knight Commander, who had gone as far as to openly guard her. It was as if they were constantly watching, ensuring no harm came to her. If the Count had truly wanted to suppress her research, all he had to do was order it himself. But he hadn't. I had been played, but the fact that he accepted my proposal meant that I had met his standards. There was a small sting to realizing how much I still had to learn, but at the same time, I felt an undeniable sense of relief. I had been deemed worthy of protecting her. Chapter 4, The Welcome from Galbraith. "Milady, where should this go?" Put the fragile items in that wooden crate. And those books over there, gather them all in one place here. "Lady Melier, these parcels need to be sealed after inspection." "Why, yes. I'll do it right away." For the past few days, my room in the separate wing had been overflowing with packed belongings. It seemed that His Grace intended to transfer my entire research laboratory to Galbraith's domain. The sorting of my things was being handled by both the servants of Marchelraid and the Knights of Galbraith. The day His Grace arrived in Marchelraid on his Greshel dragon, he and my father had a discussion. After that, our engagement was formally established. The past 3 years, during which the word engagement had never even been uttered, suddenly felt like a lie with how quickly everything was progressing. When my father called me to the parlor and showed me the engagement contract, I instinctively grabbed His Grace's hand and checked the back of it. The contract was imbued with such powerful magic that I couldn't believe it was real. "Your Grace, are you sure about this?" "Do not worry, Melier. This is proof that our engagement will never be broken. But I wanted to honor your sincerity and resolve. Keep this from Cos. He tends to be quite bothersome about these things." When he gently caressed my cheek and said that, I couldn't argue any further. For a duke to go to such lengths for the daughter of a mere earl, he was being far too considerate. I wasn't sure what was considered normal for engagements, but this certainly wasn't. As I busily moved about, giving instructions left and right, the sound of spurred boots clanking against the floor echoed into the room. One of Galbraith's knights entered, clad in a black knight's uniform with short blonde hair. It was Mullen, the one who had transported the gifts aboard the Greshel dragon. "Lady Melier, the royal Mudra has been successfully transported outside. As per your instructions, it remains frozen, and the dragons will airlift it immediately." "Thank you, Mullen. Keep it frozen, don't cast any insulation spells on it." "Understood." The meat of the royal Mudra was being taken to Galbraith's domain. No one here was going to eat it, so leaving it behind would have been a waste. I wanted to experiment, see how it tasted defrosted, smoked, or prepared in different ways. The spices His Grace had brought were simply exquisite. I'd heard that Galbraith's domain was home to countless exotic creatures and rare spices still unknown to me. Perhaps there was even a way to make carnivorous magical beasts delicious. And what should we do with the golden fur of the royal Mudra? I had gotten lost in thought, but Mullen's words pulled me back. Despite his youth, he was the leader of Galbraith's dragon squadron. When I asked him if they could transport frozen meat via high-altitude flights, he immediately agreed to my reckless request. He was a good man. "Leave the golden fur here. The cold will be getting harsher soon, so I'll have it woven into warm coats for my father and his son. Then I'll entrust it to the appropriate personnel." "Yes, please do." Mullen looked like he wanted to say something, but I had already made up my mind. If Lady Celia knew the fur was a gift from Duke Galbraith, she'd never accept it. However, if it was for her 3-year-old half-brother, she would begrudgingly allow it. After all, this was royal Mudra fur, something beyond the reach of a mere countess of Marchelraid. "Milady, is this all of your attire?" A maid pointed at a box packed with dresses. Are these all regular dresses? Make sure to pack all my work dresses, too. Those filthy dresses as well." "Yes, all of them." After boxing up my research materials, it was time to pack my personal belongings. Work dresses, shoes, undergarments, every last bit of my possessions were thrown into coarse fabric sacks. Unlike my research materials, my personal belongings were few. It wasn't that I disliked luxury, but I'd always prioritized research over fashion. I had no need for the extravagant dresses and accessories that other noblewomen obsessed over. The only new dresses I owned were 3 that I had commissioned under Lady Celia's orders to find a fiancé. The rest were either altered hand-me-downs from my late mother or gifts from my father, who pitied me. "All right, just a little more. I need to get everything outside before my escort arrives. Because I was moving to Duke Galbraith's domain. My escort would be arriving soon, and I had to be ready before then. All of this was a result of Duke Galbraith's 3-day stay in Marchelraid, during which he had cornered my father with. Winter in Marchelraid lasts far too long. Are you seriously asking me to wait until spring? According to His Grace, the Galbraith lands were special, and I needed to grow accustomed to them. Since His Grace had already returned to his territory, I was left to manage the chaotic moving process alongside the knights he had left behind. Still, is it normal for a fiancé to move in this quickly? Normally, there would be bridal training or wedding preparations first, right? But with my mother gone and Lady Celia terrified of His Grace, barricading herself in her chambers, there was no one to guide me. The servants were merely servants, and my father's only words were, "Just do as His Grace says." As I surveyed the nearly packed room, I looked around for anything that might still be useful. An old sewing kit caught my eye, but when I opened it, the needles were rusted. A half-finished handkerchief lay crumpled inside, long forgotten. Nothing I could use. This is bad. I can't see myself handling the duties of a duchess at all. Of course, needlework wasn't a requirement for a duchess, but elegant conversation at tea parties was out of the question for me. And above all, I lacked any sense of dignity. Lady Melfiera, please seal this crate as well. Mullins swiftly continued the packing process, moving like someone well-versed in preparing for monster subjugation expeditions. Yes, understood. As a result of everyone's efforts, the wooden crates filled with my mother's research books and the documents I had recently written were stacked outside the room. I checked each one carefully, sealing them with magic. The seal was something the Duke had created. If anyone other than me tried to force them open, they and the crate would be blown to smithereens. It would be a disaster if someone accidentally triggered an explosion. I had warned the servants not to open them under any circumstances, but was all of this really necessary for my belongings? Ah, I want to carry that one myself. Understood. I'll place it with your hand luggage. Thank you. A servant carefully wrapped the small portrait of my mother and me in a soft cloth and placed it inside my bag. My mother had devoted herself to the study of magical creatures during her lifetime, so I had no memories of her dressed up or wearing jewelry. Yet in the portrait, her eyes shimmered like beryl, making her look stunningly beautiful. I had inherited those green eyes, but if I asked whether I was as beautiful as she was, the answer would be no. Her hair was a flowing, silken red, like the strands of the finest Cardathan gemstone thread, and I had always envied that straight, smooth hair. I wonder who I inherited this wavy red hair from. If I neglected to take care of it, it would turn into an uncontrollable mess in no time. Now that I thought about it, the Duke seemed to like my hair. During his stay, he would often reach out to touch it, enjoying the feel of it. According to Koss, His Excellency is fond of cute things and small, fluffy creatures. Did that mean I fell into the small creature category for him? If he liked fluffy things, then maybe I didn't need to worry too much about keeping my hair perfectly groomed. As I stood in the now empty room, lost in thought, the butler Herman came to call me. My lady, the envoy has arrived. The master is waiting for you at the main estate. Herman had served the Marchelraid family since before I was born. He was one of the few people who had always treated me the same. Ever since my father took a second wife, all the maids in the house had been replaced with those brought in by Lady Celia. None of them had any interest in associating with the young lady who ate magical creatures. Thank you. I won't be able to talk for long, so let me say this here. I'm sorry for being such a burden, unable to live up to my mother's legacy, stuck halfway in between. And thank you for eating my cooking from time to time. I was merely doing my job. Yes, I suppose so. Please take care of my father, Herman. I closed the door to my room for the last time and almost instinctively locked it with magic before stopping myself. Right, I would probably never return to this room again, unless this engagement fails. I followed Herman, leaving the annex behind and stepping into the main estate where my father was waiting. However, in the guest room where I was led, my father was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Lady Celia, who was supposed to be recovering from illness, was there. Lady Celia, are you feeling better now? It seemed her illness had not been a mere pretense. Even with makeup, she looked pale. Unusually, my 3-year-old half-brother Louis was playing with his nanny in the room. My father, who should have been here, was missing. And the Duke's people, who had come to pick me up, were also nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease crept in. I glanced at Herman, but he only shook his head slightly, as if he knew nothing. Instead, he stole cautious glances toward Lady Celia. Where is father? This stench of dragon is unbearable. Melier, if you're leaving, then hurry up. That awful screeching is a terrible influence on Louis. Even unwell, Lady Celia was still Lady Celia. She raised her perfectly shaped eyebrows, her expression one of utter distaste. I'll depart as soon as I've greeted my father. Oh, he went outside. I see, I thought he would be here. He wanted to check if there were any issues with your belongings. I'm sure your creepy little room is finally nice and tidy. Make sure you don't leave anything unnecessary behind. Lady Celia wore a modest navy blue dress today, nothing extravagant, but I recognized the cut as something similar to a dress I had just seen in the capital. It featured the latest trend in lace detailing. I hadn't planned on mentioning it, but her words reminded me that I had set aside part of the Duke's gifts to leave behind. Lady Celia, I'm leaving some royal Mudra golden fur. This winter is expected to be colder than usual, so please use it for warm clothing. The fur of a magical beast, how revolting. It's a rare and valuable material. Normally, when one is obtained, it's presented to His Majesty the King. It's far beyond what I deserve, so I'm leaving it for you and your son. Oh, is that so? She pretended to dislike the gift, but I could tell that the royal Mudra fur had caught her interest. Of course, she wouldn't say she didn't want it. That was just how Lady Celia was. Our relationship had always been distant, weaker than that of distant relatives. I never expected thanks. Thank you for everything. Even if it was a meaningless farewell, I intended to end things properly. I lowered my body and gracefully performed the bow of a noble lady. But Lady Celia had no intention of responding in kind. She lazily fanned herself with a feather fan despite the cool weather, lifting her chin slightly. Though her eyes smiled, her lips twisted into a smirk. HMPH, such a hollow farewell. Congratulations, Melier. I don't know what tricks you pulled to deceive the Duke, but at least you won't be sent to a convent. Try your best not to bore him too quickly. Lounging on the sofa, she waved her feather fan over her mouth. During the 10 days since my engagement had been decided, Lady Celia had shut herself away in her room, refusing to see anyone. Now, hearing the sharp edge in her voice, I realized it had been a mistake to think she looked unwell earlier. She seemed just like her usual self. Yes, I'll do my best. I assume you already understand this, but I'll say it anyway. No matter what happens, even if you bear a child with the Duke's blood, the title of Marchelraid will pass to my son, Louis. You no longer have a place here. Yes, I am to be married and leave this house. You have no right to inherit the title of House Marchelraid. I will keep that in mind. From now on, I will devote myself to House Galbrath. Oh, how dreadful. Even in this, you're just like that perfect little Elise. You've always been that way, wearing that composed expression, taking all the best things for yourself. Honestly, you and your mother are both utterly infuriating. With a sharp snap, Lady Celia shut her feathered fan, clearly displeased by my response. Elise was my mother. Lady Celia had never spoken about her before, but the way she said it now, it was as if she had known my mother for a long time. That was strange. There was a considerable age gap between them. Lady Celia was from the royal capital, while my mother was from the southern provinces. How could they have possibly met? Listen carefully, Melier. If this engagement is annulled, there will be no more leniency. If you return here, you will be sent to a convent immediately. Yes, I will do my utmost to ensure that does not happen. There is nothing more to discuss. Lady Celia cut the conversation short as if she had lost interest in me entirely. She waved her feathered fan and called out my half-brother's name. He had been playing in the corner of the room, but upon hearing her voice, he looked at us curiously before toddling over. When he reached her, Lady Celia lifted him into her arms and placed a soft kiss on his cheek before standing up. Then, as if to avoid looking at me, she turned her back. From beginning to end, there had been no understanding between us, but at the very least, she possessed love for her son. Lady Celia, my lord brother, please take care of yourselves and look after my father. Lady Celia neither responded to my farewell nor spared me a glance, but that was fine. For a noblewoman like her, finding me loathsome was only natural. I was well aware that I had never behaved like the rightful heir of House Marchelrade, nor had I honed the refined etiquette expected of a noble lady. With my father lacking an heir, I should have been engaged before even debuting in high society. However, by the time Lady Celia entered our family as my father's second wife, I was already completely immersed in my research on consuming magical creatures, with no interest whatsoever in social circles. No one needed to tell me I was a failure as a noble. Even if we had tried to find common ground, our fundamental values were too different. To Lady Celia, my way of thinking was simply incomprehensible. Then, if you'll excuse me. Leaving the guest room, I quickly made my way to the entrance. Herman, bowing repeatedly, apologized. I had no idea that the mistress had come here, but I waved him off and stepped outside to look for my father. Wait, wasn't I supposed to be picked up by a carriage? I had assumed my escort would arrive on horseback, but there was no sign of horses or carriages at the entrance. However, from the direction of the annex where my room was located, I could hear something that sounded like a dragon's cry. So that's what Lady Celia meant when she complained about the stench of dragons. It seemed I had just missed my father. I hurried around the back of the estate toward the annex. Just as I was starting to feel winded, I spotted my father overseeing the transportation of my belongings. "Father, so you were here after all. Oh, Melfi, are you ready?" "Yes, I've finished my preparations." He handed the last of the luggage to a servant before turning to me, as if there was something he wanted to say. As he looked at me, now dressed in travel attire for the long journey ahead, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You're finally able to wear that coat, I see. I gave that to Elise when she first arrived here." This fur cloak was Mother's. She came from the south, didn't she? She must have been shocked by the winters in Marchelrade. Indeed. She was so delighted to see snow for the first time that she threw herself into it and got completely covered, and ended up catching a cold right after arriving. Oh my, Mother did that. I can't imagine it. I had never known her to do something so playful. In my memories, Mother was always composed, working late into the night at her desk. Elise, for all her brilliance, had a childish side to her. She was always doing the silliest things. But I suppose I never told you any of this, did I? Father, his expression suddenly darkened, as though something had just weighed on him. Worried, I stepped closer. But before I could say anything, the familiar cry of a dragon rang out, drawing my attention. Oh, wait, is that the Duke? He actually came to pick me up himself. Atop the most magnificent of the Greshel dragons was none other than the Duke himself. Today, he was wrapped in a black fur-lined coat, layered over a thick winter garment. It had grown considerably colder in Marchelrade over the past 7 days. Even the Greshel dragons, known for their resistance to cold, exhaled misty breaths, shifting uncomfortably in the chill. He called out a greeting from above just now, my father said. Apparently, since traveling by land would take over 10 days, he decided to come fetch you by dragon instead. Then, under his breath, my father muttered, "A dragon, how enviable." Understandable. There were no dragon breeds native to Marchelrade. There were even more dragons than before. The Galbrath knights who had remained behind to assist were now giving instructions to the newly arrived knights. It seemed that under Mullen's direction, my belongings had already been loaded. Nearby, the knights securing the dragons were placing cargo into large, thickly woven nets with practiced ease. And atop the grandest of them all was the Duke himself. Noticing me, he raised a hand in greeting. "I've come to fetch you, Melfiera." "Your Grace, thank you. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." If I dawdled, winter would set in. "You haven't caught a cold, have you? Even with magic to soften the chill, the air up there is freezing. Keep yourself as warm as possible." With a dramatic sweep of his arm, the Duke flung back his black fur-lined cloak as he dismounted. Today, he was even clad in gleaming armor, its surface etched with ancient magical script alongside the emblem of House Galbrath. He strode forward with an effortless grace, stopping just a step away from me. At his waist, he carried 2 swords, his entire appearance exuding the aura of a man about to ride into battle. My heart pounded at how striking he looked. Then, without warning, he dropped to one knee and took my left hand. "My betrothed, I trust you are well." And then he pressed his lips to the back of my hand. not the typical social gesture of merely miming a kiss, a real kiss. W8, I'm not wearing gloves. Your face is bright red, the Duke remarked. What's wrong? B, because I'm in your grace. What about me? Stop teasing me. The Duke smirked, an unmistakable gleam of amusement in his eyes. He was definitely doing this on purpose. A knight's oath-bound kiss, a romantic gesture straight out of a fairy tale. I had never received anything like it before. Ha, Duke, you certainly have no shame, doing such a thing right in front of me, my father muttered in exasperation. Forgive me, father-in-law, my fiancé is simply too adorable. The Duke and my father, still gripping my hand, turned to face each other. And then, they locked eyes. I wasn't cold, the fur-lined cloak ensured that, but somehow the air around us felt downright icy. When the two men finally clasped hands in greeting, I could feel the force behind it. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination. Section. Dark snow clouds had begun to gather over the Bardos Mountains and the northern range. It wouldn't be long before snow blanketed the estate as well. To prevent the cold from overwhelming the Greshel dragons, the Marchelraid Knights activated the snur-repelling magical sigils set around the annex. Once the chill had eased slightly, the knights carefully adjusted the weight of the luggage to ensure the dragons remained stable. By the time everything was ready for departure, it was already well past noon. As I finished my final checks, the Duke returned from his conversation with my father. Standing a short distance away, where she hadn't been before, was Lady Celia, despite having supposedly remained in the main estate. Her maids were also in attendance. Perhaps, however begrudgingly, she had come to see me off because today was an auspicious day for House Marchelraid. Other knights and servants of Marchelraid had also gathered to bid me farewell. Seeing them there made me unexpectedly emotional. Melier, you haven't forgot anything, have you? No, Your Grace. Mullen took command and ensured that all my research materials and tools were packed into crates. All the sealed crates contain them. Yes, that's right. It took time to sort through what to bring and what to discard, but we managed. That pile over there is for disposal then. There's quite a lot. Some are completed research notes, others are just rough drafts. When I ran out of paper, I even wrote on wooden planks. I see. Mullen, bring those discarded crates here. At the Duke's command, the knights carried the discarded crates, 4 large wooden boxes that required 2 people to lift, into the center. I had planned to use them as firewood, but what did the Duke intend to do with them? Are they safe to burn? Yes, they're just for disposal. Good. I wasn't sure what he meant by good, but he placed a hand on my shoulder and turned toward my father and the others. Then, with a silent signal, he directed the Galbrath knights to mount their dragons. Count Marchelraid, it's time for us to depart. The Duke led me toward one of the dragons. Just like before, it lowered its body to make mounting easier. The Duke took my hand and helped me onto its back, securing me with a leather belt around my waist to prevent me from falling. He then settled behind me, encircling my waist with his arms to support me. I felt secure in his embrace, but today he was wearing armor. The cold, hard surface pressed against my back. Your Grace, are you truly leaving without resting first? My father, keeping a safe distance from the dragon, called out to him. I cannot afford to be away from my domain for too long. It is deep into autumn in Galbrath, and monsters are swarming like weeds. Ah, that's right, it is still autumn in your lands. Autumn was when magical creatures were most active. The Duke had to be extremely busy, yet he had come all this way to personally fetch me. I felt guilty, but also undeniably happy. Then, Melier, I will see you again in the spring. Yes, father, in the spring. I will do my best. From atop the dragon, I called out my farewell. My father, watching the dragons take to the sky one by one, seemed unable to hide his envy. As the Duke tightened his grip around my waist and gave the command, our dragon spread its wings in preparation for takeoff. Instinctively, I grasped his arm, making sure I wouldn't fall. Father-in-law, I may not return in the spring, the Duke suddenly declared. If so, I will keep Melier with me until the autumn wedding. Your Grace, a proper wedding requires preparation. Assembling everything fitting for a bride of the ducal house will take at least 6 months. No need. I will ensure that Melier has everything she requires here. The conversation between the Duke and my father left me puzzled. The plan had always been for me to return to Marchelraid in the spring. I was only meant to be away for about 5 months over the winter, after which I would prepare for the wedding in my own domain. According to the terms of our engagement, I would remain betrothed for approximately a year, during which I would balance my training as the future Duchess of Galbraith with the wedding preparations. That discussion is over, the Duke declared. Your Grace. Ignoring my father, who seemed to have more to say, the Duke urged the dragon into flight. A gust of magic-infused wind swirled around us, lifting dust from the ground. I squinted as I heard high-pitched shrieks, Lady Celia and her maids, no doubt struggling with the wind whipping at their dresses. Father-in-law, you need not worry, the Duke assured him. I will protect Melier. I have the power and the status to do so. With those words, he murmured an incantation, conjuring a small flame at the tip of his right index finger. As he adjusted the dragon's position, he peered downward, seeming to confirm something. By the way, Melier said those crates were for disposal, correct? Burning them one by one would be a hassle, I'll take care of it. In an instant, a pillar of white fire erupted. The discarded crates were engulfed, not in ordinary flames, but in a searing blaze that reduced them to ash in moments. This is the Duke's magic. The sheer intensity of it was astounding. Below, I spotted Claude, the Marchelraid Knight Captain, erecting a magical barrier to shield himself from the flames. The other knights stood protectively in front of my father and Lady Celia, forming a wall between them and the inferno. My father's eyes were wide with shock. Lady Celia, on the other hand, seemed to have completely lost her composure. She clung to a knight for support, her face twisted in terror. That fire will extinguish on its own once it has consumed its target, the Duke remarked casually. By the way, Melfier's quarters and research building have been sealed with similar magic. If you don't wish to be incinerated, I advise you not to tamper with them. Duke Galbraith, this is excessive. What if something had happened to our lord? Knight Captain Claude glared up at the Duke, his voice ringing with reprimand. Yet the Duke, illuminated by the fire's glow, merely smiled, his golden eyes gleaming with magic. When he turned to me, his expression was filled with satisfaction. A little mischievous, a little dangerous. It suited him perfectly. Do you truly think I would make such a mistake? The Duke mused. Claude, was it? You have potential. Come to Galbraith. I will keep a seat open for you. Who would ever? Haha, I jest. Your loyalty is commendable. Keep an eye on the principality. If I notice anything, I will inform you. Claude's expression shifted in surprise before he lowered his guard and saluted as a knight. The principality. He must have been referring to the neighboring duchy of Talbot. As far as I knew, there had been no conflicts between Marchelraid and the principality since my father's rule began. When I turned to the Duke in question, he simply replied, "It's only natural to look out for my fiancé's homeland." Perhaps there were tensions between the Duchy of Talbot and the Kingdom of Langdias that I had yet to learn about. Now then, it's time to go. The Duke guided the Greshel dragon into a sharp ascent. The white flames still burned brightly, but the crates had already turned to ash. Soon, the fire would fade on its own. As the people below became no more than specks, I finally lifted my head. Are you feeling lonely? A little, but my thoughts are already occupied with the life ahead. Simply continue being yourself. The most important duty of the Duchess of Galbraith is to support and care for her husband. To support and care for you, but can I really do that? I lacked any confidence in performing the duties of a noblewoman. I couldn't sing or play instruments. I wasn't a beauty who could captivate with a mere glance. Isn't that the hardest duty of all? My unease must have shown on my face. The Duke reached for my hair, twirling a loose strand around his fingers. I am already quite soothed by you. I enjoy listening to you speak of magical creatures, and I'd prefer it if you kept your hair down more often. But if I neglect it, it turns into a disaster. That's what makes it so soft and delightful to touch. With the dragons forming a steady formation in the sky, I turned to face the future, leaving Marchelraid behind. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. In season now, deep-fried demon fish. Ingredient, Zanas. Your Grace, the world is glowing red. To my right, the massive red sun was sinking below the horizon. The clouds, the earth, everything was bathed in crimson light. The Duke, the dragons, and even myself, everything was painted in red. I've never seen such a beautiful sunset before. Indeed, it's breathtaking, just like the color of your hair. What? My hair isn't nearly as beautiful as this. No, it is. When you activated that magic circle earlier, your hair shimmered just like this. It was stunning. The Duke reached out and touched my hair. Embarrassed, I hid my face in his cloak. My heart pounded wildly. The Duke truly seemed to like my hair. According to Koss, His Grace has a fondness for small, fluffy creatures. I didn't mind when he touched it, but it still felt embarrassing. As I tried to compose myself, the sun continued its descent, slipping halfway below the distant ridgeline. The once red sky began to fade into darkness. Birds struggle to see at night, but what about dragons? Curious, I turned to the Duke. Do dragons have good night vision? To an extent, but more than that, we navigate by experience. That's incredible. So, once you get used to it, flying at night is no problem. Riding a dragon was rare enough, but the Duke and his knights truly were in a league of their own. I'm glad you trust us, but I can't allow you to be put in danger. Just hold on until we reach our lodging for the night. The Duke chanted a short spell, and the ornaments attached to the dragon's horns and tails began to glow softly. In perfect synchronization, the other dragons in formation also lit up. The tips of their tails blinked like tiny beacons. Oh, how adorable. They serve to help us track each other's positions. We're not in battle, so safety comes first. Before long, the sky would be fully dark, the stars flickering into sight. From the ground, would these lights look like falling stars? Perhaps someone might even mistake them for shooting stars. Greshel dragon shooting stars, that sounds like a dream. The journey by dragon was astonishingly fast and comfortable. The Duke's magic shielded us from the cold, and unlike a carriage, there was no jolting or rattling. The luxurious saddle, made specifically for him, was also well cushioned, an unexpected but welcome feature. Since departing Marchelrade in the early afternoon, we had already flown over multiple territories. Despite the speed, rest breaks were still necessary. After stopping twice to let the dragons recover, night had fallen, and we were now hurrying toward our lodging. As the moon climbed higher, a large, bustling city appeared on our left. The city center twinkled with countless lights, lively and full of activity. Is that the place? I leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better view. The Duke's left arm, securely wrapped around my waist, gave me a reassuring sense of safety. That is the royal port city of Avnil. However, our actual destination is the fortress of Ritterard, located at the border. A fortress. Hearing the word fortress made me instantly restless. Most borders were surrounded by forests, rivers, or mountains, perfect habitats for magical creatures. If I could capture a small magical beast. As I entertained the idea, I noticed that the Duke seemed hesitant about something. I wasn't sure why. This was my first time on such a journey, but perhaps we needed to resupply at the fortress. Well, Melfiera, originally, I considered staying in the city, but there are logistical issues with feeding and housing the wyverns. However, if you'd prefer, you could accompany me into town. We can visit a city anytime. Are there forests or rivers near the fortress? Will we be having outdoor meals for dinner and breakfast? I cut him off, my voice filled with excitement. The Duke blinked at me in surprise. Ritterard is near a river, but you don't mind staying at the fortress? Not at all. In fact, I'm a little excited. It'll be easier to gather food for the dragons, too. That's true, but it's really just a place to sleep. The only food available is rations. You might prefer eating in the city. This season, magical fish should be plump from spawning. And in the forest, we could find magical tree nuts. If the forest and river are too dangerous at night, I don't mind eating rations. Stopping in the city would take extra time, and traveling straight to the fortress would be less of a burden. Besides, we had flown south from Marchelrade, which meant the forests would still be rich with autumn's bounty. There were likely magical creatures I had only ever seen in research books. I couldn't contain my excitement. A fortress was infinitely more thrilling than a city. With anticipation building, I eagerly looked up at the Duke. Oh, magical fish, you say? This time of year, Zanas should be in season. They're a nuisance, disrupting other fishes' spawning grounds. No one would object if we caught them. As expected of the Duke, he had encountered far more magical creatures than I had. I mentally flipped through the pages of my bestiary. Zanas, oh, I remember now. They're the magical fish that migrate upstream to spawn. Zanas were large, omnivorous magical fish that swam up from the sea to breed. Using their long whiskers, they emitted magical energy to stun their prey before devouring them. They ate small fish, fish eggs, insects, and even small animals. They reminded me of myself in a way, consuming anything edible. Their appearance was nothing like mine, of course, but I still felt a strange sense of kinship. Zanas weren't found in Marchelraid, so if I had the chance to catch one, I would love to try eating it. But rather than fishing, they have to be caught using traps, the Duke pointed out. Traps? That does make things more difficult. I suppose it can't be helped this time. Ultimately, our destination was the Duchy of Galbraith, not a fishing expedition. I would have to let go of the idea for now. Besides, Zanas probably lived in the Duke's territory as well. My disappointment must have been obvious because the Duke gently patted my shoulder. Don't be so disheartened. Sorry, I get carried away when it comes to magical creatures. I don't mind. If anything, I understand the feeling. I get just as reckless when it comes to hunting them. Though, there should be traps at the fortress. If we set one up tonight, we can check it in the morning. Why you're really sure about this? Of course. Fresh, hot meals will always be better than bland, pre-packaged rations. I'm looking forward to breakfast tomorrow. Even in moments like these, the Duke was kind. I couldn't help but wonder if he was just going along with it for my sake, but perhaps the Duchy of Galbraith was simply more accepting of monster-based cuisine than Marchelraid. Come to think of it, the Duke once mentioned that they had survived on monster meat when food was scarce. Curious about what kind of creatures they had eaten and how they had prepared them, I casually asked. Now that I think about it, Your Excellency, you have eaten monsters you've hunted before, haven't you? What kind of creatures were they? How were they prepared? And how did they taste? I don't know if I'd even call it cooking. Even in the dim lighting, I could see the color drain from the Duke's face. His fingers twitched slightly, as if struggling to find the right words, before he finally turned to me with a completely serious expression. A deep furrow formed between his brows, as though he had just recalled something incredibly unpleasant. It was unbelievably tough. The way he muttered those words told me all I needed to know, and it stank. So it was a carnivorous monster. Mostly, yes, but just slicing off chunks of meat, rubbing them with salt, and grilling them over a fire that doesn't really count as cooking, does it? I made sure to cook it thoroughly to avoid food poisoning, but in the end, everyone still got sick. That was likely because they hadn't removed the monster's residual magic before eating it. The Duke had been quite impressed when I used a magic circle to extract the magic from the royal Mudra. Even the Knights of Galbraith, who specialized in hunting monsters, couldn't neutralize external magic once it entered their bodies. Or rather, maybe it was because they were Galbraith Knights that they only ended up with stomach trouble. If it had been an ordinary person, they might have been completely bedridden. What kind of monster was it? Considering how dangerous the monsters in the Duchy of Galbraith and the Great Forest of Elzany were, I was curious about what exactly they had eaten. The one that was unbelievably tough was Beluvia. As for the smell, well, they all stank, but Screamwood was particularly awful. And the one that was truly inedible was Gargantus. That thing could never be considered food. The Duke shuddered, looking deeply disturbed, as if recalling a terrible experience. Beluvia was a four-legged hoofed beast, a subspecies of the backhorn. More aggressive than its counterpart, it had a fiercely territorial nature. Being entirely carnivorous, its body was made of pure muscle, which explained why its meat was so tough. Screamwood was a tree-like monster that mimicked dead wood, emitting eerie, scream-like sounds from the hollows in its trunk. Its fruit looked deliciously red and ripe, but the sap released when peeling its skin was known for its intense stench. I had never seen or heard of Gargantus before, but if the Duke ever managed to hunt one again, I'd love to test whether I could make it palatable. If I removed the magic properly, I wonder if it would be edible. Beluvia and Screamwood, maybe, if you put in the effort. In Marchelraid, there was a mid-sized monster called Jackal that wasn't particularly suited for consumption, so perhaps this Gargantus is similar. Gargantus was a monster covered in blazing flames and solid rock. The inside was, well, it was a gelatinous mess. I was so desperate from hunger that I don't even remember if I actually swallowed it. Just as the Duke said this, he pulled the reins, guiding the dragon into a descent. Below us, the dark expanse of a forest stretched out, with a large river cutting through the landscape. At least Zana's, the fish from Ritterard Fortress's river, actually looks edible. Melier, hold on to me until we land. Why yes. I wrapped my arms around his waist as instructed, clinging tightly. The wind unraveled my tied-up hair, sending it whipping about, and the hem of my travel attire fluttered wildly. Zana's looks like it has thick, meaty flesh, so a hearty cooking method would suit it best. If we managed to catch some, frying it with a crispy coating might be a better option than stewing. That way, both the Duke and the knights could enjoy plenty of it. Rations were nutritious, but they were dry and flavorless. A freshly prepared, warm meal would be much better. If we can't catch any Zana's, I'll bring out my best salted meat instead. My mind was now entirely consumed with thoughts of the elusive monster fish, Zana's, which I had only ever seen in illustrations. Section. The moment we landed, we were greeted by a group of fortress knights, who, for some reason, looked absolutely stunned at the sight of me. According to the Duke, Ritterard was a royal-controlled fortress, meaning that the knights stationed here served directly under His Majesty the King. A tall knight wearing a plumed helmet saluted the Duke with the highest form of knightly etiquette. The Duke raised a hand in acknowledgement, returning the gesture with casual authority before signaling for Mullen to step forward. I considered greeting them as well, but before I could, the Duke discreetly pulled his cloak around me, shielding me from view. Though I couldn't see what was happening, I could still hear the exchange. Flying in on a dragon at night, quite the spectacle. How many times is it this month, Mullen? Hey, Bagard, you're on night watch today. Sorry for the repeated disturbances. This is happening way too often. Anyway, same spot as last time, right? About that, His Excellency's guest is with us this time. Wait, hold on, his guest. That's a woman. Why didn't you just go to town? Don't tell me she's actually staying here. That's exactly what I'm telling you. We're taking over the entire western wing of the fortress, so make the necessary arrangements. You do realize there's nothing fancy here, right? I didn't need anything fancy, but it seemed they were worried about making accommodations for me. While Mullen exchanged greetings with the fortress knights, the Duke handed over the dragon to the remaining knights and helped me unload my belongings. Since I wasn't unpacking everything, I repacked only the essentials, my change of clothes and a few small tools, into a more convenient bag. I actually hadn't brought any servants from Marchelraid, so I had to take care of things myself. Ever since I took over my mother's research, I'd been doing things on my own, but I still couldn't put on a proper dress by myself. What should I do about tomorrow's dress? If it's just travel wear, I might be able to manage on my own. Well, I'll figure something out. More importantly, I need to remember to take out the salted meat. Rummaging through my luggage, I took out the portioned meat wrapped in oil paper. It was salt-cured thigh meat from a royal Mudra. After 10 days of drying, it had reached just the right semi-cured state. As I busied myself with preparations, the Duke approached, carrying a bag filled with my dress and various daily necessities. Melier, we should go to town after all. I don't know what I was thinking, letting a woman stay overnight in a remote border fort like this. For some reason, the Duke looked rather dejected. Had something happened? I'm not bothered at all. The atmosphere here reminds me of the research wing, and more importantly, I think this fortress is wonderful. Besides, as long as you're here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if monsters attacked, I felt reassured knowing that the Duke and the Knights of Galbrath were present, not to mention the royal knights serving directly under His Majesty. Having seen the Duke's strength up close, I understood well enough. Galbraith's knights were nothing like the so-called noble knights in name only. When I looked up at him with trust in my eyes, the Duke averted his gaze, shifting it restlessly. I appreciate that you trust me so much, but even in times of peace, a fortress isn't exactly a comfortable place for a lady. I'll be fine, really. I'm used to falling asleep on the floor. Puffing out my chest with confidence, I answered. The Duke muttered under his breath, "That's not normal, is it?" I heard him, but was it really so strange? When I got engrossed in something, returning to my room felt like a waste of time. Apparently, that wasn't acceptable behavior. Your Excellency, preparations are complete. Understood, I'm on my way. A Galbraith knight had come to summon us, so the Duke and I handed over our belongings and headed toward the western wing of the fortress. The stone walls were plain but built with remarkable sturdiness. This fortress is larger than I expected, And these walls, they're incredibly thick. They were designed to withstand a siege. Then they should hold up well against monster attacks too. I entered the room the knights had guided us to. Inside, several Galbrath knights had already been making preparations for our stay. About half of them had begun removing their armor, and from the back of the room, I could smell the faint aroma of food. Come to think of it, I'm getting hungry. A bearded knight promptly approached and stood at attention before the Duke, delivering his report. Your Excellency, we will now split into 2 groups. Ambry's unit will rest early. Yes, we've already begun cooking, so after a light meal, they will retire first. Understood. Report any issues immediately. Wait. Right, tell Ritterard's knights to catch some zanas. The zanas? You mean the demon fish? The knight seemed puzzled. Why would we go out of our way to catch a demon fish, only to kill it and toss it away? His expression asked the question he dared not speak aloud. Yes, that zanas. They should have traps set up to prevent them from swimming upstream this time of year. I'm sure they can spare at least one. I see, understood. Though still confused, the knight saluted before leaving to deliver the message to Ritterard's knights. Once the Duke saw him off, he stepped closer and removed my cloak for me. Melier, you must be exhausted. Not at all. Thanks to your magic, the flight was quite comfortable. We'll be flying just as much tomorrow. Get some rest. I'll bring you something light to eat soon. You should sit and relax. I'll have them bring a foot bath. I appreciated the Duke's thoughtfulness, but honestly, I was more curious about the food than my own fatigue. The room was filled with a peculiar, grainy smell. What on earth were they cooking? Actually, there's something I'd rather know than a foot bath. What is it? If you need a bath, that can be arranged too. Just say the word. The Duke smiled warmly and casually reached up, running his fingers through my loose strands of hair. I didn't need a bath, but perhaps I should tidy my hair. He had once said he liked it fluffy. No, I shouldn't waste time on that. Since he had said I could ask without hesitation, I decided to take him at his word. Would it be all right if I went to the kitchen? I'd like to help with the cooking. I brought something with me that might be useful. From Marchelrade's territory. Yes, and there's enough to share. Would that be all right, Your Excellency? I pulled out the old paper-wrapped meat from my bag. The Duke's face immediately brightened. Very well, but don't push yourself too hard. Of course, Your Excellency, I'll just help a little. With his permission, I eagerly made my way toward the kitchen. Inside, I found one knight boiling water, while another was struggling with a large wooden bowl, mixing something powdery. The knight tending the pot was Mullen. Quietly, I approached and stood beside the black-haired knight who was wrestling with the oversized bowl. Excuse me, is that grain porridge? Oh, m'lady, you shouldn't be here. I have the Duke's permission. More importantly, don't you think that porridge won't be very filling? Grain porridge, made by mixing various ground grains with hot water into a thick paste, was nutritious but bland. It was a meal suited for the sick, not something that would replenish the energy of knights taking the night watch. While it made a great emergency ration, surely they could make it a bit more enjoyable. As the knight looked at me in bewilderment, I raised my secret weapon. How about this? I revealed the salted royal Mudra meat, and Mullen, who had been with me when I tasted the skewered meat earlier, gasped with delight. Are you sure about this, Lady Melier? Please call me Melfi. If I may say so myself, this salted meat turned out exceptionally well. I think it will be delicious if mixed into the grain porridge. That's an excellent idea. Mullen raised both hands in excitement, his joy evident. The other knight, whom I was meeting for the first time, glanced at him with a skeptical expression. He hadn't tasted the exquisite royal Mudra skewers like Mullen had, so he had no idea how delicious the meat I was holding truly was. Should I let him experience the taste of this salted meat first? Don't give me that look, Zeth. This is Lady Melier. I mean Lady Melfi's special reserve, you know. Wait, you mean that golden-furred meat? First the assistant commander, now Captain Ambry, and now you. Are you all seriously okay? Of course we're okay. You'll understand once you try it. Eat it. Eat it right now and kneel in reverence. Mullen and Zeth started bickering. First-time listeners always reacted like Zeth when they heard about monster cuisine. In the end, the only way to convince them was to have them taste it for themselves. No matter how much we explained, some things just had to be experienced firsthand. I quietly borrowed a knife and sliced the salted meat into thin pieces. Then, I skewered them on wooden sticks and lightly grilled them over the fire. Ideally, I should have soaked the meat to remove some of the salt, but since it was sliced thin, it shouldn't be overly salty. The fine marbling of fat sizzled as it melted over the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. As the meat curled slightly and its edges crisped to a perfect golden brown, I held out a skewer to Zeth. This is Royal Mudra salted meat, hunted personally by the Duke for me. The magic has been completely removed, so it's safe to eat. At that moment, Mullen eagerly stepped forward, unable to contain himself. Lady Malfoy, I'd like to have the first taste. In that case, please, go ahead, Mullen. I sliced a few more pieces, and Mullen immediately began grilling his own. The fat crackled and popped, filling the air with a rich, savory scent. Why, you're really going to eat that? Of course I am. You're missing out if you refuse something just because it's unfamiliar. Besides, if Lady Malfoy has removed the magic, there's no risk of getting sick. Ignoring Zeth's uncertainty, Mullen popped a piece of meat into his mouth in one swift motion. His eyes narrowed into thin slits, his face melting into pure bliss as he chewed and swallowed. Good. It looked like he was enjoying it. This saltiness, just what I needed after a long day. Lady Malfoy, this is incredible. The fresh meat we had back then was delicious, but this aged version has a depth of flavor that's simply irresistible. Is that so? Well, I'm glad to hear it, Mullen. A deep, low voice suddenly rumbled from the entrance of the kitchen. All of us instinctively turned to look. Malfoy, may I have a bite as well? Standing in the doorway was the Duke, looking visibly frustrated, with a dark aura of magic swirling behind him. For some reason, he remained rooted to the spot, refusing to take even a single step inside. Concerned, I called out to him. Your Excellency, why don't you come in instead of standing there? The Duke had his lips pressed into a firm line, his expression sullen, but he didn't seem angry. He had been in a good mood earlier, so what had changed? Was he upset that I had let someone else have the first taste? Even though it was actually Mullen who had stolen a bite first. There's plenty for you as well, so please don't sulk. I am not sulking. Then please wait just a moment. I'll grill some for you, Your Excellency. As I prepared another piece, Mullen and Zeth remained frozen in place, barely even breathing. Mullen, in particular, was still clutching his skewer as if he had turned to stone. Once the meat was perfectly grilled, I walked over to the Duke and held out the skewer. Here you go, Your Excellency. Please enjoy. The Duke glanced at the skewer, but didn't reach for it. His lips were still pursed, his expression unreadable, but his gaze, intensely fixed on me, was unmistakably sulky. He said he wasn't sulking, but he was absolutely sulking. The way he was acting was almost childlike. It was honestly a little endearing. It's best when it's hot. I held the thinly sliced meat up to the Duke's lips, determined to get him to open his mouth. Now, how did the nanny do it? I remembered that when my 3-year-old half-brother in Marchelraid refused to eat, our nanny would always say something like this. Here you go, it's delicious. Say ah. Softly, with a smile, her ah was practically a magic spell. Even my stubborn little brother, who had turned his head away in defiance, would open his mouth for her. Come to think of it, the nanny always used his name, too. Your Excellency. Aristide Sama. When I took the plunge and called his name, the Duke's eyes widened in surprise, his lips parting slightly. Now's my chance. Flashing my brightest smile, I called his name again. Aristide Sama. Here, say ah. In that instant, the Duke's face turned bright red, and his mouth opened with an audible pop. Wasting no time, I slipped the thin slice of meat inside. Yes, just like the nanny. Success. The Duke pressed a hand to his mouth as he chewed. The dark aura of magic that had loomed behind him had completely dissipated, and his entire demeanor had softened. Even the furrow in his brow was gone. There was an old saying. A shared meal prevents conflict. Apparently it was true. How is it? Es sweet. Hee, the fat has a natural sweetness. Do you like it? Yeah. Would you like some more? Without a word, the Duke nodded. Taking his hand, I led him over to where I was slicing more of the salted meat. I pulled a chair closer and gestured for him to sit. I can stand, he protested, but I simply smiled. Please just wait here. He obeyed without further complaint. Good, now that he had joined in, he seemed satisfied. All right, let's finish preparing the grain porridge. Since there was too much work for one person, I enlisted Mullen and Zeth to help with the meat. Mullen, Zeth, could you finally chop this meat? I turned to them with my request, only to find both knights standing completely still, unnervingly stiff. They seemed oddly restless, like they weren't sure what to do. Finally, Mullen shot up a hand and answered with a bit too much enthusiasm. "Why, yes, I'll cut it into tiny pieces immediately. Idiot, you'll just get in the way. But we can't possibly let His Excellency do it. You're such a pain." Despite their minor scuffle, the two began their task. However, they kept glancing at me and the Duke before quickly looking away. Come to think of it, Zeth never actually tried the thinly sliced meat earlier. Would he be all right with it mixed into the porridge? "Zeth, are you sure you don't want to taste first? If His Excellency ate it and was fine, then I'm sure it's fine." "All right, I won't force you." Everyone had foods they didn't like, and forcing someone to eat wasn't right. But before I could leave it at that, Mullen smacked the hilt of his knife against Zeth's head and started lecturing him. "No, Lady Melfi, Lady Melfiera, he has to try it, I approve. Zeth is just picky. He always complains about the rations. Mind your own business, Mullen. Meat's too tough, vegetables are too bitter. You should be grateful you have food at all." "Fine, fine. Just one bite." Now that Zeth had given in, I prepared another thin slice of meat. The Duke was watching me intently, so I decided to prepare another piece for him as well. And of course, since Zeth's hands were dirty from chopping, there was only one solution. I held the meat up to Zeth's face. "What are you doing?" he asked, confused. "Here, Zeth. Say Wah, what are you, MMPH?" I didn't give him a chance to argue. I simply popped the piece of meat into his mouth. His eyes widened in shock, but after a few moments of chewing, he swallowed. "Well, how was it?" Zeth averted his gaze and mumbled under his breath. "It was good." Section, the grain porridge with salted royal Mudra meat, was a huge hit among the knights. The trick had been finely dicing the meat and lightly frying it beforehand. The rich aroma, combined with the umami of the fat and the perfect balance of saltiness, had everyone scraping their bowls clean. When I told them they could finish off the rest of the royal Mudra meat, even Zeth, who had been so reluctant at first, raced Mullen to the kitchen, eager for more. "Here, Melfi. Say And now I found myself sitting beside the Duke, being fed porridge. I wasn't a child. My hands were perfectly free, and it wasn't like I was sulking, so there was no reason for this. Yet the Duke, holding up a spoonful of porridge, looked incredibly pleased with himself. "Your Excellency, why don't you eat some of the salted meat instead? I can eat by myself." "No, I'm feeding you." "Oh, fine, I suppose I have no choice." I opened my mouth and took a bite of the porridge from the spoon the Duke offered me. The umami spread through my stomach, warming me from the inside. The royal Mudra meat was easily among the top 5 most delicious monster meats I had ever tasted. "Melfi." "Yes, Your Excellency." "It's about that thing." The Duke, who had insisted on feeding me until the very last bite, hesitated before speaking. That thing, I had no idea what he was referring to. "Call me normally." "Your Excellency." "No. Your Grace." "Even worse." Aristide Sama." "Yes, that's the one." The moment I addressed him by name, the Duke nodded in satisfaction. According to Kos, it's common for fiancés to call each other by name or use affectionate nicknames. Now that you mention it, my father and mother used to call each other by name as well. So it was common practice. I hadn't known that at all, but if my own parents had done it, then Kos must be right. Until now, I had only ever addressed him as Your Excellency. Calling him by name felt strangely embarrassing. But if this was something I needed to get used to, I had to start now. "WL then, Aristide Sama." "What is it, Melfi?" Hearing him use that name made my chest tighten unexpectedly. My father was the only one who still called me Melfi these days. "I'll practice so I can say it more naturally." "Haha, you could just use a nickname if that's easier." "A nickname?" His full name was Aristide Rogier, so Teed. Or maybe Rogier. Or Alice, no, surely not. I imagined the Duke responding to Alice while bathed in golden light, his eyes gleaming as he fought off monsters, blood-stained and fearless. No, that didn't fit him at all. Alice was a name for a woman. Teed or Rogier made more sense. Then, Rogier Sama. The moment I uttered the name, the Duke's amber eyes flashed gold. The intensity of the glow was overwhelming. It felt as if I was being pulled into its radiance. "Your Excellency, your eyes." I lost control for a moment. "Are you unwell, someone Mullen?" Hearing my alarmed voice, Mullen rushed out of the kitchen. It's nothing, my magic just slipped a little. It's not a problem. But Mullen and the knights quickly surrounded the Duke. Was this my fault? Was it because of the monster meat I had given him? Anxiety twisted in my chest, and I clenched my fists. It's all right, Lady Malfiera. Mullen, His Excellency possesses an immense amount of magic, far beyond that of a normal person. He just needs to release some, and he'll be fine. Mullen explained calmly, reassuring me. The Duke, still watching me through half-lidded eyes, gave me a faint smile. Perfect timing. I'll go catch some Zanas for tomorrow. After I bring back a few dozen, I should be back to normal. Then we shall accompany you. Melfi, I'll be gone for a bit, but don't worry. I'll bring back a big one. He patted my head lightly before turning to leave with several knights. It seemed that the Duke needed to release far more magic than the average person. Both humans and monsters contained magic within them. If a monster's magic accumulated and stagnated, it would turn into magic poison and drive them mad. But humans, what happened when magic accumulated in them? Could he become like my mother? No, I won't accept that. I won't. Just the thought of it made me tremble uncontrollably. Section. After the Duke and his knights had departed, Mullen escorted me to my room. The room was simple, just a bed, a desk and chair, and a wardrobe for clothing. Even with my luggage placed in front of me, I couldn't bring myself to unpack. I was too restless, pacing circles around the room. I knew His Excellency's magic was powerful, but does he lose control like that often? When magic built up beyond a person's limit, and they could no longer suppress it, it was called a magic surge. The only way to prevent it was to release magic periodically. If, for some reason, they were unable to do so, their body would burn up from within, sometimes fatally. Humans are fragile, far more delicate than monsters. I remembered my mother saying that. She had possessed a tremendous amount of magic, and her frequent surges had taken a severe toll on her health. Is there nothing I can do to help? As a child, I could do nothing but watch helplessly whenever my mother was in pain from fever. But after she began researching methods to extract magic from monsters and practicing magic regularly, her health had gradually improved. She had dedicated her life to studying magic circles that would allow anyone to safely and easily release magic. I still remembered how beautiful her spells were. I had watched her activate a magic circle many times. She was so beautiful, hair shining like fire, eyes gleaming like gemstones. Magic swirled around my mother like the twinkling of stars, making her look like a spirit straight out of a fairy tale. But my mother passed away. I was only 7 at the time, too young to be told the details. They said it was an accidental magic circle explosion. But that wasn't the truth. Father and the physicians who treated her believed her magic had gone out of control. Those who didn't know her well spread rumors that she had eaten a magic beast and turned into one herself. That's impossible. My mother's magic circle was incomplete. The mana she extracted from the magic beasts accumulated in her body, unable to be broken down, and turned into magic poison. Humans, weaker than magic beasts, can't withstand magic poison. Before they succumb to madness, their bodies fail, and they die. I uncovered the truth only later, around the time Lady Celia was welcomed as Father's second wife. My research, built on extensive records and my own studies of cloudy quartz as a magical medium, led me to it. But I stayed silent. I didn't want to provoke Lady Celia, and Father had only just begun to accept the wife assigned to him by the kingdom. If I stirred up the past now, I might ruin the fragile recovery of House Marchelraid. And even if I tried to prove it, I had no evidence. I wouldn't be able to explain it properly, so I kept the truth of my mother's death locked away in my heart. His Grace doesn't absorb mana from magic beasts, so he should be fine, right? If it were just a case of magical outbursts, there were ways to manage it. His Grace would be fine. And yet my thoughts spun and spun, spiraling into darker and darker possibilities. He looked so unwell, if only my magic circle could help him. But my current magic circle wasn't stable enough to extract mana from a living magic beast. Mana was deeply intertwined with life force. If a creature's mana were drained completely, it would die. Your Grace, I swear, I will perfect my research. Lost in thought, I suddenly heard the sharp cry of a dawn bird. Why at this hour? Dawn birds only became active when sunrise approached. I became aware of something else, too. I was lying down. And though it should be cold, I felt no chill at all. Instead, I was wrapped in warmth, surrounded by a pleasant scent that made me want to drift back into sleep. I wasn't on the hard floor, so this wasn't my lab. Had I returned to my room? But I had no memory of getting into bed. This isn't my lab, where am I? I cracked my eyes open. It wasn't my research lab, nor was it my personal chambers. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. Faint magical lamps glowed in the corners of the room. No way did I really fall asleep. The memory of His Grace's condition came rushing back, and I shot upright in a panic. This was Ritterard Fortress, a stop on the way to the Galbrath Duchy. As I started to climb out of bed, something made me pause. I had been properly covered with a blanket. When did that get there? Try as I might, I could only remember pacing, worrying about His Grace. I had no recollection of falling asleep. The warmth wrapped around me came from a rough blanket and something far softer, smooth fur. The blanket seemed to be standard fortress bedding, but the fur, it looked familiar. I picked it up and spread it out. It was large, black, and of unmistakably fine quality. It was His Grace's cloak. "Why is this here?" I blurted out in shock. If His Grace's cloak was here, then did he come to check on me? Was he all right? More importantly, did he see me asleep on the floor? I had once told him that falling asleep on the floor was normal for me, but now that it had actually happened, I felt incredibly embarrassed. I hastily checked the floor, relieved to find no embarrassing drool stains. No, now's not the time to be worrying about that. I didn't even take a moment to check my own appearance. Clutching the cloak, I rushed out of the room. In the hallway, I spotted a wooden bucket, probably a foot bath prepared yesterday, though the water inside had long gone cold. There was no time to freshen up now. I hurried toward the hall. The sky, visible through the fortress windows, was still dark, though faint traces of light touched the horizon. There was some time before sunrise, yet several knights and His Grace were already gathered in the hall. The moment I burst in, His Grace rose from his chair. "Melfi, you're already up." "Your Grace, how is your condition?" "Did I worry you? As you can see, I'm fine." I scanned him from head to toe. Was his hair slightly damp? It was loosely tied at the nape of his neck, appearing darker and faintly slick. His face wasn't flushed, and his amber eyes were clear, not gold. It looked like he had bathed and changed clothes. I clutched his cloak to my chest. I was so worried. I suppose I should have told you sooner. As a child, I struggled with magic control. But after becoming a Galbraith, the incidents nearly vanished. Is your mana still stagnant? His Grace blinked at my question, then suddenly took a long stride toward me. As I tilted my head up to meet his gaze, he leaned down and without warning, wrapped me in his arms. "I'm fine, Melfi." "Are you sure?" "I am no fever." He lowered himself slightly, his face coming close to mine. His lashes were long, framing his beautiful eyes. Damp strands of hair clung to his forehead, making him look even more striking. Then, gently, he pressed his forehead to mine. The heat that seeped through was mild. If anything, his skin felt cool. "Your Grace, you're like ice." "Really? Well, I did get thoroughly drenched in river water." River water? Now that I think about it, His Grace had mentioned he was going to hunt for azanas to release some excess mana. In this chilly autumn night, no less, I reach out with one hand and touch his cold cheek. Thanks to the cloak, my body is warm and even my fingertips are flushed with heat. His Grace nuzzles into my palm and murmurs, "It's warm." Are you sure you're all right? You're freezing, you'll catch a cold." "Just having you here like this is more than warm enough." "Right, the cloak. Your Grace, thank you for the cloak." "Please, you should wear it now." I pull out the cloak that had been caught between us. It's lined with fine fur, far warmer than my hands could ever be. "That reminds me, I managed to catch something I think you'll approve of. Would you like to check it now? Your well-being is more important than the zanas. I put in a lot of effort just to make you happy, you know? It was quite a challenge. Out of 46, I picked the liveliest one with the best color and sheen. After taking the cloak from me, His Grace swiftly drapes it over his shoulders, then pulls me back into his embrace. "Ah, it's warm, but the knights are here, so this is embarrassing." The knights seem to be making a show of not looking at us, while absolutely looking at us. I can even hear someone muttering, "All right, past," and another whispering, "His Excellency actually pulled it off." This feels oddly familiar. His Grace, clearly enjoying himself, flashes me a broad smile, the kind of mischievous smile that means he's up to something. H, have you not dealt with the Zanas yet? It's swimming leisurely in a metal net. Since it's nearly dawn and there's no point in trying to sleep now, I'd like to start preparing it. All right, let's do that. Your Grace, please try to rest a little. I'm feeling fantastic. Having you here like this is quite soothing. Your hair is so soft, too. His words make me suddenly conscious of my appearance. I haven't looked in a mirror, but I'm still in yesterday's travel clothes, and my hair must have come completely undone while I slept. Your Grace, I must look an absolute mess. I'm filthier than you are. Don't worry about it, you smell nice. Why, Your Grace? When I call out in protest, His Grace simply grins and leans in closer. That's not right, Malfoy. You should call me by name, shouldn't you? I don't know what you're talking about. We are engaged, after all. Isn't that right, Malfoy? He clearly wants me to say his name. But after everything that happened yesterday, and with how embarrassing it is to be held like this, I can barely manage a whisper, so faint I can hardly hear it myself, when I say, Aristide Sama. The moment I do, his amber eyes flash gold. Yes, I think I'll avoid saying his name for a while. His Grace refuses to let me go, and the knights continue to pretend not to see anything. Feeling utterly helpless, I look to the knights who are just waking up for assistance. Why, you're just in time. Zethsan, good morning. Good morning, Lady Malfiera. Zethsan, upon noticing us, startles visibly, not at me, but at His Grace. Then, as though overwhelmed, he abruptly averts his gaze. Confused by his reaction, I turn to His Grace, only to see his golden eyes glimmering faintly as he beams at Zethsan. Did he just use his mystic eye on him? Honestly, Your Grace, I understand that you're in high spirits. I can't help it, your reactions are just too adorable. Forgive me. This isn't a matter of forgiveness. Keep your jokes to when you've had a drink. I puff out my cheeks on purpose, looking up at him with a slight pout. His Grace murmurs, "That's exactly what makes you so cute," before finally releasing me from his hold. Now that everyone's up, may I begin preparing the Zanas? Ah yes, I suppose we could all use a bite to eat. Make sure to wear a cloak so you don't get cold. Mine will do if you like. I'll be ready in no time. Oh, and could you help gather some oil and grain flour? Oil and grain flour. Yes, I'd like to coat the Zanas in a seasoned flour mixture and fry it. Judging by its shape, the Zanas likely has a mild, white fish-like flavor. Frying it in a crispy, spiced batter should make it delicious. Plus, fried food is easy to eat by hand, though it's not the most proper manner, and it could even be served in a sandwich. Hearing my idea, the knights erupt into cheers. Zethsan, in particular, looks especially eager and immediately volunteers to fetch the ingredients. I'll take care of it. Oh my, Zethsan, would you really? Of course, Lady Malfiera. Zethsan, looking genuinely pleased, places a hand over his chest in a knight's salute. That's a relief. He wasn't too keen on eating monster meat yesterday, but it seems the salted royal Mudra worked in my favor. All right, I'll do my best to meet everyone's expectations. Section. After entrusting Zethsan with the kitchen preparations, I tell His Grace what I need to properly dispatch the Zanas and hurry back to my room. I rummage through my belongings and pull out an oiled parchment inscribed with magic circles for subduing magic fish and magic trees. I also grab a small, portable cloudy quartz crystal. Since the magic fish is wet, I won't be able to drain its mana without the parchment. After gathering a few other necessary items, I pack them into a small leather pouch and throw on my own cloak. Your Grace, I'm ready. I'm ready as well. When I returned to the hall, even Mullinsan was awake. Naturally, he offered to help with the Zana's preparation. With His Grace, Mullinsan, and the knights leading the way, we headed to the dock where the net containing the Zanas had been submerged. The wind outside was cold, though not as biting as the winds of Marchelraid. Upon reaching the dock, I pulled out the oiled parchment inscribed with a magic circle and spread it open. So, this is how you extract mana. I see, you're applying it directly to the Zanas' body. Yes, if I drew the circle on the ground, it would disappear, so I place it on the oiled parchment instead. But since the Zanas is such a large magic fish, I have no choice but to stick it directly onto its body. There wasn't anything particularly special about it. It was simply a magic circle drawn on parchment. It was actually easier to apply it directly after the Zanas had been subdued. All right, you lot, pull up the net. His Grace commanded. At his order, the knights began hauling up the thick chain tethered to the dock's post. The fact that it was secured with chains rather than rope spoke to just how dangerous a creature the Zanas was. The net was evidently heavy, requiring 2 men to pull it up. A fish is still a fish, but this one is a magic beast. A well-placed strike from a lively Zanaz's tail could easily break a bone. You managed to take down 46 of such dangerous magic fish. My mana was overflowing. It was good exercise. His Grace said this casually, smiling. For an ordinary person, that feat would be impossible. Concerned about the Zanaz's thrashing, I took a few steps back to a safer distance. The clinking of metal echoed as the net surfaced. Mullin brought a magical light closer to the water, and immediately a loud splash sounded. Stay on guard. Understood. The Zanas finally emerged, a massive fish thrashing violently within the net, sending water spraying everywhere. Its wide mouth was lined with jagged, razor-sharp teeth, and its bulky body was covered in slimy scales. Its large, bulging eyes gleamed a vivid blue. The body itself was a murky mix of green and red, like swamp water, but its whiskers, dorsal fin, and tail fin glowed a faint bluish-white. So this was a Zana's. The illustrations and the research materials hadn't done it justice. It might even be bigger than me. Incredible, it looks magnificent. Those sharp teeth, it has the perfect presence of a true magic fish. This one has lived for at least 7 or 8 years. It's at its peak, both in size and aggression, given that it's breeding season. His Grace stepped in front of me protectively, conjuring a faint glow in his hands. One bite from those rows of razor-sharp teeth, and my limbs would be torn off with ease. Even the whiskers, used to lure prey, wriggled vigorously. Melfi, are you going to behead it like this? No, it's a fish, so we need to stun it first. I took the slender sword that His Grace had prepared for me. Drawing the blade, custom-made by the Galbrath family's personal blacksmith, I assessed the struggling Zanas. The sword was light enough for me to handle, but subduing this fish might be beyond my strength. The knights were restraining it with 3 men, and even then, its scales and bones looked incredibly tough. Wait, you plan to do it yourself, Melfi. I thought I could manage since it's just a fish, but I suppose not. Don't let it get to you. I told you, leave the rough work to me. That was something he'd said to me when we first met at the autumn banquet. I had asked if I could learn to handle the headsman's work myself, and His Grace had assured me, leave it to me. That said, I can cut and burn things easily enough, but I've never actually stunned a fish before. How do we do this? He took the sword from my hands, grinning. As expected of the Duke of Galbraith, so reliable. If he was taking over, I would leave it to him. I had thought I could manage with that sword, but he was right. I lacked the strength and skill to use it properly. I'd have to ask him to teach me some techniques in the future. Mullin were starting. At His Grace's call, the knights pinned down the thrashing Zanas, pressing it to the ground. Its tail was remarkably powerful, thrashing against the earth with force enough to shake the dock, but the knights refused to be overpowered. Once the Zanas was restrained, I approached its head carefully and placed a damp cloth over its large, wild eyes. Fish become motionless when their vision is blocked. It seemed to work even on this magic beast. The moment its eyes were covered, it stilled as though it had fallen into a trance. I turned to His Grace, who stood ready. I nodded. Your Grace, aim behind the eyes, right at the slit where the gills start. Stab cleanly, then twist the blade. Twist it. Yes, like this, grit and turn your wrist. I mimed the motion of gripping a sword and twisting my wrist. His Grace studied my demonstration, then mirrored it with the sword in both hands, miming the downward thrust and twist. Like this. Yes, a single stab won't do the job, but twisting the blade a few times will. If done properly, the eyes will change color instantly. Ho, the eyes change color. If it's done right, yes. With your skills, I'm sure you'll do it in one go. Please, Your Grace. Leave it to me. With a sharp downward motion, His Grace plunged the slender blade straight into the Zanas. The impact sent the fish into a violent frenzy. The knights, gritting their teeth, struggled to keep it restrained. I quickly stepped back to avoid getting in the way. Duke, this is intense. Hold it down, Mullin. Mullin climbed onto the Zanas's back, using his weight to pin it. Your Grace, as soon as I remove the cloth from its eyes, twist the blade immediately. Got it, and its bones are tough. I swiftly pulled the cloth away from the Zanas's eye. In the same instant, his grace drove the blade deeper and forcefully twisted it. A harsh, grinding sound echoed as the blade cut through its dense bone, but with sheer willpower, his grace executed the maneuver perfectly. As expected of the Galbraith family's blacksmith, what a magnificent, durable, and razor-sharp blade. I wanted one for myself. How about now? The Duke swung his sword once more to deliver the final blow, and a torrent of blood gushed from Zana's gills. Its blood was blue. I leaned in to confirm, peering into Zana's blue eyes. After a brief moment, I watched as those blue eyes gradually faded into gray. Duke, that was splendid. Zana's has been properly dispatched. Everyone, good work. Taking a sheet of oiled paper, I pressed it against Zana's lifeless body, its mouth still agape in death. Then, I raised the clouded crystal towards the fallen creature. It's my turn now. Everyone, please step away from Zana's. I'll be extracting its magic power. Drawing in a deep breath, I uttered a familiar prayer. I shall never squander a life. I will cherish this noble existence to the very end. Zana's was enormous, and I wouldn't be able to consume it all. If I couldn't store the leftovers by freezing them, I might have to let the Greshel dragon eat the rest, though I wasn't sure if dragons even ate fish. Rue lit Arnier, O Dona Magix Bomhair Styles. As I chanted the incantation to extract magic power, Zana's blue blood rose into the air. Sparkling like jewels under the glow of its magic, the blood was steadily drawn into the clouded crystal. At the same time, my hair began to glow red. It was only a reaction to the magic, but in the dim morning light, it stood out far too much. If only my eyes glowed like the Duke's instead, that was far cooler and much less conspicuous than my hair lighting up. The amount of blood is small, but the magic within it is incredibly dense. Despite being a magic beast, Zana's was still a fish. While it lacked large quantities of blood, the magic power within was highly concentrated. Once the small clouded crystal was filled with shimmering blue light, I stopped the incantation and took a deep breath. Duke, could you hold on to this clouded crystal? Understood. As the Duke accepted the crystal, his eyes glowed faintly golden. A residual trace of some magic flickered at his fingertips. Even before finishing off Zana's, his fingers had glowed. Just what kind of magic had he used? What's wrong, Melfi? It's nothing. I was just thinking that once we measure the magic levels, I'd like to remove the head, the innards, and the scales here. Zana's scales are packed tightly together and can't be cut with just any blade. But if you sever the spine at the right spot, you can take the head off like you would with a beheading strike. Then let's remove the head first, and I'll peel off the scales along with the skin. I pried open Zana's gills to check their color. The once vibrant blue had faded to a dull grayish white. The Duke inserted a magic measurement tool into the wound he had made earlier. Most of the magic power had already been extracted. The knights lifted Zana's massive body and placed it onto a large wooden crate, likely one used for storing fish. Now, it was the Duke's turn again. I had come to rely on him so much, but was this really okay? He was a Duke, after all. It felt wrong to keep asking favors from someone of his status. Duke, I feel bad relying on you for this every time. Could you teach me how to behead a magic beast instead? Don't hesitate, Melfi. I've severed the heads of more magical beasts than I can count, but I've never been this eager to do it. The moments when I get to prepare magic creatures with you are the most enjoyable. His genuine smile made me happy. All right then. I also enjoy working with you and everyone else on this. Back in Marchelraid, I had always conducted my research and cooking alone. Even when hunters or knights helped with dismemberment, I had never experienced such lively, collaborative work. As we continued, a dazzling light poured in from the east. Good, dawn has arrived. Let's finish the preparation quickly. Mullen, bring me my sword. Yes, right away. The Duke tightened his expression as he took hold of the same sword he had used to behead the Backhorn and Royal Mudra. The intensity of the moment made him look incredibly striking. I couldn't help but stare. If Koss were here, he'd definitely say, Lady Melfiera, stop sparkling at His Excellency. You'll just make him more full of himself. Cut at a slight diagonal, just behind where you struck earlier, right behind the gills and the pectoral fins. A tricky angle. The Duke quietly raised his sword, measuring the perfect angle with his eyes. Though he had just called it difficult, the moment he lifted the blade again and swung downward with force, Zana's head was cleanly severed in one stroke. exactly as I had instructed, right behind the gills and pectoral fins. No matter how many times I see it, your technique is flawless. Look at this cut, Mullen. Zana's flesh didn't even tear. I see it, I see it. Lady Melfiera, you've also been completely captivated by His Excellency's swordsmanship, haven't you? Yes, completely. Even as a man, I can't help but admire it. As Mullen and I were enthusiastically discussing the Duke's technique, he had somehow appeared behind us. What are you two talking about? Mullen and I were just admiring your swordsmanship, Duke. Even though I told him honestly, the Duke averted his gaze and cleared his throat several times. Watching him get flustered like this was beyond adorable. If I said any more, he'd probably sulk, so I decided to keep that thought to myself. After checking Zana's condition, I determined that its head and blue-colored innards were inedible and needed to be disposed of. The problem was, I couldn't just throw them anywhere. Duke, the head and innards aren't suitable for consumption, so... Ah, I understand. You mean this right. The Duke always seemed to read my thoughts so well. A short incantation later, a white flame ignited at his fingertips, the same magic he had used before to incinerate discarded materials. Yes, please handle it. I'll get started right away. Lady Melfiera, allow us to assist from here. The knights offered their help, so I focused on giving directions while they handled the work. First, I made an incision beneath the severed head and carefully cut downward. Since the skin was thick and tough, I demonstrated the initial cut, then had Mullen take over. Ideally, I would have done the entire process myself, but this magic beast was simply too large. Moments like these made me painfully aware of my own lack of strength. Once we arrived in Galbraith's domain, perhaps I should start training with the knights to build stamina. After removing the strong-smelling innards, the Duke incinerated them along with the severed head. This brilliant white flame magic was something the Duke himself had developed. After witnessing the struggles of many people in Galbraith territory as they worked tirelessly to dispose of large numbers of subjugated magical beasts, he had sought a way to simplify the process. As I watched the Duke manipulating the flames, Mullen discreetly explained this to me. So that's why the Duke was able to decipher the ancient magical language in my magic circles so effortlessly. Recalling how he had read through my magic circle so smoothly, I found myself wanting to show him the new one I was currently developing. Section: Lady Melfiera this way. After finishing the preliminary preparations on Zana's, we returned to the fortress, where Zeth was already waiting for us at the entrance. He was holding a round-bottomed pot, large enough that he needed both arms to carry it. Your Excellency, Lady Melfiera, welcome back. Zeth, it's cold outside, isn't it? Not at all. I've been running around until just now. Actually, the indoor kitchen wasn't suitable for this, so I had to set up outside. My apologies. Oh, that's a massive pot. Fried dishes can be a hassle to clean up, so cooking outdoors is probably the best option. Thank you, Zeth. No, this is the least I could do. Zeth led us to an area used for washing weapons and armor. Nearby was a simple outdoor cooking space that showed little sign of frequent use. The knights who were supposed to be resting had all woken up, tending to the firewood and arranging cooking utensils. Everything was ready. Good morning, Your Excellency. Lady Melfiera, you've been working hard since early morning. Noticing our arrival, the knights gathered around, greeting us one after another. All of them seemed fixated on Zana's, their curiosity evident as they studied its massive form. Has anyone here ever filleted a fish before? I want to remove Zana's skin. I tried earlier, but unlike beasts, its flesh is soft, so I need to slip a blade between the skin and meat to separate them. The knights exchanged glances before one of them stepped forward. Ambry Chale. I handle delicate skinning work all the time. Ambry was a heavily built knight, his entire frame packed with muscle. His fingers, too, were thick and strong. For tasks requiring precision, Ambry is the best. He's skilled in skinning beasts, too. Please entrust this task to Captain Ambry. His fellow knights eagerly vouched for him. They say you shouldn't judge by appearances, and if he was this trusted, there was no doubt he was more than capable. Besides, he was one of the few willing to assist in my rather niche hobby of preparing magical creatures as food. I was genuinely grateful. Ambry, I'll be counting on you. Anything for a good meal. As expected, Ambry was equipped with a blade crafted by Galbraith's blacksmiths. He made an incision near Zana's backbone, carefully guiding the blade along the bone to separate the belly side flesh. Then he cleanly detached the meat along the back, neatly halving the fish. With practiced ease, he repeated the process on the other side, then inserted his blade between the skin and meat, smoothly sliding it through like magic. That should do it. In no time, Ambry had expertly filleted Zana's. Not a single shred of meat was left on the skin. His skill was beyond mere efficiency. This was likely a specialized ability honed through years of knighthood. The Knights of Galbraith were truly something else. The bones and scales look incredibly tough, but the flesh isn't nearly as firm. Thank you so much. It almost feels like a shame to chop up something filleted so perfectly. Frying it is a good idea. A hearty meal is exactly what we need. The knights and the duke all nodded in agreement, so I eagerly began preparing the batter-fried dish. First, I had them prepare 2 round-bottomed pots filled with oil, one at a low temperature and the other at a high temperature, so we could fry in 2 stages. The duke insisted on trying his hand at frying, so I assigned him the high-temperature pot. We mixed grain flour with seasonings and cold water. I coated chunks of Zana's with the batter and dropped them into the oil. As they sizzled, they looked no different from ordinary fish. Once slightly golden, I used a perforated wooden ladle to remove them, letting them rest for a moment before handing them off to the duke. Once they turn a nice golden brown, they're done. If you put too many in at once, they'll stick together, so fry about 10 at a time. It's much harder when you actually do it yourself. Your Excellency, that piece is way past golden, it's burnt. What? Mullen, get it out quickly. The Duke and Mullen flailed about as they wrestled with the oil. Technically, someone of the Duke's rank shouldn't be handling kitchen work at all, yet here he was, standing side by side with his knights, taking part in menial tasks. Was this what life in Galbraith territory was like? The thought that my research might find a place here only made my excitement grow. My apologies, Melfi, I may have overcooked a few. Looking a little dejected, the Duke presented a plate of deep brown Zana's fritters. They weren't charred black, just a bit overcooked and drier than ideal, but still perfectly edible. And out of the batch, only 4 had been slightly overdone. The rest, thanks to Mullen's efforts, had turned out beautifully golden. Hardly anyone gets it right on their first try. Duke, would you feed me one of those well-browned pieces? This one was a failure, though. Not at all. Crispy fried batter sounds delicious. Besides, my hands are coated in batter. Since I was dipping the Zana's pieces into the batter myself, I'd have to wash my hands before tasting one. Instead, I leaned forward, opening my mouth expectantly. Duke, I require a taste test. But it's fresh from the fryer, so please blow on it first. Fine, it's hot though. The Duke skewered one of the darker pieces, gently blowing on it to cool it down. He touched the surface to check the temperature, then turned to me with a look of intense focus, like he was facing some great, pivotal moment. Well then, here I go. Yes, Lord Aristide. You call me that so naturally in moments like this. Muttering some strange complaint, the Duke carefully placed a piece of Zana's into my mouth. Since I couldn't fit the whole thing in one bite, I took a reasonable-sized nibble. It was a little improper, but considering the circumstances, this was a taste test, after all, it couldn't be helped. Hot. Though the surface had cooled thanks to his careful blowing, the inside was still steaming. I chewed carefully, exhaling little puffs of air as I went. No fishy smell. And the texture is incredible. The crispy, well-seasoned coating had a rich aroma, and the firm, springy flesh beneath was delightful. Since the moisture had been drawn out more, the batter's crunchiness was emphasized, but the properly fried pieces would likely be softer and fluffier. So how is it? The Duke was staring at me intently, as if determined not to miss a single reaction. The springy texture is absolutely delightful. There's no fishy taste, and as I chew, the deep umami of Zana's really comes through. I'd love to have more. Before I could finish speaking, the Duke popped the remaining piece into his own mouth, the one I had just bitten into. He ate my half-eaten piece. You're right, this texture is quite satisfying. I think I'd prefer it with a bit more salt, though. Duke, that was supposed to be my taste test. Don't worry about it. More importantly, let's try one of the properly fried ones. Without hesitation, the Duke plucked up a smaller piece of Zana's and casually tossed it into his mouth. That defeats the whole purpose of a taste test, I thought, but before I could say anything, his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately reached for another. This is, it's hard to choose between them. What do you mean? The well-cooked one has a wonderfully fluffy texture that brings out Zana's rich oils, but the crispy one has an enjoyable mix of crunch and chewiness. The Duke picked up a properly fried piece, cooled it with his breath, and handed it to me. I took a bite, comparing the textures. The fluffy one did indeed have a light, airy bite, with the meat flaking apart at the slightest pressure. This was the kind of dish where you'd keep popping pieces into your mouth without thinking. You're right, both the fluffy and crispy versions have their own appeal. Exactly, Mullen, you should try them too. People will have their own preferences, we should serve both. Letting people choose their favorite was a great idea. We had plenty of Zanas to work with, and the crispy version might even be good for travel. Mullen also compared the two, nodding thoughtfully. I prefer the fluffy one, but the crispy one is quite good as well. With the taste test complete, the Duke and I decided to prepare both styles. Frying batch after batch was exhausting, but cooking alongside him, exchanging thoughts as we worked, made the experience enjoyable. Please take the finished ones to the dining area. Understood. We had Mullen and the knights, who had finished cleaning up, carry the freshly fried Zanas to the large dining hall. While we could have eaten outside, we had already arranged for bread and side dishes to be prepared in the main hall at Ritterard Fortress. At last, we fried the final batch. As we set the last pieces aside, the Duke and I exchanged a satisfied look. All right, that should do it. Duke, thank you for your help. Stretching my back, I placed my hands on my hips. No need to thank me. Are you not tired from standing this whole time? This much is nothing. Besides, I had a great time with you, Duke. Is that so? Then I'm glad. Still, frying food is quite the ordeal. Though he had struggled at first, the Duke had quickly gotten the hang of it, frying a large number of perfect golden brown pieces. He had narrowly avoided burning his hands several times as the moisture in Zana's flesh caused oil to splatter, but that was simply the nature of frying. We had both frequently dipped our hands in cool water, leaving our bodies hot but our hands chilled. We should be grateful to those who cook for us every day. Now then, Duke, let's enjoy a well-earned breakfast. Yes, if anything, tasting the food earlier has only made me hungrier. The Duke placed a hand on his stomach, feigning exhaustion. He had helped with everything, from capturing Zanas to preparing and frying it. More concerningly, he hadn't rested at all. Duke, now that everything is done, the only thing left is to wait for the oil to cool. There's no need for you to stay. Please go ahead and eat first. But, Mullen, please escort the Duke. Our greatest contributor deserves the finest meal. Understood, Lady Malfiera. Mullen gave a respectful bow, before unceremoniously seizing the Duke by the arm. Oi, Mullen, if your excellency doesn't eat first, the rest of us will never get our turn. Malfi, you too. I'll join after I finish cleaning up. Oh, and make sure to adjust the seasoning to your preference. Watching the Duke get dragged off, unable to resist Mullen's firm grip, I turned back to extinguish the fire and start disposing of the charcoal. Now that I thought about it, the Duke had barely rested since the banquet. He had traveled to Marchelraid immediately after, then returned briefly to his own domain, only to set out again to fetch me. His knights had likely been just as busy, handling their duties back home before joining him once more. Perhaps that was why Koss hadn't accompanied him this time. The Duke must have entrusted him with overseeing Galbrath territory while he was away. And yet, I've only been thinking about myself. If I am to become the Duchess, I need to start considering the bigger picture. Seeing new lands and new magical creatures had left me far too excited. I needed to be more mindful. As if in perfect timing, Ambry and Zeth arrived just as the Duke departed. There wasn't much left to do aside from tending to the stove, but they still stepped in to help with the final cleanup. Thank you, but I could have handled it on my own. 3 is better than 1. Let's wrap this up quickly and eat a hearty meal. Wearing thick gloves, Ambry lifted the round-bottomed pot filled with oil and poured it into an unglazed clay jar. I had planned to scoop it out with a wooden ladle, so this was a great help. Oh, right, Ambry, Zeth, would you like to try this? I handed them a piece of Zana's belly meat, which I had set aside with the oil scraps. This part was so fatty that it hadn't fried properly. This is also Zana's. Ambry picked up a piece, inspecting it closely. It wobbled slightly, glistening with oil, giving it a rather suspicious appearance. It's the belly meat. Even with regular fish, this part isn't ideal for frying, so I wasn't sure about serving it to everyone. It looks delicious. Lady Melier, I'll give it a try. Zeth, now fully embracing magical beast cuisine, popped the piece into his mouth without hesitation. It wasn't supposed to taste bad, but I wondered if the excessive fat would be an issue. As it turned out, my worries were unfounded. Zeth seemed to love the rich fat and eagerly reached for more. Ambry, after some contemplation, took a bite as well, then exclaimed, "This would be even better with some tart fruit juice," before competing with Zeth for the next piece. Tart fruit juice. Ambry, didn't you order fruit for breakfast? Zeth suddenly remembered something. There were many fruits that produced sour juice, but I had no idea what was in season around here. Still, if something could enhance the flavor, I wanted to try it. Ambry, Zeth, let's go quickly before someone else eats it all. I bet it'll pair perfectly with the fried zanas, too. I had just promised myself to be more restrained, yet here I was, getting swept up in the excitement of good food again. I knew I had no self-control when it came to this, but at least I wasn't alone. Both Ambry and Zeth rushed to clean up the stove and pot, their eager expressions practically urging me to hurry. I'll start being responsible tomorrow. Section, Lady Melier, we've already started eating. Yesterday's grain porridge was great, but I never expected such delicious fried food on an expedition. I used to hate fish, but this is amazing. As I entered the large hall, the knights enthusiastically shared their thoughts. Instead of raising their glasses, they lifted pieces of fried zanas in a cheerful greeting. Melfi, over here. I hesitated for a moment, unsure where to sit, but the Duke quickly called me over. Gratefully, I took the seat beside him. Almost immediately, the knights placed plates of food in front of me. Someone even handed me a warm drink. Taking a moment to breathe, I surveyed the dining area. Everyone is eating well and looks energetic. Good. Over half of the fried zanas was already gone. As expected of knights who relied on their strength, they ate with such enthusiasm that it made all the effort worthwhile. You must be exhausted, Melfi. After this, we'll be traveling by air again. We should arrive in Galbrath territory before evening, so make sure you eat as much as you can. Yes, thank you. The Duke was wrapping his zanas in leafy greens before eating it. It looked delicious, so I followed his example and tried it with some fresh, crisp leaves. This is exactly my kind of dish. The greens balanced out the richness of the fried coating, making it much easier to eat. I quickly devoured a few more pieces, then started looking around for the sour fruit juice Zeth had mentioned. The table was also set with steamed vegetables and an assortment of fruits meant to be eaten with them. However, the knights were mostly ignoring the vegetables, favoring meat instead. They really should eat a balanced diet. As I reached for some vegetables, Zeth approached with something in his hands. Lady Melier, this is the fruit that produces that tart juice. It's called cabo. The deep green, round fruit was ripe despite its color. Zeth handed me a halved piece, and I squeezed some juice over the fried belly meat before taking a bite. The acidity cuts through the richness, making it much lighter. This would be perfect for when someone's feeling sluggish or lacking in appetite. Zeth, apparently thinking the same, exclaimed, "Ah, this tartness is incredible," and enthusiastically squeezed more juice over the regular fried pieces. Watching this, the Duke looked intrigued as he examined the belly meat and the sliced cabo. That's cabo. Around here, people use cabo juice and salt to season their vegetables. It's great when you want something rich to taste a bit lighter. Do you like sour foods, Duke? I don't mind them. I usually only have them with alcohol. Well, give it a try. Belly meat is delicious, but its high fat content can be overwhelming. The cabo juice pairs perfectly. I squeezed some cabo juice over a piece of fried belly meat and offered it to him. The Duke hesitated for a moment, swallowed hard, then picked up a piece. His fingers trembled slightly. Was he actually bad with sour foods? Squeezing his eyes shut, he popped the piece into his mouth. Almost immediately, he shuddered and his eyes flew open. So sour. It looked like he was struggling, so I handed him a drink, but he refused and forced himself to chew and swallow. Are you all right? It's quite the wake-up call. The belly meat itself isn't bad, but this seems like it's an acquired taste. Here, Duke, try these, they're much sweeter. Apparently, even the Duke had foods he struggled with. He didn't hesitate to grab the nearest pile of ripe fruit in front of me and started eating them one after another. Duke dislikes sour foods. Got it. I'll remember that. After that, everyone continued eating at their own pace. Whatever was left was packed into bread for easy carrying. Galbraith territory was still far away. We'd be stopping for breaks along the way, so we could eat during those times. Meanwhile, the remaining Zana's fillets that hadn't been fried were salted and frozen by Zeth and Ambry. Apparently, dragons did eat fish, but according to Zeth, those guys swallow everything whole without appreciating the taste. What a waste of good Zanas. Chapter 6. Onward to the Duchy of Galbraith. Thanks, Bagard. After breakfast, we quickly cleaned up and packed our things, then set off again for the Galbraith domain. Just like when we arrived, Mullin went to greet the knight representing Ritterard Fortress. The Duke, Mullin, and I were the only ones not yet mounted. The rest of the knights were already on their dragons, ready to take off at any moment. A knight with a splendid feathered crest on his helmet took Mullin's outstretched hand and shook it. It happened yesterday, too, so he must be the fortress's representative. Be careful. This season's the most dangerous for your area, after all. We'll manage. His Excellency's defense line is still holding. And anything flying in can be shot down with magic. Seriously, you Galbraith lot are tough. Well then, Mullin, I'll be praying for a safe journey. Thanks, and if anything comes up again, I'm counting on you. Mullin gave a crisp knight's salute, and the knights of Ritterard Fortress returned it with equal formality. After turning on her heel and mounting her dragon, Mullin was ready. The Duke raised his hand, and the dragons slowly began to beat their wings. The Duke wrapped his arm around my waist in a practiced motion and pulled me close, just like yesterday. Maybe I'd gotten used to it. My body leaned against him naturally. He was wearing armor again today, and the feel was still a little stiff. Melfi, let me know if you need to rest. I had a good rest, I'm fine. But your grace, you didn't sleep at all last night, did you? If only I could handle a dragon, I could help, I'm sorry. No need to worry, I've got this. As he spoke, the Duke rummaged in his coat and pulled something out. It was this morning's cabot. Aren't you not very fond of those? I don't dislike them. They make good wake-up snacks. No, please rest properly. I could ride with Mullin or Zeth instead. Denied. Besides, the wake-up snack thing was a joke. I brought a few because I saw how much you like them. The Duke turned away with a huff and handed me 3 cabots. I tucked them into the bag at my waist, deciding to gratefully accept his kindness. What kind of life does the Duke lead in the Galbraith domain? A body with enough magic to go a night without sleep. Sword skills beyond what most knights could ever learn. I'd already met about 20 of Galbraith's knights, and every one of them looked up to him with respect. It felt like a big, warm family with the Duke at the center. I found myself suddenly curious about the people who lived in his domain. Your Grace, what kinds of towns and villages are there in the Galbraith domain? There used to be around 30, big and small. But starting 17 years ago, they gradually disappeared. Now, only 12 remain. The Great Drought and Famine. Even in Marchelraid, which had a small population to begin with, it was devastating. The Galbraith domain, with its 30 settlements, had lost more than half, an immense disaster. The Duke's face darkened as he gently stroked my hair. In Galbraith, we call what happened back then the Calamity. The previous Duke of Galbraith passed away during it, and I was chosen as his successor. The Calamity wasn't just the drought and famine. Could a duke really die from starvation? Unless it was due to illness or some unforeseen accident, that didn't make sense. Desperate to know, I placed my hand on top of his. Now that we were going to live together, I wanted to help him however I could, more than ever. Monsters from the Elzenia Great Forest surged out in numbers we'd never seen before. We couldn't keep up with the subjugation. They began to accumulate magical energy, and eventually, some were corrupted by miasma and went mad. Those monsters attacked the Galbraith domain. That's awful. I had no idea anything like that happened. Of course not. The previous Duke fulfilled his duty. Many of Galbraith's knights were lost, but thanks to their sacrifice, the monsters never spread to the other domains. What about knights from the other territories? Didn't you ask His Majesty for reinforcements? The Duke of Galbraith and his knights have sworn to give their lives for the kingdom. Someone had to do it, and I accepted that duty. The knights who followed me, well, they're all a little crazy. I was speechless at the weight of his responsibility. That meant the Duke always prepared himself to die, and he just accepted that as normal. That was the king's decree. The fate and duty of the one who inherits the Galbraith name. To lay down one's life to fight monsters and protect the kingdom of Langdias. I swore on the lives of the knights who fell, I will never let another calamity happen again. The Duke started to take my hand, but ended up clenching his own into a fist. When I looked up, he was smiling faintly. It felt like he had already resigned himself to this cruel fate, and I reached out again to place my hand over his. I don't want that, Your Grace. Melfi, don't smile when you talk about throwing your life away. His amber eyes locked onto mine. My mother died the same way, as if she had accepted her fate. I can't bear that. That's why I've been researching, so that no one, not even me, has to suffer. At first, I did it to save the people from starvation. Then, so that even commoners could safely consume monster meat. I completed a magic circle that could extract magic from objects. My next research goal was to draw magic, no, miasma, directly from living beings. I'm sorry, Melfi, it's not that I take life lightly. I don't mean to blame you, but Your Grace, no, Aristide Sama, I'm here. If we're talking about fate, then meeting you is what I want to call my fate. I took his clenched fist in my hands and kissed the back of it. I'm not a knight, so maybe this doesn't count as a vow, but I still wanted to swear it to him. My research, that magic circle, it will be of use. I've actually started a new project too. I'll make sure you and your knights won't have to get hurt anymore. I'll do my best to make it work. So please, Aristide Sama, won't you consider living together with me? Section. I couldn't immediately nod in response to Melier, who held my hand and pleaded with such a serious expression. Even so, I can't put you in danger. I'll protect you, no matter what. I want to protect you too. Melier declared it outright, her eyes staring straight into mine with unwavering determination. My way may be different from yours, Aristide Sama, but I want to protect everyone, you included. Melfi, please don't tell me it's impossible. I'll do what I can, in my own way. You said it yourself yesterday, didn't you? The most important duty of the Duchess of Galbraith is to care for and soothe her husband, the Duke. But I don't want you to get hurt. That was the only answer I could give. Melfier's emerald green eyes shimmered with emotion. She looked like she was about to cry as she pressed her cheek against my hand. I was honestly happy that she had thought about living together with me in the Galbraith domain. But I didn't know how to respond to her words, to consider living together. Don't cry, Melfi. I'm not crying. Sorry, I never meant to make you sad. I just thought that was how things had to be. That dying was just a matter of course. You thought that was normal. The way I came to think like that had everything to do with my unusual upbringing. But is it okay to tell Melier about that, here and now? I pulled her close, wrapping her completely in my cloak. The cold should have been shut out by magic, but her small body still trembled slightly. I avoided meeting her eyes and tried to speak as gently as I could. Melfi, it's just an old story, but do you want to hear it? Even the smallest thing is fine. I want to know about you, Aristide Sama. So please, Aristide Sama, won't you consider living together with me? Section. I couldn't immediately nod in response to Melier, who held my hand and pleaded with such a serious expression. Even so, I can't put you in danger. I'll protect you, no matter what. I want to protect you too. Melier declared it outright, her eyes staring straight into mine with unwavering determination. My way may be different from yours, Aristide Sama, but I want to protect everyone, you included. Melfi, please don't tell me it's impossible. I'll do what I can, in my own way. You said it yourself yesterday, didn't you? The most important duty of the Duchess of Galbraith is to care for and soothe her husband, the Duke. But I don't want you to get hurt. That was the only answer I could give. Melfier's emerald green eyes shimmered with emotion. She looked like she was about to cry as she pressed her cheek against my hand. I was honestly happy that she had thought about living together with me in the Galbraith domain. But I didn't know how to respond to her words, to consider living together. Don't cry, Melfi. I'm not crying. Sorry, I never meant to make you sad. I just thought that was how things had to be. That dying was just a matter of course. You thought that was normal. The way I came to think like that had everything to do with my unusual upbringing. But is it okay to tell Melier about that, here and now? I pulled her close, wrapping her completely in my cloak. The cold should have been shut out by magic, but her small body still trembled slightly. I avoided meeting her eyes and tried to speak as gently as I could. Melfi, it's just an old story, but do you want to hear it? Even the smallest thing is fine. I want to know about you, Aristide Sama. The truth is, I can't stop worrying about what Melfiera thinks of me. We're only recently engaged, but this strong desire to not disappoint her keeps rising up inside me. A part of me doesn't want her to see how pathetic I really am, and another part wants her to know everything. These conflicting feelings battle within me. It's a past I can't change now, but I want you to know who I really am. Melfiera leaned her trembling body against me and gave a small nod. Ah, if you're willing to stay close like this, then I want to return that feeling. I was born as the second son of the former king of Langdias. My brother is the current king. Though I can no longer call him that. The current king Maxim is 6 years older than me and strongly carries the blood of Langdias. His rich blonde hair and deep violet eyes matched those of King Maximus, the seventh king and a renowned sage. People once called him a second coming of the Sage King. And it wasn't just appearance. His Majesty is truly brilliant. 8 years into his reign, he's already earned the respect of many foreign nations. It's well known that when the Great Drought and Famine hit 17 years ago, it was the then-crown prince who managed to restore the kingdom's failing strength. Aristide Sama, you were a prince. Apparently, Melfiera hadn't known that. Haha, not anymore. I serve as a subject now. I continued, stroking her soft, fluffy hair. Her hair felt so nice I couldn't help but keep touching it. She didn't show any sign of minding, so I indulged myself a little more. His Majesty Maxim is a wise and capable ruler. Unlike him, I was a clumsy and less than impressive prince. I couldn't control my excessive magic power. And as a child, I frequently lost control of my magic and ended up damaging the castle. For a while after I was born, I was apparently in poor health. When it was discovered that I had a magic eye, the entire palace went into an uproar. Generally speaking, those with a magic eye have strong magic. I was no exception. My reserves of magic far exceeded even the palace's top mages. My father appointed skilled mages to guide me, but one after another, they gave up on me. I was that unmanageable. I don't remember much of it myself, likely because my body kept breaking down under the pressure of excess magic, forcing me into long periods of recovery. My health would often fail. My nanny said I frequently ran dangerously high fevers due to unstable magic, that I nearly died more than once. Your magic power must have gotten backed up. But the miasma, were you safe from that? Luckily, the palace mages were there. I remember being half-conscious, told over and over to just cast any kind of magic. Well, thanks to that, the castle got wrecked multiple times. I'm glad you survived. Magical overflow is extremely dangerous. If the fevers don't stop, it can be fatal. Something in Melfiera's tense voice made me realize something. When I lost control of my magic yesterday, she sounded exactly the same. Melfi, you've lost someone close to you this way, haven't you? Most likely. The mother who died, having seemingly accepted her fate, had been taken by a magical overflow. I wondered if I should wait until she chose to tell me herself. The only way I can vent magic is by casting it. Just mindlessly firing high-powered spells is wasteful, so fighting monsters is the most efficient outlet. To ease her worries, I gently took her small hand in mine. When she squeezed back, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I learned magic more from the royal knights than from palace mages, so I've been told my methods are a bit rough. When I turned 7 and finally developed the stamina to withstand my magic, I was moved from the palace to the royal knights' garrison. The reason was simple: only the training grounds could withstand my spell practices. I kept blowing things up daily, and eventually even the palace's civil officials and servants began to fear me. It was there that I met Kos. Kos was the son of the former captain of the Royal Knights Eastern Division. At that age, we were full of attitude, and I remember we used to fight constantly. You've known Kos-san since you were that little. I could feel a strong bond between the two of you. You think so? He's 2 years older and always acts like a big brother, which gets annoying, honestly. Fufu, is that so? I don't have anyone like that, so I find it a bit enviable. It's true Kos is a nag, but he was the first knight who swore loyalty to me. He could have easily taken over his father's place in the Royal Knights, but instead he followed me to Galbrath. I've always trusted him. I was 10 and he was 12 then. I still admire the decisiveness he showed at that age. Are you cold? No, I'm very warm. I see, do you still want to hear more? The next part isn't a happy story. The events from 17 years ago, right? I would like to hear them, but isn't that something like a national secret? Melier looked up at me with concern. Her eyes were no longer filled with tears, but her worried expression hadn't changed. If it's you, it's fine. Melfi, our engagement was properly arranged according to noble tradition. His Majesty himself approved it. To have done all that in such a short time, Aristide-sama, I am truly blessed. I'm surprised myself, I never intended to marry. But the moment I met you, all of that changed. It really is strange. I'd never proposed to anyone before, nor had anyone ever approached me. I don't know how ordinary nobles go about these things, but I wonder if others face this same kind of revelation. I don't know, but what I do know is that my engagement to Melier feels undeniably right. I continued my story. The calamity 17 years ago, the former Duke of Galbrath suffering fatal wounds. The political decision made between the late king, the then chancellor, and Galbrath to prevent civil unrest. Throughout it all, Melier embraced me, sometimes gently, sometimes as if comforting me. When she learned that I, with my strong magic and high status, had been made heir to Galbraith and subordinated to my brother to avoid a succession crisis, she was furious, as if it had happened to her. The kingdom had been weakened by the drought and famine. With unrest brewing among volatile nobles, there was no other way to maintain order. Truthfully, the kingdom didn't have the resources to send help to the Galbraith domain, which had suffered enormous damage from miasma-driven monsters. But it wasn't just Galbraith. Melfier's homeland, Marchelraid, and all the other territories were struggling too. Some nobles even suggested exploiting me to launch an invasion. Their idea was to make me, a prince with a magic eye, the crown prince, then raise me as a banner to wage war and seize more land. Normally, such madness would be dismissed outright, but at that time, even that proposal gained support. In fact, a civil conflict broke out between the pro-war and moderate factions. Things were that dire. Langdias had been at peace for so long, it had forgotten how to deal with a true crisis. That was when Kossa's father lost his life in a dispute between territories. The reason for the dispute? A struggle over water and food. I rushed straight to my brother and demanded something outrageous. I'll inherit the Galbraith name, so please become king, and never let a tragedy like this happen again. But Aristide-sama, you were just a child. His Majesty said the same thing. Still, it was the path I chose. I even sat down with him, and helped formalize the responsibilities of the Duke of Galbraith. Being Duke of Galbraith isn't just about slaying monsters. I also created a proper support system for our knights. Those who serve the House of Galbraith for 5 years earn the right to join the Royal Knights. And knights with distinguished service receive letters of recommendation. The idea was to strengthen the kingdom's forces, and now many Galbraith-trained knights are part of the Royal Knights. Incidentally, Bagard from Ritterard Fortress is also from Galbraith. He and Mullen were part of the same class. While Mullen stayed behind in Galbraith, Bagard chose the path of a Royal Knight. Also, the materials we obtain from monsters are purchased at high prices by the Crown, especially since monsters from the Elzenia Great Forest carry plenty of rare resources. With those profits, Galbraith is able to fund itself. Maybe it was only possible because His Majesty is my actual brother, but if we could survive on honor alone, there would never have been any conflict in the first place. The world just isn't that kind. I'd thought this might be a bit much for Melier, but she listened and took it all in properly. Her impression was, it's a system unique to the Galbraith domain. In Marchelraid, something like that would be unthinkable. That's probably true. Galbraith is a very particular case. It would be hard to apply the same system to other domains. That's why we keep hunting monsters. It's how we protect the kingdom. And if, by some chance, another calamity ever occurs, then instead of accepting it and laying down your life, let's find a way to prevent the calamity itself. Melier interrupted me and declared it clearly. I was caught off guard and left speechless. Prevent the calamity itself. Monsters keep multiplying. There's a limit to how long we can just keep hunting them. But someone has to do it. At the cost of your life, Aristide-sama. I refuse, absolutely not. Melier took off her leather gloves. Then, without hesitation, she removed mine too, until both our hands were bare. She gently stroked my hands with care, as if they were precious. Covered in scars as they were, she treated them tenderly. Looking closer, I saw that her own pale hands were dotted with small scars. This is part of my new research. If I can establish a method to draw out the miasma from berserk monsters, then no one will have to risk their life anymore, right? I nearly replied that it was just idealism. If that were possible, it would have been done long ago. And yet, when I looked into her clear, shining eyes, I couldn't help but believe it just might be possible. She then added, as if it were an afterthought, also, if we can draw out the miasma, even berserk monsters might become delicious to eat. And for some reason, it felt like she was hiding her embarrassment. I couldn't help myself. I kissed her on the forehead. I hope she doesn't mind. Ah, Aristide-sama. How could I hold back, after receiving such passion from you? I was being serious. I'm serious too, Melier. About what it means to live together with you. Her face turned bright red and she looked down, showing me the top of her head. She said, "Please don't tease me," in a flustered tone, but her red ears ruined the effect. Just how can my fiancé be this adorably reactive? The formation of dragon riders followed their homing instincts toward the Galbrath domain. Soon, we'd see the land at the height of autumn. And before long, we'd receive the warm welcome of the monsters of the Elzenia Great Forest. Afterward, thank you so much for reading. Our heroine, Melier, reflects the concept of portraying women who live with strength, no matter the circumstances. She is a woman of unwavering conviction and strength in the face of adversity. Countess Melier has spent her days researching how to safely and deliciously consume monsters for the sake of the people living in her harsh northern domain. Before long, she earned herself the nickname Voracious Villainess. Because of the nasty rumors surrounding her, she remained unengaged even past the typical age for it. Meanwhile, Aristide, the Duke overseeing a monster-infested domain, dedicated his life to slaying monsters for the good of the kingdom, believing that to be his sole duty. Bathed in blood from constant battles, he too became feared in noble society under the nickname Blood-Mad Duke. These two meet at a banquet celebrating the harvest season, right in the middle of an emergency when a berserk monster crashes the party. The story follows their environments, their evolving relationship, and the delicious world of monster cuisine. I truly hope you'll enjoy this feel-good story that lifts your spirits. To the readers and to all the delicious things in this world, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Extra chapter, the hardworking deputy officer speaks. That's a jetspit. It's a close relative of the scutspit, so you can either make jerky or stew out of it. Jerky, without question. The scutspit I got was basically stolen by someone in this room. I looked up, sensing eyes on me, only to find His Grace shooting me a long, accusing glare. Once again reminded of the timeless saying, "A grudge over food is a terrible thing," I averted my gaze. To be fair, the scutspit jerky Melier-sama had given us was absolutely perfect for long stints of clerical work, or when a little hunger hit between meals. That crisp, peppery saltiness is just irresistible. Truthfully, the jerky I'd strong-armed away from His Grace had been tucked away in my office. I'd only used a small portion for ingredient analysis. The rest, I'd been savoring slowly, mostly for myself. Monster meat is something every Galbraith knight has likely tasted at least once. On long extermination campaigns, when provisions run out, hunting and eating becomes a necessity. Even if one sticks to fruits from magical trees that look edible, or magical beasts resembling pigs or cattle, it's common to end up with stomachaches or fevers. Only Galbraith's knights, who have trained even their stomachs, can get by with minor illness. Most people would be bedridden. So when Melier-sama offered me that jerky made from a scutspit, I was extremely cautious. I'd heard the rumors of the eccentric gourmet noble lady, but I had no idea how she actually prepared or consumed monster meat. Looking back now, I regret not finding a more polite way to decline. This magic circle is incredibly complex. How many are layered into this? His Grace murmured with fascination as he flipped through Melier-sama's diagrams. Well, first, this one links my own magic to the main circle. Then this stabilizes the magic, and this one is set to activate in response to the monster's mana. Only then does the cloudy crystal begin to extract the magic. Absorbing it all at once is dangerous, so I've placed a few circles around the perimeter to hold the drawn-out magic in place. Oh, and this one regulates the extraction speed. And then, just listening to her was enough to make my head spin. Melier explained each step with casual ease, but I suspect only His Grace could follow her fully. Inside one large, circular magic formation were multiple intricate subcircles, and she could activate all of them. Melier must possess magical power on par with His Grace. She's been conducting research since childhood, so perhaps she's been expelling her excess magic before it can build up. That thought led me to a sudden realization. Could Melier also be at risk of magical overflow? His Grace was born with an overwhelming surplus of magic. As a child, his body often broke down under the strain, and he frequently came close to death. These days, he releases that energy by hunting monsters in the Elzenia Great Forest. But I still remember the first time I met him. He was so thin and fragile, it was obvious at a glance how unwell he was. Compared to that ghost of a boy, seeing him now, enjoying tea with Melier, it feels almost like a miracle. Forgive the interruption during your conversation. Melier, may I ask something? His Grace immediately scowled at me. I didn't mean to intrude, but this seemed like something I needed to confirm. Yes, go right ahead. Ka-san, are you also interested in magic circles? Unlike His Grace, Melier looked up at me with her usual soft smile. No wonder His Grace had fallen for it. I don't know of any other noble lady who can flash such a dazzling smile while covered in the blood of a freshly slain monster. When did His Grace gain the nickname Blood-Mad Duke? By the time he came of age and entered high society, most nobles were openly avoiding him. Even as a royal subordinate, he was still the younger brother of the current king. It would be natural for some ambitious family to approach with a marriage proposal or two, but to my knowledge, none ever did. Traditionally, those who served the House of Galbrath were seen as uncivilized and treated poorly in noble society. Add to that His Grace's brutal magic, masterful swordsmanship, and complete disregard for anything outside of his self-imposed duties. And it's no surprise he came to be seen as a savage, bloodthirsty duke. Timid young ladies would tremble just from hearing rumors of him and scream if they caught sight of him. I looked straight at Melier. Yes, not just your magic circles, your entire body of research would be invaluable to Galbraith. So, if I may ask, Melier, has anyone ever told you that your magic power is unusually high? My magic power? Melier tilted her head, puzzled. His Grace, sensing the true intent behind my question, subtly tensed. The mages in Marchelraid never mentioned anything out of the ordinary. Oh, but I make sure all the magic extracted from monsters is stored in the cloudy crystals, so nothing builds up in me personally. No need to worry. As she spoke, she handed me one of the empty crystals she had nearby. It was a simple orb made from Marchelraid's traditional crafts, nothing unusual on the surface. Normally, these are used as lanterns, with a small enchantment to emit light. But this one had been hollowed out and fitted with two small nozzles, like intake valves. There aren't any circles etched into the cloudy crystal itself. No, it's just a receptacle for the magic. Since the magic is drawn out with the monster's blood, I think one of these can hold it for about a year. She said it like it was the most trivial thing in the world. But I'd never heard of any storage method that could hold extracted monster magic for an entire year. Melier, look this way. Your Grace. At His Grace's subtle signal, I knew that was the end of this discussion. Melier clearly had no idea just how extraordinary her accomplishments were. Even the captain of the Marchelraid Knights looked as though he'd bitten into something bitter. It was best to leave it at that. Perhaps to change the subject, His Grace gently lifted a lock of Melier hair. Earlier, when you activated your circle, your hair glowed bright red. Does your hair store magic? It seems to react to spells for some reason. It's already so conspicuous on its own, it's embarrassing. There's no need to be embarrassed. Your hair is beautiful. As I returned the cloudy crystal to its original place, I let out a sigh at the scene playing out before me. Just when His Grace finally drew interest from a woman, surprisingly, she turned out to be quite the assertive one. If left quiet and well-dressed, His Grace is a fine man, handsome and dignified. The cold demeanor and sharp gaze are unfortunate side effects of a harsh life in Galbraith. However, due to his unusual upbringing and personality, when it truly matters, he reverts to someone even more awkward than a boy with his first crush. A truly difficult man. Well, Melier doesn't seem to mind his quirks. Let's just hope the two kindred spirits grow closer at their own pace. His Grace leaned in slowly, pressing his lips to a strand of Melier hair. Personally, I was pleased to see their relationship progressing well. I had just resolved to quietly and warmly support them by politely pretending not to see anything, when MMMGH. A rather graceless interruption came. The deliberately loud cough came from none other than Captain Claude of Marchelraid, still standing at the edge of the room. Melier, caught in the moment, turned red with embarrassment and hurriedly stood, mumbling, "I'll take care of the tea set," and left the room. Meanwhile, his Grace, whose momentum had been ruined, ground his teeth and shot a sharp glare at the captain. HMPH. His Grace's amber eyes instantly turned gold. Not to be outdone, Captain Claude lifted his chin and returned the gaze without flinching. For the record, it was his Grace who clicked his tongue and the captain who snorted. It seems the captain here is rather bold himself. To snort at his Grace. A normal person wouldn't dare, and certainly wouldn't lock eyes with his activated magic eye. However, Melier has no maid accompanying her, and it seems tonight the Marchelraid Knights have been entrusted with her supervision. While a bit brusque, the captain was fulfilling his duty well. "Your Grace." "What?" "Forgive me, but I believe you were in the wrong just now. Even with the engagement formalized, it may be too soon for that." "Cos, whose side are you on?" His Grace turned his magic eye on me next, the golden glow sharp and intense. But as his adjutant, I couldn't back down. "I'm on your side, of course, and also on the future duchess's. If you push too hard and she pulls away, it'll be you who regrets it. GRGH. And let's not forget, we're currently in Marchelraid." Fine." Still sulking, his Grace deactivated his magic eye and let out a dramatic sigh. Captain Claude also looked away, resuming his stiff, forward-facing posture. "Sorry to keep you waiting, did something happen?" Melier returned after handing the tea, set to a servant, and tilted her head at the awkward atmosphere between us. His Grace, as if nothing had happened, flashed a suspiciously smooth and cheerful smile. "Nothing at all. That reminds me, Melier." "Yes, Your Grace. Marchelraid will soon be in the depths of winter, yes. I'd like you to get used to Galbraith sooner rather than later. What do you say? Would you care to spend the long winter there?" Cough. This time, Captain Claude's cough was real. My jaw dropped as well. Is that really all right? To see Galbraith Castle and the Elzenia Great Forest before spring even arrives. What a dream. Galbraith is still in the heart of autumn. Plenty of in-season monsters are roaming about. Oh my, in-season monsters. His Grace and Melier conversation continued on at full speed, leaving both me and the captain behind. I steadied myself and glanced toward the captain, who looked ready to object. I subtly shook my head. Once his Grace is set on something, there's no stopping him. And his counterpart this time is none other than his newly engaged, like-minded noblewoman. With his mind clearly in full-blown springtime despite the season, his Grace would take Melier to Galbraith no matter how much I objected. I need to come up with a convincing explanation for the Count of Marchelraid. I closed the research notes in front of me and began calculating the minimum number of days required to prepare for welcoming Melier to Galbraith. There was still about a month and a half until winter arrived in Galbraith. It might be just enough time to get the basics ready. Things are about to get busy. My heart beat with strange excitement. This bond might just bring a breath of fresh air into the monster-ridden, brutal Galbraith domain. Melier, a gentle maiden who looks like a spring goddess, might be the very one to bring luck to his Grace, who spends his days cutting down monsters. Wait, Dorinvanters come down from the mountains in summer. They've got huge appetites. If it looks like they'll come near settlements, we go out and drive them back. Hunting them is a real chore, but with an elite team, we could probably take one down in about a month. What shall I do? I don't think I'll be able to calm down. Melier looked truly delighted. That his Grace chose monsters as a topic to interest a woman is already something. But that it worked so well speaks volumes about how unique Melier truly is. I take it back. Are we really sure this engagement is going to be all right? Oblivious to my inner turmoil, the two of them continued their monster talk late into the evening, lost entirely in their shared enthusiasm. After that, it was decided that Melier would be brought to Galbraith in just 10 days. But while I was busy with the preparations to receive her, a messenger bee arrived from the Watchtower Knights. A glowing red bee, sign of an emergency. I quickly activated the message. What? His Grace and the others are being pursued by a Burgenian pack. I'll head out with the Flame Falcon unit, prepare immediately. That something like that would happen on the very day we were to welcome Melier. Even I could never have foreseen it. End of Volume 1.